Good evening, and welcome to the Quiet Nightmare. This is a space where silence speaks, and shadows tell stories. Every story you hear is completely uninterrupted, no ads, no distractions. If you enjoy this experience, you're always welcome to stay. Before we begin, tell me where you're listening from, and what time it is. Now, get comfortable. The quiet isn't as empty as it seems. This happened to me about a month or so ago, and even now it still troubles me in a way I do not fully understand. I had already written about it in a couple of places before, partly because I wanted to tell the story and partly because I was trying to make sense of it myself. In one place, I shared it more for the sake of people who like strange and frightening stories. In another place, I wrote about it because I truly wanted answers. I wanted to know if anyone else had experienced something like this, or if someone might have some idea of what it was that came so close to me that night. Usually, even after something scary happens, I can calm myself down enough to think through it, compare it to other things I have seen, and file it away in my mind as one more strange thing that happened in my life. But this one refused to settle. It stayed with me. It bothered me deeply. It got under my skin in a different way from the other experiences I have had, and that is saying a lot, because I am not new to this kind of thing. I have been having ghostly experiences since I was very young. I am 39 now, and after so many years of strange encounters, I would honestly say I am not easily shaken by most ordinary hauntings anymore. I have seen spirits. I have heard them. I have felt them touch me. I have had enough experiences over time that what frightens other people at once often does not hit me quite the same way anymore. That does not mean I treat these things lightly. It only means I have grown used to living with the reality that there are some things in this world that most people do not talk about openly, and some of those things seem willing to make themselves known to me. Over the years I have had encounters with what I believe were human spirits, and those experiences, while often unsettling, had a certain feeling to them that I learned to understand. I have also had one encounter that I believe was with an animal spirit, and I have had a couple of experiences with shadow beings. Those are very different from what I think of as ordinary human ghosts. They carry a different energy. They move differently. They feel less familiar and often less understandable. Still, this last experience felt different even from those. It was as if two kinds of entities or two kinds of energy had been mixed together into one form, and what resulted was something far more disturbing than either one alone. It felt partly like a shadow being and partly like some animal-shaped thing, but even that does not fully describe it. More than anything, it felt ancient, wrong, and intensely aware of me. That is one reason it has stayed in my mind the way it has. It did not feel random. It did not feel like something passing through. It felt purposeful. The night it happened was not unusual in any obvious way. I had just laid down in bed. It was one of those ordinary moments right before sleep, when the body begins to settle and the mind slowly shifts away from the day. I was lying on my right side, facing the bedroom windows. I remember that clearly because the position of my body and the way the room was lit played a big part in what I saw. I live in the third town home from the corner, and there is a street light on that corner. Because of where my room is, the street light always sends a bit of light through the bedroom windows at night. It is not enough to fully light the room, but it does make the darkness softer. Shapes can be seen. Edges are not fully lost. I also have a 2-foot black light in the bedroom, and I keep it on all the time. So the room was not pitch black. It had that strange low-light look where things are visible but not comfortable, where shadows can gather and still be seen at the same time. I had just settled in and was lying there quietly when I noticed something near the bed. At first, I thought it was my Papillon. He is only 2 years old, and I know his habits well. I know how he moves, how he stands, how he looks when he wants my attention. What I thought I saw was him with his front paws up on the mattress, like he had come up to the bed and was standing there looking at me closely. That would not have been unusual in itself. Dogs do that. They check on you. They want attention. They stare at you when they are waiting for something. So in the first second or two, I did not feel fear. I only noticed what I thought was my dog. But then I kept looking. And the longer I looked, the less normal it seemed. At first I stared at it in a calm way, just trying to understand exactly what I was seeing. It looked still. Too still. My papillon is young, lively, and constantly moving in little ways. Even when he is paying close attention, he is never perfectly motionless. There is always some small shift, some twitch, some tilt, some sign of life moving through the body. But this figure was not moving at all. It stood there in a way that did not feel natural for a living animal. That alone made me study it more carefully. As I focused on it, I started noticing more things that were wrong. The first was the darkness of it. It was extremely dark, darker than an ordinary shadow should have been. I do not mean just dark in the sense of being hard to see. I mean it had a density to its darkness that stood apart from the rest of the room. Shadows in a room with light from a street lamp and a black light should still have a certain softness to them. This thing did not. It seemed almost too black, too solid in its darkness, like it was absorbing whatever little light there was around it. It did not look like a normal animal standing near the bed and casting a shadow. It looked like the shadow itself had formed into a creature. Then I noticed that it was not shaped quite like my dog at all. My papillon has very distinctive ears. Anyone who knows that breed understands what I mean. Their ears stand out in a way that helps define their whole appearance. They have those soft, butterfly-like ears that make them look delicate and expressive. This thing did not have that. The shape was wrong. In fact, the more I looked, the more it seemed to be the size and general shape of a large house cat rather than my dog. That realization brought a different kind of chill into me, because once I understood that it was not matching my dog's shape, I could no longer comfort myself with the easiest explanation. At that point, I felt the urge to reach out and touch it. I think that is a natural instinct when something is near you in half-light, and your mind is still trying to understand what is real. Part of me wanted to put my hand out and prove to myself whether there was actually a living body there or not. If it was my dog, I would feel fur and warmth, and that would be the end of it. But the strange thing is that as strongly as I wanted that answer, something inside me warned me not to do it. It was not just simple fear. It felt like a direct, instinctive warning from somewhere deep inside me, telling me that touching it would be a terrible mistake. It was one of those moments where your body and spirit both seem to know something before your mind fully catches up. The message was clear. Do not touch it. That warning was enough to turn my unease into real fear. And then I realized just how close it was. Because I sleep very near the edge of the mattress, this thing was only about 6 inches from my face. That distance is almost nothing. It meant that whatever it was, it had entered my most private space completely. It was not across the room. It was not standing by the door. It was not in the corner. It was right there at the edge of the bed, near enough that I could have touched it if I had ignored that warning. Once I fully understood how close it was, terror rose in me very quickly. There is something especially frightening about realizing that something malevolent has gotten that close to your body while you were lying there vulnerable, expecting rest. I squeezed my eyes shut. I do not even remember deciding to do that. It was just what my body did. I shut my eyes tight and left them closed for about a minute, hoping in the childish and desperate way people sometimes hope in frightening moments, that when I opened them again, the thing would be gone. I think almost everyone has had that impulse at some point in life, to close your eyes against something terrible and hope reality rearranges itself while you are not looking. But when I finally opened them again, it was still there. That made everything worse. Because now I knew it was not just some passing trick of the light. It had remained there while my eyes were shut. It was still in the same place, still near my face, still too dark, still too wrong. I stared at it again, and this time I felt both angry and scared. Angry because fear often turns that way when you feel trapped. Angry because it had invaded my space. Angry because I did not know what it wanted. And scared because nothing about it felt harmless. It felt like a thing that had purpose, and that purpose had nothing good in it. Then it began to move its head. This was the point where my fear became much deeper and much stranger. The motion it made was unlike anything I had ever seen from a normal animal. The best way I can describe it is to say that it moved its head in the shape of an infinity symbol, like a sideways 8. Imagine the way a cat might move its head in a fluid, slow, circular pattern, but then make that motion repeat in a figure 8 shape, smooth and deliberate. That is what it did. It was not jerking around or behaving wildly. The movement was controlled, almost graceful, but deeply wrong. And the strange part is that as I watched it, I had the terrifying feeling that it was trying to hypnotize me. I know how strange that sounds, but that was honestly the feeling I got. It was as if the motion was meant to draw me in, to affect my mind, to loosen something in me, to make me go somewhere or let something happen that I did not want. I cannot explain that feeling in a scientific way. It was simply there, immediate and powerful. The motion of its head was not random. It felt intentional. It felt like a lure, a pull, an attempt to work on me in some way beyond the physical. At that point, I became extremely frightened. Not the ordinary fear of a ghost in the room. Not the fear of a noise in the house or a shadow passing in the hall. This was a deeper kind of fear, because what I was sensing from this thing was not human. Human spirits, even troubled ones, carry something familiar. Their pain, their presence, their sadness, even their anger still feel human in their structure. This thing did not. There was nothing human in its energy. It felt ancient, low, and malevolent. It felt like something that had never been human at all. Again I closed my eyes. This time I kept them shut for about a minute, trying to resist whatever pull I felt from that strange head movement. I did not want to keep watching it. I did not want to give it more of my attention. I did not want to be drawn into whatever it was trying to do. I stayed still and held myself tight, trying to ride out the fear without moving or speaking. Then, finally, I opened my eyes again. It was gone. Just gone. No fading away. No movement off the bed. No shifting to some corner of the room. It was simply no longer there. The space beside the bed was empty. The darkness returned to being ordinary darkness. And yet the feeling it left behind remained in the room and in me. In some ways, that was almost worse, because now I was left with the full memory of it, and no visible form to confront anymore. Since that night, I have tried over and over to understand what it was. I have asked myself whether it was a shadow being of some kind, because I have seen shadow entities before. Usually, when I have encountered shadow ghosts or shadow beings, I see them as very dark, fast-moving shapes near the floor, especially around my feet. They do not usually linger so close to my face like this. They move quickly, slipping along edges or across the floor, often gone before I fully focus on them. This thing was different. It was not fast-moving. It was still, close, and then deliberately active in the way it moved its head. That does not fit my usual experiences with shadow entities. I have also thought about the one animal ghost experience I had in the past. But again, this did not feel like that either. An animal ghost, at least in my experience, carries a different energy. There is often confusion, loyalty, gentleness, habit, or some recognizable emotional quality that makes sense in an animal way. This thing, though shaped in a somewhat animal-like form, did not feel like any animal spirit I have ever known. It felt darker. Smarter in a cruel way. More calculated. Less innocent. Because of that, I began wondering if what happened was some kind of psychic attack. That may sound dramatic to some people, but it is honestly the best phrase I have been able to find for the feeling it gave me. It was not just standing there existing. It seemed to be doing something. It seemed to be trying to affect me in a direct way. The feeling I got from it was that it wanted to get me out of my body, or draw me into some kind of spiritual journey or movement that I absolutely did not want to take. I cannot prove that. I only know the intense sense I had in that moment that this being or entity wanted to influence my state of consciousness, and lead me somewhere I had no desire to go. That sense of unwilling invitation is what still bothers me most. If it had only stood there like some strange shadow creature and then disappeared, I would still have been frightened, but perhaps I could have eventually placed it among the other unusual things I have encountered in life. but because it felt invasive in a deeper way, because it felt like it wanted something from me, because I sensed that what it wanted was not good. It has stayed with me more than other experiences have. Its energy felt very ancient. I know that word gets used a lot in spiritual talk, but that is truly how it felt. Not old in the way a human ghost feels like someone from long ago. Ancient in a different sense. Ancient and low-level spiritually, as if it belonged to some lower order of being that has existed for a very long time. There was nothing elevated or wise about it. It did not feel noble, tragic, or deep in the human sense. It felt old and low and ugly in spirit. Malevolent. Sinister. Predatory in a quiet way. The essence of it is hard to explain, but I can say this much: I did not like the way it felt. Some entities, even when they frighten you, do not feel evil. They may feel sad, angry, confused, or trapped, but you can still sense a kind of humanity, or at least a spiritual logic in them. This thing did not feel that way. Its energy made my whole being recoil. The feeling around it was wrong on every level. That is what has unsettled me most in the time since. Not only what it looked like, but what it felt like. The emotional and spiritual impression it left was much darker than almost any ordinary haunting I have ever experienced. This experience has disturbed me deeply. In fact, it bothered me so much that I could barely even write about it for weeks. It took me until only a few nights ago to finally sit down and put it into words. That alone tells me how strongly it affected me. Usually, when something strange happens, I can at least describe it soon after, even if I do not understand it fully. But this one locked me up. It made me hesitant even to tell the story, because naming it made it feel too real again. I had to fight my way through that reluctance just to write it down. And that is why I have been searching for answers. I am not telling this just to tell a spooky story. I am telling it because I truly want to know whether anyone else has experienced something similar. I want to know if someone has a name for this kind of thing, or at least a framework for understanding it. Was it some kind of shadow being? Was it something demonic? Was it a psychic predator? Was it a lower astral entity? Was it an attack directed at me specifically because of my history with spirit contact? I do not know. I only know that it felt non-human in the deepest possible way. That is another thing I want to say clearly. This thing was not human. Not once human. Not a dead person in a twisted shape. Not a lost spirit taking on some animal form. That is the strongest certainty I have from the entire encounter. Whatever stood at my bed that night had never been human, and that fact alone set it apart from the many ghostly encounters I have had before. Human spirits may startle me, may even frighten me, but they do not usually leave me with this kind of deep revulsion. This being did. I have gone back over every detail of the room, the lighting, the position of my body, the known habits of my dog, and my own state of mind that night. I was not dreaming. I had just laid down. I was aware. I was facing the windows. The street light and the black light created enough visibility for me to clearly judge shape and distance. I know what my dog looks like in that light. I know how he moves. I know how ordinary shadows behave in that room. This thing did not fit any of those patterns. Its darkness was too dense. Its shape was wrong. Its stillness was wrong. Its head movement was wrong. The energy coming from it was unmistakably wrong. Sometimes I wonder if its closeness was part of the attack. Because being 6 inches from my face meant I had almost no emotional distance from it. It was right there in my field of vision, right in the intimate space of the bed, right where the body expects safety and rest. There is something deeply violating about that. Sleep is vulnerability. The bed is vulnerability. And whatever this thing was, it chose that exact place and that exact moment to appear. That does not feel accidental to me. It feels chosen. Since it happened, I have been more cautious. Not in a panicked way, but in the way someone becomes cautious after seeing a kind of danger they did not fully believe could get that close. I still live my life. I still go to bed. I still move through my home. But there is a deeper awareness now, and a deeper wariness too. I have become more careful about my spiritual boundaries, more aware of the kind of energies I let myself sit in, and more serious about protection. Experiences with ordinary ghosts can make a person curious. Experiences like this one make a person careful. I do not know if writing about it will bring me answers. Maybe someone will read this and recognize the pattern. Maybe someone will say they have seen a similar animal shadow being. Maybe someone will understand the hypnotic head motion and the sense of being lured out of the body. Or maybe all I will get are more questions. But even that would be better than silence. Part of what makes a frightening experience linger is the feeling that you are alone with it. So I am speaking it plainly, hoping that somewhere there is understanding. I can live with many things. I have lived with ghostly contact most of my life. I have seen, heard, and felt enough that I do not frighten easily when it comes to the dead. But this thing was something else. This thing reached past ordinary haunting and touched a deeper fear, the fear of being approached by something cold, ancient, intelligent, and spiritually low. Something that had no humanity in it, and no kindness in it. Something that came close enough to touch me but chose instead to stare, move, and work on me in some other way. That is why it still disturbs me. That is why I still think about it. And that is why, even after all the years of strange experiences I have had, I can honestly say this one frightened me more than almost anything else ever has. For the first 9 months of our marriage, my husband and I lived in one of the upstairs bedrooms in his parents' crowded 3-bedroom house. In our culture, after the wedding, it is common for the bride to go live with the groom's family for some time. The reason is not only tradition, but also to help the new wife learn the family's ways, understand how the household works, and slowly become part of that home. It also means helping with cooking, cleaning, and other daily chores. So after I got married, that was where I went. Even though I accepted it as part of married life, I never truly felt comfortable in that house, especially upstairs. I tried to settle in, and I tried to act like everything was normal, but from the very beginning there was something about that place that made me feel uneasy. It was an old house, and you could feel its age the moment you stepped inside. The walls, the floors, the shadows, the smell of the air, all of it felt as if it had been holding on to memories for far too long. My husband's parents had lived there for many years, and his brothers and sisters had filled every part of that home at one time or another. Even when the house was noisy and full of life, it still seemed to carry dark corners that did not belong to the living. There were places inside that house where the daylight never seemed to fully reach. No matter how bright the sun was outside, certain parts inside stayed dim and shadowed, as if the light itself did not want to enter. You could stand there in the middle of the day and still feel like evening had already come. The house had been built back in the 1920s, and that old age showed itself in many ways. At one point, when the living room was being remodeled, old newspapers were found inside the walls, used as insulation. Some of them were dated 1924. I remember staring at those papers and thinking about all the people who had passed through that house before us, all the years it had stood there, all the lives and secrets it had kept. That kind of thought already made me uncomfortable, because I have always believed that some places hold on to energy. A very old house does not just hold nails, beams, and wood. It holds emotion, pain, memory, and silence. This one felt full of all those things. The basement was the worst part of all. Even hearing the word basement in connection to that house still makes me uneasy. My husband once told me that when his family first moved there, the basement floor had still been dirt. Later, they had concrete poured over it, but somehow that did not make it feel cleaner or safer. If anything, it felt as if something old had simply been covered, not removed. Even after the concrete, the basement stayed unfinished, with only a little light down there. If you went down alone, you could feel the fear rise in you almost immediately. It was the kind of place where every sound felt too loud, every shadow looked deeper than it should, and every second you spent there made you want to turn around and come back up. I avoided it whenever I could, and I was not the only one. Even people who did not talk openly about fear in that house moved differently around that basement. By the time this particular event happened, my husband and I were finally preparing to move out into our own apartment. It was a tiny one-bedroom place on the north side of town, but to me it felt like freedom. I was excited to go, not because I hated his family, but because I was tired of feeling like I was being watched in that house. I wanted a space that would belong to just the two of us. I wanted peace. I wanted to wake up in a place that did not carry strange silence in its corners. So when moving day came, I was full of relief. It was a cold weekend in December, and the air outside had that dry winter feeling that makes everything seem sharp and still. Most of my husband's family was gone that day. His parents had gone out of town to attend a wedding, and most of his siblings had gone along too. The only people left in the house were me, my husband, his 4-year-old sister Heidi, and one of his younger brothers, who had stayed behind to help us move our things. That meant the house felt emptier than usual, and in some ways that made it worse. Big old houses can feel less threatening when they are full of voices, footsteps, and people moving around. But when too many rooms fall quiet, the house starts sounding like itself again. You hear the creaks, the old settling noises, the little movements in the walls and halls. More than that, you begin to feel what the house feels like when there are not enough people around to cover it up. My husband and his younger brother were downstairs carrying our heavier things and loading them into the moving truck. I stayed upstairs with little Heidi because I was packing smaller, fragile things and trying to organize all the last little items that always get left behind until the end. By then, most of our bedroom was already empty. The furniture was mostly gone. The room looked bigger and colder than usual because so many of our things had already been taken out. All that was left were the clothes in the closet, the television, a few DVDs, and what my husband jokingly called my treasures and what he also called my junk. To me, they were the little things that mattered, the things people save because they hold meaning even if they do not seem useful to anyone else. While I sat there carefully putting those treasures into a box, Heidi was in the room with me watching Disney's Beauty and the Beast. She was only a little girl then, and like many children, she could become completely absorbed in a movie 1 minute and then suddenly distracted by something no adult would notice the next. I always felt a little safer upstairs in that house if someone else was with me, even if that someone else was only a child. I never liked being up there by myself. There was something about the upstairs rooms, especially when the hall outside was quiet, that made me feel nervous. So even though I was busy packing, I was glad Heidi was there. After a little while, I noticed that she kept looking toward the closet. At first, I thought nothing much of it. Children are easily distracted. Maybe she had suddenly remembered one of the dresses or stuffed animals in there. Maybe she wanted to play dress up or look through things. I tried to think of an ordinary reason, because in that house I always tried to think of ordinary reasons first. So when I saw her glance toward the closet again and again, I assumed maybe she wanted to wear one of my old dresses. I smiled and pulled a few party dresses out of the closet, and laid them on the floor in front of her so she could choose if she wanted. But she did not even look at them. That was the first moment I really started paying attention to her behavior. The dresses were colorful, shiny, and exactly the sort of thing that would usually catch a little girl's interest. But Heidi ignored them completely. Her eyes stayed fixed on the closet. Not in a casual way. Not like she was thinking about the toys or the clothes. She was focused in a deeper, more serious way, and that made a cold feeling start to rise in me. I remember trying to keep calm. I remember telling myself not to be silly. But a child staring into a closet in an old uneasy house is not something that lets your nerves stay quiet for long. I became concerned, so I moved and sat down between her and the closet. I wanted to block her view a little and pull her attention back to the TV. I pointed at the movie, talked to her about what was happening on the screen, and tried to act normal. She seemed to follow my lead for a little while, but every few minutes she would lean around me and stare at the closet again. It was not playful. It was not dreamy. It was direct and focused. After watching her do that several times, I finally asked her what she was looking at. She said, "Nothing." That answer did not make me feel better. Sometimes when little kids say nothing, it means they are shy or do not know how to explain something. We went on watching the movie, or at least I pretended to watch while my nerves quietly grew. I tried to focus on packing, on the television, on anything except that closet. But I could feel the tension building in me. When you are in a place that already makes you uncomfortable, even small strange things begin to feel heavy. Every few minutes her attention slid back to that same spot, and with each glance, I felt more certain that she was seeing something she did not know how to name. Then, while I was still distracted by the movie and my packing, she got up without me fully noticing and walked over to the closet. The next thing I knew, she was standing in front of it with the door open. That sight made my whole body go tight. I looked over at her and then at the open closet, and I remember trying to sound calm as I asked, "What are you looking at?" At that moment, I was looking past her toward the giant stuffed bear my husband had once given me for Valentine's Day. It was big enough that I thought maybe that was what had caught her attention. So I asked if that was what she wanted. But she did not answer in the way I expected. She said, "No, Nayab, what is that?" In Hmong, Nayab means sister-in-law, and hearing her say it in that small voice made something inside me drop. She was not pointing directly at anything, and when I looked inside the closet, I saw nothing unusual at all. There were clothes hanging there, shoes, stuffed animals I planned to donate, ordinary objects that should not have frightened anyone. I remember feeling confused and trying not to let my fears show. I asked her, "What is what?" And I opened the closet door wider, searching through everything with my eyes and my hands. I moved the clothes a little. I looked behind the toys. I checked the floor. I saw nothing. Then, all of a sudden, Heidi screamed. Not a playful little squeal. A real scream. She pointed into the closet and said again, "That, Nayab, what's that?" I looked again. Still nothing. Nothing that my eyes could see. Nothing that should have made a child scream. But by then I was already starting to understand. My heart was pounding, and I could feel the house's old wrongness gathering itself around that moment. I kept searching with my eyes, but there was only emptiness to me. Then Heidi started jumping up and down, still staring into the closet, her eyes huge. And she said, "It's a boy, he's as tall as I am." "Who is he, Nayab? What is the boy doing in your closet?" That was the moment it hit me. Whatever she was seeing, it was not imagination in the simple childish sense. It was not a game, not a dress, not a toy, not a trick of the light. She was seeing something that I could not see. A presence. A spirit. A little boy, according to her. She was describing him like he was really there, right in front of her, sitting or standing in the middle of my closet among the clothes and stuffed animals. The way she said it was not dramatic. It was curious and startled at the same time, as if she truly wanted me to explain who that boy was and why he was sitting there staring back at us. I screamed. The fear that had been building in me finally broke loose all at once. I did not stay there bravely trying to figure it out. I did not speak softly to the ghost or ask it questions. I simply grabbed Heidi with my fear already spilling over and ran downstairs, with her following right behind me. I can still remember the sound of my own feet on the stairs, my heart pounding, the box half packed in the room upstairs, the TV still on, Beauty and the Beast still playing while whatever was in that closet remained there unseen by me and clearly visible to her. When we reached the downstairs area and joined my husband and his brother, Heidi was giggling. That part almost made the whole thing feel even stranger. I was terrified, shaking, my heart racing, and she was laughing. I told my husband what happened, probably too fast and too panicked at first, trying to explain that Heidi had seen a boy in the closet and that I could not see anything. He looked at her and asked her what she had seen. And Heidi answered in this perfectly simple little voice. "I saw a boy sitting in Nayab's closet. He was as tall as I am and he kept looking at me. I tried to talk to him but he can't talk back. It's so funny because Nayab was so scared." Then she kept giggling. I remember being relieved, in a strange way, that she found it funny instead of terrifying. For a moment upstairs, when her face had gone pale and her eyes had widened, I was afraid the experience would traumatize her. I was afraid she would carry it in some terrible way. but instead she seemed more amused than harmed. As if for her it had simply been strange and interesting, not evil. Even so, I could still picture the look on her face when she first saw him, and that look stayed with me. She had definitely seen something. It has been years now since that happened, but I still think about that closet sometimes. My husband's younger brother eventually got married, and he and his new wife ended up living in that very same room. Life has a way of putting people back into spaces that already feel charged, and maybe if you do not know the history of a room, you move into it lightly. But even without being told everything, people feel things. Not long ago, his wife told us that she had a very bad dream one night, and woke up to see a dark figure standing by the closet. The closet again. When I heard that, I got the same cold feeling all over again. In my mind, I immediately thought of Heidi, of that little boy she saw, of the old house and its dark corners and unfinished basement and long hallway shadows. It made me wonder whether the same presence was still there, whether the little boy had remained in that closet all these years, or whether what Heidi saw was not exactly a child's spirit at all but something else wearing that form because she was a child and that was how she would understand it. I do not know for sure. All I know is that the house was never right. It was old, dark, and spiritually uneasy even before anyone spoke of blood or rituals or ghosts. And on the one day when the family was mostly gone, when the house was too quiet, when winter light outside was cold and weak, a 4-year-old little girl stood in front of my closet and calmly described a boy sitting inside it while I stared into the same space and saw absolutely nothing. That is the kind of thing that stays with a person. What chills me even now is not only that she saw him, but the way she described him. He was as tall as I am. That detail made him feel like a real child presence. Not huge, not threatening in a monstrous way, just a small boy sitting there and looking at her. And yet the fact that he could not speak, that he only watched, gave the whole thing a sadness and wrongness I still cannot shake. Children seeing spirits is frightening for a reason. They often do not react the way adults do. Adults bring fear, denial, and logic to these moments. Children often only bring openness. That is what makes their experiences so unsettling. They are not trying to invent. They are simply reporting what is there. Even now, if someone asks me whether I believe children can see things that adults cannot, I do not have to guess. I know. I watched it happen. I watched a child fix her gaze on an empty closet until she finally told me exactly who was there. And ever since then, whenever I hear that someone in that house feels uneasy about the room or sees something near that closet, I think the same thing. The boy is probably still there. For as long as I can remember, I always felt that something unseen was around me. I could not always see it with my eyes, and most of the time I did not even want to. But I felt it. It was like a presence that stayed close to me, sometimes quietly, and sometimes so strongly that it frightened me deeply. Even as a child, I could walk into certain houses and know right away that something was there. I would feel it before anyone said a word. The hairs on the back of my neck would stand up so hard that I would almost feel frozen in place. Other times I would be sitting somewhere completely still, doing nothing important, and suddenly I would get the heavy feeling that I was not alone. I never liked that feeling. I never asked for it. If anything, I spent most of my life wishing I did not feel these things at all. But no matter how much I tried to ignore it, there always seemed to be something around me. As I got older, I learned that these strange things did not happen only once or twice. They followed me through different times in my life, in different homes, and in different moods. Sometimes they came when I was upset. Sometimes when I was tired. Sometimes when I was grieving. And sometimes when I least expected anything at all. There were many things that happened to me over the years, and some of them still stay very fresh in my memory. Even now, when I sit and think about them, I feel the same old fear rising in me. It is not easy for me to explain these things because people who have never felt them do not always understand. But I know what I heard, what I felt, and what I saw. I cannot make anyone believe it, but I can tell it the way it happened. When I was a young girl, I was very rebellious. I gave my mother a hard time all the time. If she grounded me, I would be angry and upset, and as soon as my punishment was over, I would go right back to doing whatever had gotten me in trouble in the first place. I was stubborn, hard-headed, and full of attitude. My mother had to stay on me all the time because I did not make life easy for her. Looking back, I know I put her through a lot. But when you are young, you do not always see things clearly. You only feel your own anger and think your own pain matters more than anyone else's. One night, after one of my mother's long scoldings, I was in my room feeling very upset with her. The truth is, I had probably deserved to be in trouble, but at that age I did not see it that way. I was hurt, angry, and sitting there feeding my own bad mood. I remember being in my bedroom by myself, still full of all that emotion from her yelling at me. The house was quiet after that. I sat there, probably thinking about how unfair she was or how mad I felt, when I heard my name being called. The first time I heard it, I stayed still. I did not answer. I thought maybe my mother was calling me, but because I was still angry with her, I did not want to move. I wanted her to suffer a little for grounding me. I wanted to ignore her the way I felt ignored. So I just sat there pretending I had not heard anything. Then my name was called again, this time a little louder. I still did not move. Part of me knew I should get up, but the angry part of me won, and I stayed exactly where I was. Then, for the third time, my name was called. By then I could hear in the tone what I thought was anger. I suddenly thought that if I did not move now, I was only going to make things worse for myself. So I got up and slowly walked toward my mother's room. I did not rush. I was still holding on to my mood, still upset with her. But as I got closer to her bedroom, I noticed something strange. It was quiet. Too quiet. When I reached her room and said her name, she did not answer me. I said it again. Still nothing. Then I looked more closely and realized she was asleep. Not resting quietly, but fully asleep, the way she always slept, snoring loud enough that there was no mistake. She had not been awake. She had not been calling me. She was sleeping so deeply that when I woke her, she sat up confused and asked me what I wanted. I told her she had called my name, and I had come to see what she wanted. She looked at me and told me she had not called me at all. The second she said that, all the anger in me disappeared and turned into fear. I do not even remember saying anything else. I ran back to my room, jumped into bed, pulled the covers over my head, and forced myself to go to sleep because I did not know what else to do. I was just a girl, and something had called my name in my mother's voice 3 times while she slept in the next room. That was one of the first times I truly felt that the things around me were not only feelings or shadows. They could imitate. They could speak. They could call me in a familiar voice and make me believe it was someone I knew. Another time, I was lying on my mother's couch. My back was facing the kitchen, and my face was turned toward the back of the couch. I remember this clearly because my position mattered. I was lying there in such a way that I could not fully see the whole room, but I could see enough if I looked downward with my eyes. At that time, my mother and I were still upset with each other over something, and I did not feel like talking to her. I was lying there pretending to rest, keeping to myself. While I was there, I looked downward just a little and saw someone come from the direction of the back of my mother's bedroom. I thought it was her. That seemed natural. My first thought was that she had come out of her room and was walking toward the living room. Because we were upset with each other, and I did not want to deal with more talking or more arguing, I pretended to be asleep. I kept myself still and did not move. I wanted her to leave me alone. Then I felt the presence come over near where I was lying. It leaned down over me, almost like someone checking to see if I was really asleep. I did not move. I did not open my eyes. I stayed there pretending, hoping whoever it was would just go away. After a little while, the presence moved away again. I could feel it leave me and go back in the direction it had come from. It felt so real in that moment that I never questioned whether it had been my mother or not. I thought she had come over, looked at me, and gone back to her room. The next morning, though, I asked her about it. I asked her if she had come into the living room during the night, or whenever it was, to see whether I was asleep. She looked at me and told me she had not left her bedroom at all. She said she never came into the living room. Again I was frightened. That was another moment that stayed with me because it showed me how easily these things could move around me and feel just like a real person. I had not seen a full face. I had not heard a voice that time. But I felt the presence clearly enough that I was sure it had been her. Yet it was not. It was something else, something that knew how to move through the house and come close enough to me that I could feel it watching over me while I pretended to sleep. Whenever things like this happened to me, I would call my grandmother. She was the one person who did not make me feel foolish. She listened to me in a way others did not. She had her own understanding of spiritual matters, and when I did not know what to make of something, she would help me the best she could. She would interpret things for me in her own way, and often she would tell me that what I had experienced was someone in the family looking after me. When I told her about some of these things, she would say it was my aunt watching over me. I do not know if that was always true, but hearing her say it gave me a little comfort. It was easier to think of a family spirit than to think of something dark calling my name, or standing over me while I rested. My grandmother always seemed to know how to calm me, at least enough that I could keep going. But not every experience in my life felt dark. Some felt deeply sad. Some even felt peaceful. One of the most important and painful times in my life happened when my daughter was sick in the hospital. That period changed me forever. There are some kinds of pain that tear through every part of you, and watching your child in the hospital like that was one of those pains. She was very ill, and deep down inside, I knew she was going to pass. I did not want to accept it, and maybe part of me never fully did. I was so upset that I could not eat, I could not drink, and I could not sleep. Everything inside of me was breaking. I was exhausted, terrified, and heartbroken all at once. There is a kind of helplessness that comes when you know someone you love deeply is slipping away and there is nothing you can do to stop it. That helplessness sat in me like a heavy stone. At one point, I was sitting alone and I desperately needed someone to talk to. I do not even know if I prayed or just wished for comfort, but I know I felt completely alone in that moment. Then someone entered the room and sat down. I remember looking over briefly and seeing a young man dressed in white. He smiled at me and asked me what was wrong. That simple question broke something open inside me. I looked into his face, and even though today I cannot remember exactly how he looked, I remember what I felt when I saw him. I felt peace. Immediate peace. It was as if something warm and calm entered the room with him and sat beside me. So I started talking. I told him everything. I told him about my daughter being sick in the ICU. I told him all the fear, all the sadness, all the things I had been carrying inside me without relief. I poured it all out. I cannot explain why I trusted him so quickly, but I did. He listened in a way that made me feel safe enough to let everything out. At some point, I fell asleep. To this day, I do not know how it happened. I had been unable to sleep, unable to rest, unable even to settle my body for more than a moment. But after speaking with him, peace came over me and I drifted off. The next morning, the hospital staff woke me and told me that my daughter was not doing well and that I should go see her for the last time. That moment was one of the hardest of my life. Even now, remembering it feels like touching an old wound that never fully closed. But before I went, I asked about the man. I asked the hospital staff who the young man in white had been, the one who came and sat with me the night before. I asked because I wanted to thank him. I wanted to know his name. I wanted to understand who had shown me such kindness in the middle of my worst pain. The staff looked at me in a strange way and told me that no one fitting that description had been on duty the night before. I asked again and tried to describe him better, but they still said the same thing. There was no such person working there that night. I knew then that whoever had sat with me was not an ordinary person. And strangely, that did not frighten me. It comforted me. In the middle of all my grief, something or someone had come to bring me peace, to sit with me, and to give me just enough calm that I could rest before the morning came. I cannot say exactly who he was. Maybe an angel. Maybe a spirit sent to help me in that one terrible night. All I know is that I felt real peace from him, and I will never forget that. After my daughter passed away, strange things happened in my home that I could not ignore. At first, I was still broken by grief. Losing a child changes the shape of your heart forever. The house felt different without her. Every room seemed to remember her. Every object reminded me of her. There were times when I thought I heard her, and I could not always tell if it was memory, grief, or something more. Then I began hearing something very specific in the living room. I heard the sound of her walker moving around. Not once or twice in a way I could dismiss, but enough that I knew what I was hearing. If you have ever heard a baby walker move across the floor, you know the sound. It has its own little rhythm. It does not sound like ordinary footsteps or a chair moving. It sounds like a child being pushed along in that little frame, with the wheels making their own soft pattern. I heard that sound in the living room after she was gone. And each time I heard it, my heart would stop for a moment because I knew what it was reminding me of. I was afraid she would come into my bedroom. That may sound strange to some people, but grief makes you long for someone and fear them at the same time when strange things begin happening. I wanted her. I missed her more than I can explain. But I was also frightened by the thought of seeing her in a way I could not handle. So whenever I heard the walker in the living room, I would pray that she would not come into my room. I would listen with fear as the sound moved down the hallway toward my bedroom. And every time, it would stop there. It would come right up to the edge of my room and then stop. After that, the walking would start all over again somewhere else, moving around but never crossing into where I was. Over time, I began to feel something different from this. At first, it frightened me because it was so raw and so close to my grief. But after a while, I understood it another way. I knew then that she was at peace. I cannot fully explain how I knew it, only that I did. It was as though her presence would come near enough for me to feel she still existed, still moved, still touched the house in some way, but she would not come into my room and disturb me directly. It was almost like she was letting me know she was there without forcing herself into my grief in a way that would break me. That brought me comfort. It helped me cope with the loss. It made me feel that she had not disappeared into nothing. She was gone from my arms, yes, but not gone from existence. That understanding did not take away the pain, but it helped me carry it. When I look back over all these experiences, I see that my life has always been touched by things I cannot explain. Some were frightening. Some were unsettling. Some were comforting. Some still make me uneasy when I think about them. I never wanted to see or feel these things, but they came anyway. Sometimes in familiar voices. Sometimes in familiar shapes. Sometimes in total mystery. Over the years I have had to live with the fact that I am sensitive to things other people do not always sense. I do not claim to understand it fully. I only know that the world has never felt empty to me. There was always something. Sometimes a voice calling my name. Sometimes a presence leaning over me while I lay still. Sometimes a gentle visitor in white bringing peace when I was drowning in sorrow. Sometimes the memory of my child moving through my home just enough to let me know she was at peace. All of these things became part of my life whether I wanted them or not. And even now, I still feel that same truth I felt as a child. There are things around us that we do not fully understand. They move in and out of our lives in different ways, and some people are more aware of them than others. I have tried to ignore them, and I have tried to make peace with them too. In the end, all I can do is tell what happened as honestly as I can. And the truth is this: I have always felt something around me. I may not always see it, and I may not always understand what it wants, but it has always been there. When I was a child, we had a dog named Rags. She had been with the family for so long that it felt like she had always been there, like she belonged to the house as much as the walls and furniture did. By the time I was 11 years old, she was already very old. She moved more slowly than she used to, slept more often, and seemed to carry the tiredness of many years in every step she took. Even as a child, I could tell that she was near the end of her life. So when she finally passed away, I was sad, but I was not shocked. It felt like something I had already been quietly preparing myself for. She had reached that age where everyone knew her time would come soon, and when it did, it felt like one of those hard but natural moments in life that no one can stop. Still, even after she died, it did not feel like she had fully left. For years after that, while I lay awake in my childhood bedroom at night, I would hear the soft clicking of her nails on the linoleum floor in the kitchen. It was a very specific sound, one that could not easily be mistaken for something else, especially by someone who had heard it for years. Anyone who has lived with a dog long enough knows how different their footsteps sound depending on the kind of floor they are walking on. Carpet softens everything, but linoleum gives the nails that light, sharp clicking sound, one after another, small but unmistakable. That was the sound I kept hearing. It would happen while the house was quiet and dark, when everyone else was asleep and I was lying there under the blankets, already frightened by the night. I would hear those familiar little clicks and immediately think of Rags, as if she were still walking around the kitchen the way she used to when she was alive. Of course, when I told my parents, they always had the same answer. They said it was only my imagination. That became their explanation for almost everything I heard or felt in that house. They said I had an overactive imagination, that I was too nervous, that I worked myself up and then started hearing things that were not there. Maybe they believed that. Maybe they only wanted to comfort me in the easiest way they knew how. But hearing that again and again never really made me feel better. It only made me feel more alone with the fear. And the strange part is that this did not stop when I was a very little child. Even when I was 16 years old, long past the age when most people think a kid should be afraid of the dark, I still slept with the covers over my head every night. I knew how silly that must have looked from the outside, but I did it anyway because it made me feel a little safer, even if only a little. The truth is, it was never just Rags that frightened me in that house. Rags may have been the sound that was easiest to name because I knew her. I loved her. I could connect the clicking nails to something familiar. But the house held many other things that scared me too, and those things were much harder to explain away. There were always little sounds, little movements, little strange moments that never seemed to add up to anything clear and simple, but together they made the house feel wrong to me. For as long as I can remember, I would sometimes wake up because someone had said my name right into my ear. It would be so loud and so close that it would pull me violently out of sleep. I would wake with my heart pounding, the sound still seeming to hang in the air around me. It was not like a dream voice. It felt too sharp, too direct, too real. Sometimes I would lie there afterward, trying to decide whether I had imagined it, whether I had dreamed it, or whether someone or something had really spoken my name while I slept. That happened enough times that I could not dismiss it easily, even though I wanted to. When you are young, you do not always know how to deal with fear like that. You want an adult to tell you exactly what it is and make it harmless. But when the adults only shrug or laugh or say it is your imagination, then you are left with the experience, and nothing solid to hold on to except your own fear. So that is what I did for years. I lived with it. I tried to ignore it. I pulled the blankets over my head. I slept tense and restless. I listened to little noises and tried to tell myself there had to be normal reasons for them. Sometimes I almost believed that. Other times I did not. As I got older, I got better at writing those things off. That is one of the strange things about growing up. At some point, many childhood fears begin to look silly even to the person who once felt them deeply. The mind starts wanting more ordinary explanations because adulthood comes with the pressure to be reasonable, calm, and logical. So for several years, I managed to push a lot of those old fears into that category. I told myself that the sounds in the kitchen after Rags died were only the house settling, or old memory playing tricks on me. I told myself that the voice saying my name had probably been part of a dream. I told myself that all those years of fear had only turned me into someone too alert, too imaginative, too ready to hear things in the dark. That story was easier to live with, so I held on to it. Then, when I was 22, I moved into a new apartment with my boyfriend. At first, I thought the change of place would finally leave all those old feelings behind. Childhood houses have a power over people, and I thought maybe what I had felt there would stay there. A new apartment should have felt like a fresh beginning. New walls, new neighborhood, new routines, no family history in the rooms, no old dog memories, no childhood fear attached to every corner. That was what I expected. But it did not turn out that way. Soon after moving in, I began to feel that old sense again. It is hard to explain because it was not one big obvious thing at first. It was a feeling, more than anything. The apartment just felt wrong. Not ugly, not dirty, not physically dangerous. Just empty in a bad way. Hollow. Cold in some spiritual sense I could not put into clean words. I remember trying to explain it to myself and to my boyfriend, but all I could really say was that it felt empty and wrong. Those are still the best words I have. After years of finally feeling more secure, that old fear started creeping back in, and the worst part was that I could not convince myself it was only leftover childhood nerves because this was a whole new place. At night, I often found myself lying on my back in bed, watching the bedroom door. I did not start out doing that on purpose. It became a habit because something about that doorway always pulled my attention. I would lie there in the half-darkness, staring toward the door, and I would see a shadow moving back and forth in front of it. Not quickly, not in dramatic wild bursts, but slowly and carefully, like something pacing. It moved in a way that made it feel deliberate. The longer I watched it, the more certain I became that it was not just the ordinary shifting of light. There was a sense of intention to it, and that is what made it so disturbing. You can accept a house making sounds or shadows changing shape if it feels random. But when something seems to move with purpose, the whole room starts to feel different. Then things got worse. Eventually, I began waking up not only from sounds or strange feelings, but from touch. I would feel fingers poking or pressing into my legs while I was in bed. Sometimes I would wake to the feeling of breath near my ear, so close that for a second I would think someone was standing right beside me or leaning over me. Those are the kinds of things that change fear into something more personal. A moving shadow at the doorway is frightening, but a hand on your body and breath near your ear is much harder to dismiss. It felt invasive. It felt like something wanted me to know it was there. And with each new little experience, the apartment felt less like my home and more like a place I was sharing unwillingly with something I could not see. One night, my boyfriend and I were sitting on the bed talking. It was not late enough for either of us to be half asleep or confused. We were awake, having an ordinary conversation, and the living room was empty. Then both of us heard it at the same time. A male voice from the living room said, "Hello?" Clear. Simple. Distinct. There was no question that a voice had spoken. Both of us heard it. We looked at each other immediately, and then of course we got up to check. But when we went into the living room, there was nobody there. That moment mattered a lot to me because it meant I was no longer the only witness. It is one thing to tell yourself that your own mind may be creating things, especially if you have had strange experiences since childhood. But when another person hears the same voice in the same room at the same moment, it becomes much harder to push aside. The apartment was empty except for us. There was no one in the living room. And yet a male voice had said hello? Calmly. Casually. Like someone entering the room and greeting us. It was not a scream, not a groan, not some vague noise that could be mistaken for speech. It was a word. A simple, very human word. That made it much more disturbing. The cats started acting differently too. Animals always seem to notice things before people are fully willing to admit something is wrong. My cats were usually normal, predictable in the way pets are. But after a while in that apartment, they started acting strangely and out of character. They would stare into empty places too long, move suddenly for no visible reason, or react to parts of the room that seemed empty to me. You can ignore your own fear for a while, but when the animals are uneasy too, it adds weight to everything. It makes the atmosphere in a home feel charged all the time because now even the creatures who are supposed to make you feel comforted are restless. One night I was home alone, sitting on the couch. Both of my cats were with me on the couch, which is important because it removes the easiest explanation for what happened next. I was alone in the apartment, the television probably on, the room otherwise quiet in that normal nighttime way. Then I heard the very clear sound of someone sitting down in my office chair. It was one of those chairs with a slow squeak to it, the kind that rocks back and forth and gives that little sound as weight settles into it. I heard it. Not imagined it. Heard it. The chair creaked as if someone had lowered themselves into it, and started gently rocking. Both cats were right there with me, so I knew it was not one of them. And I was the only person in the apartment. There are some sounds that leave very little room for imagination, and the sound of weight settling into a chair is one of them. That was the kind of thing the apartment kept doing. Never always in the same way, but always enough to keep me from fully relaxing. It was not one large event and then silence. It was a collection of smaller things, all of them strange, all of them difficult to explain, all of them slowly turning the apartment into a place I hated. I hated how it felt. I hated how the air in it seemed wrong no matter how much I cleaned, arranged, or tried to make the place ours. I hated going to bed there. I hated being alone there. I hated the way fear slowly became part of the daily background of life. So eventually I moved out. I left because I could not stand the apartment anymore. I do not regret leaving. I hated that place, not only because of the specific events, but because of the overall feeling of it. A house or apartment can look perfectly normal and still feel unbearable if the energy inside it is wrong. That place felt wrong in every way I could sense. So when I got out, I hoped once again that a new home would give me a real fresh start. And in some ways, the new apartment was better. It felt lighter right away. It did not have the same hollow, wrong atmosphere as the last place. I remember feeling relief when I first moved in because I truly believed I had left the worst of it behind. But even though the place itself felt much better, strange things still happened. Not in the same constant way as the old apartment, but enough that I could not say everything had fully stopped. There were little things at first. Doors would close on their own when no windows were open. And I do not mean they would drift quietly shut because of a draft. They would slam. I would be walking by and one of them would suddenly swing closed hard enough to make me jump. There was no air moving. No reason for it. Just sudden violence from a door that should have stayed still. Those moments were enough to remind me that even in a better place, something was still around me, or maybe still following me. Then there were the nights. One night I woke up and I could swear I saw a little boy standing at the foot of my bed. I do not say that lightly. I know the difference between waking from a dream and not fully seeing clearly. And this felt more solid than that. I woke and there he was, or at least what looked like him, standing there at the foot of the bed in that way figures sometimes appear in half-darkness. He was not doing anything dramatic. Just standing there. And that kind of stillness is often what frightens me most. The fact that he seemed to belong to the room for those few seconds before he was gone, or before my mind fully woke into fear. Another strange thing happened one morning when my boyfriend told me something he had experienced during the night. He said he woke up and thought I was kneeling at the foot of the bed. That alone is creepy enough, because why would I be kneeling there in the dark? But when he turned to look properly, expecting to see me there, he instead found me asleep beside him in the bed. That means whatever he saw was not me, but had the shape of me, at least enough that for a moment, he believed it was. That kind of thing unsettles me on a deep level, because it means the strange presence, or whatever it is, does not always show up only as itself. Sometimes it seems to imitate or borrow familiar shapes. One of the strangest moments in the new apartment happened while I was watching television with my friend Olivia. We were just sitting together on the couch, doing nothing unusual, watching some show without any expectation that anything strange was going to happen. Then, for no clear reason, Olivia suddenly stood up. She did not react as if frightened. She did not say she heard something. She simply got up from the couch and walked across the room to the door and stood there while continuing to watch TV. That was odd enough, but before either of us had time to think much about why she did it, a loud bang hit the wall right behind where she had just been sitting. The timing of it was so exact that it made both of us freeze. If she had stayed where she was, that bang would have happened right behind her. Even now, what stays with me most is that she cannot explain why she stood up. To this day, she says she does not know what made her move to the door at that moment. She just did it. It was like some instinct or warning pushed her out of that spot seconds before the sound came. That kind of thing has always fascinated and frightened me, because sometimes it seems like there are forces around us we do not consciously understand, and sometimes those forces may even move us for our own safety. Looking back across all of this, I see a pattern in my life that I still do not fully understand. It began in childhood with hearing my dead dog's nails on the kitchen floor and someone saying my name in my ear. It followed me into young adulthood in the form of moving shadows, invisible hands, breath by my ear, voices from empty rooms, and sounds of someone sitting in a chair where no one sat. Even when I moved out of the worst apartment, it did not end completely. The next place was better, but the unusual things still happened. Doors slammed. A little boy appeared. My boyfriend saw a figure he thought was me where I was not. My friend moved away from danger without knowing why. All of these things do not feel disconnected to me. They feel like chapters in the same long story. For a long time, I tried to treat all of it like childish fear or nerves that never fully went away. That was easier than facing the possibility that something really did follow me from place to place, or that I myself am somehow more open to these things than other people are. But the older I get, the harder it is to keep lying to myself in that way. There have been too many moments, too many witnesses, too many strange details that fit together too precisely. I no longer believe all of it can be explained away by imagination. And yet I still do not have a clear answer for what it is. Maybe some people attract spiritual activity more than others. Maybe certain presences attach themselves to people rather than only places. Maybe houses can hold things, and sensitive people can carry them, and some of us live our lives with one foot always a little too close to that unseen world. I do not know. I only know that fear shaped a big part of my childhood, followed me into adulthood, and has never quite left me. At the same time, I have learned that fear itself is not always foolish. Sometimes fear is a warning. Sometimes the feeling that a place is wrong is the truest thing you know in that moment. If I had listened to that more as a child, maybe I would have been kinder to myself about the covers over my head, the sleeping light on, the endless wakefulness. Maybe I would not have spent so many years feeling silly for being afraid. Because after everything that has happened, I think some part of me knew all along that there really was something there. And maybe there still is. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Paul and I grew up close to each other in more ways than one. Our families lived near each other, so from the time we were little, it felt natural that we were always in one another's lives. We were cousins, but he felt like more than that. He felt like one of those people who is simply built into your life from the very beginning, like someone you never have to explain because he has always just been there. Our parents kept us busy when we were kids. They signed us up for the same soccer teams, and that meant weekends full of practices, games, car rides, muddy shoes, water bottles, and all the little moments children share without realizing how special they are. Back then, life felt simple. We would laugh, run around, complain when we got tired, and then do it all over again the next time. We were just kids, and it felt like the people around us would always stay where they were. As we got older, life changed the way it always does. Childhood faded into the teenage years, and then the teenage years started turning into adulthood. The soccer fields slowly became less central, and other things began to take their place. For Paul and me, one of the biggest things we shared was music. We both loved it. We went from being little kids on the same teams to young people going to concerts together, standing in crowds, singing along, talking about bands, and making memories that felt exciting and alive. Music gave us another way to stay connected as we grew up. Some people drift apart as they get older, even when they are family. Life pulls them into different directions. But with Paul, even when the details of our lives changed, there was always some thread that kept us close. Maybe it was the family bond. Maybe it was the shared history. Maybe it was simply the kind of person he was. Paul was one of those people who made an effort to stay connected. Even when life got busy, even when schedules became harder to manage, he still found ways to make time. As we grew older, our lives became more separate in practical ways. We had different jobs. We had different routines. He had a girlfriend, and I had a boyfriend. We were not kids anymore who could just run outside and instantly find each other or spend entire afternoons without a care in the world. Adult life is complicated that way. Work, responsibilities, relationships, tiredness, and everyday stress can quietly create distance even between people who care about each other. But Paul was not the kind of person who let that distance grow too easily. He always checked in. Even if we could not physically see each other often, he made sure to ask how I was doing. Sometimes it was in person. Sometimes it was over the computer. But he reached out. That meant a lot to me, and I do not think I fully understood how much it meant until after he was gone. The way I lost him still feels unreal when I think about it. Last year, I was driving home from work, doing something completely normal, something I had done countless times before. It was just another drive, another ordinary part of an ordinary day. I had no idea that in the middle of that drive, my whole life was about to split into before and after. My phone rang, and when I answered it, it was my mother. The moment I heard her crying, I knew something was terribly wrong. There are some sounds a person never forgets, and the sound of a mother crying over the phone is one of them. Her voice was filled with panic and grief, and before she even said the words, my body understood that something horrible had happened. She told me to pull over. That alone made my fears shoot even higher. When someone tells you to pull over before they tell you what is wrong, it means the truth is too heavy to hear while you are still driving. But by then I was already panicking. I could hear it in her voice. I knew something was very wrong, and I did not want to sit in that awful silence waiting for her to say it slowly. I screamed at her to tell me what had happened. I remember that moment so clearly, the desperation in me, the way I was trying to pull the answer out before it could crush me. But nothing could have prepared me for what she said next. She told me that my cousin had been in a car accident. And then she told me he had passed away. It felt like the world stopped moving in the exact second I heard those words. My mind could not understand them. My heart rejected them immediately. I did not want to hear them, did not want them to be true, did not want them to fit into any reality I lived in. I completely lost control. I started screaming and freaking out in the car. I hit the window with my fist. I could not breathe right. I could not think straight. My whole body reacted before my mind had any chance to catch up. Everything inside me was saying no. No, this was not right. No, this was not possible. No, not him. I knew I had to pull over because I could barely see through the tears and panic. I got the car off to the side and just sat there trying to breathe, trying to survive the shock of what I had just heard. But there is no easy way to breathe through something like that. There is no calm thought that comes in and fixes it. The truth was too big and too terrible. Paul was only 21 years old. 21. That number alone tortured me. He was young. He was not supposed to die. He was supposed to keep living, keep laughing, keep texting, keep showing up, keep making time, keep being himself. He was supposed to have years and years ahead of him. The idea that someone so young could simply be gone did not make sense to me. And this was not some distant cousin I barely knew. This was Paul. My cousin Paul, who I was very close to. The loss hit me in 1,000 directions at once. I lost someone I loved. I lost someone who had known me since childhood. I lost someone who had been part of my happiest memories. I lost someone who always checked in on me. I lost someone who made me laugh. I lost someone who had a way of making life feel lighter just by being in it. When people die suddenly, they do not just leave behind grief. They leave behind unfinished conversations, future plans that never happen, inside jokes that no longer have the same life in them, and questions that will never get answered. I had so many questions inside me after he died. They rushed through me in a kind of helpless storm. Why did this happen? Why did it have to happen to Paul? Why so young? Why like this? Why now? Why would God let this happen? I asked all those questions and more. I asked them out loud, in my head, in tears, in anger, in disbelief. I do not know that I expected answers. I just needed to throw the pain somewhere because it was too much to hold quietly. I kept coming back to the same desperate feeling. Why did it have to be him? Out of all the people in the world, why Paul? There are times when grief becomes almost like a fight with God, not because faith disappears, but because the pain becomes so sharp that all you can do is question. I did that. I asked why over and over until the question itself became part of the grief. And in the middle of all that, I also knew I had to face something I did not want to face. I had to accept that heaven had gained him. That phrase sounds beautiful when people say it, and I know the meaning behind it is full of comfort and faith, but when you are the one left behind, it still hurts. It hurts deeply. Heaven's gain can still feel like you're lost in the most painful way. I wanted him here. I wanted him on earth. I wanted him alive and teasing and laughing and answering messages and showing up in my life the way he always had. I did not want to be left with only the idea that heaven had gained someone wonderful while the rest of us sat in shock and heartbreak. The weeks after he died were full of that kind of pain. Even when I was not actively crying, the grief sat in me like a weight. Everything reminded me of him in some way. Music reminded me of him. Family reminded me of him. Even ordinary quiet moments reminded me of him because those were often the times when he would check in or pop into my thoughts. I kept replaying old memories, hearing his voice in my head, remembering the way he used to joke, the way he would nudge me, the way he always made the effort to stay in touch even when life got busy. Grief does that. It turns your own memory into both a comfort and a wound. You want to remember because remembering means keeping the person alive inside you. But remembering also hurts because every memory reminds you that they are not coming back the way they used to. About a month after his accident, something happened that changed the shape of my grief. It was the night before my first day at a new job. I was about to start working as a custody officer, and I was very nervous. It was one of those nights where your mind will not settle because you are scared of the unknown. I kept thinking about what the next day would be like. I wondered what people would be like, what my duties would feel like, whether I would do well, whether I would make mistakes, whether I belonged there. Starting a new job always brings nerves, but this felt especially intense because I was still carrying so much grief inside me too. Everything in life already felt fragile and painful, and on top of that I had to step into something brand new. I remember feeling nervous, scared, and emotionally worn out. Eventually, after all that anxious thinking, I finally fell asleep. Then I had the most beautiful dream of my life. Even now, I hesitate to call it just a dream, because that word feels too small for what it was and for what it did to me. But I know it came while I slept, so that is the only simple word we have. In that dream, I found myself sitting on a couch. The setting itself was not dramatic. It was not like being in some strange heavenly place with bright clouds and music. It felt calm and simple. I was just sitting there. Then, out of nowhere, Paul sat down next to me. I knew immediately who he was. I also knew immediately that he had already passed. That is one of the strange things about that experience. There was no confusion. It was not like a normal dream where things blur together and make no sense. In that moment I knew he had died, and I knew I was seeing him anyway. I was surprised, of course. How could I not be? But I was not confused. It felt real in a way that was gentle and direct. And when I looked at him, he looked wonderful. That is one of the first things I noticed. He looked healthy. He looked happy. He had this big smile, and somehow he even looked like he had lost some weight. I remember noticing that, and it struck me because people always say that after death, people can appear more healthy, more whole, more peaceful than they did before. Whether that is true in every case or not, it felt true here. He looked free of all the heaviness of earthly life. There was nothing broken in him. There was no pain in his face, no confusion, no fear. He looked alive in the best possible way. Better than alive, really. He looked full of peace and energy at the same time. The second I saw him, I felt my love and my grief rise together. I told him that I missed him so much. I told him that I loved him. That was one of the first things I needed him to hear, even though in my heart I think he already knew. I needed to say it. I needed to let those words out because they had been trapped inside me since he died. There is something powerful about saying, "I miss you," to someone you thought you would never be able to speak to again. In that moment, it felt as if the wall between life and death had become thin enough for love to pass through. Then I asked him what heaven was like. That was one of the questions that had lived inside me since he passed. I think almost anyone who loses someone they love wonders that at some point. Is heaven real? What is it like? Are they happy? Are they safe? Are they at peace? When you believe in heaven, those questions become deeply personal after someone dies. So I asked him directly. His answer was simple and beautiful. He said, "Man, it's great, it's amazing. I just have a lot to do." That answer has stayed with me ever since. There was something so natural about the way he said it, like he was describing a place that was full, real, and alive, not some vague religious idea. He did not make it complicated. He did not speak in strange mystery. He spoke like Paul. Honest, simple himself. He said it was great. He said it was amazing. And then he said he had a lot to do. That part struck me too. It made heaven feel active somehow, not like stillness or emptiness, but like purpose. Like he was not lost or floating somewhere with nothing to be. He had things to do. He had meaning there. He was okay. After hearing that, I felt brave enough to ask another question. I asked him if it hurt when he died. That question had haunted me from the beginning. Car accidents are terrible, violent, and sudden. I had tortured myself wondering whether he had suffered, whether he had been scared, whether he felt pain in those final moments. I needed to know. So I asked him. He smiled and said, "Nope." That one word gave me more comfort than I can fully explain. The fact that he smiled when he said it mattered too. It was not only the answer itself. It was the peace in it, the ease in it, the absence of fear in the way he answered me. He did not seem burdened by the memory of it. He simply let me know that it did not hurt. That mattered deeply to me. It was one of the answers my heart had needed most. Then I asked him the question that mattered to me even more than that. I asked him if he was going to be there when it was my turn to pass on. That was the question hidden under all the others. It was about more than death. It was about love. It was about not wanting to face that final crossing alone. It was about wanting to know that someone I loved would be there, waiting, when my own time came someday. I think the people we lose become connected to our own thoughts about death in ways we do not always talk about. Once someone you love crosses over, part of you begins to wonder whether they will meet you one day when it is your turn. That is what I wanted to know from him more than anything else. He looked at me and said, "Duh fool." And then he nudged my arm. That was exactly the kind of thing he would have done while he was alive. That is one reason I know with all my heart that this was more than an ordinary dream. That little phrase, that playful way of answering, that familiar nudge on the arm, it was him. It was not some polished or holy-sounding dream version of him. It was Paul. Real Paul. The same cousin who laughed with me, joked with me, and nudged me when he wanted to make a point in his own playful way. That small gesture broke my heart and healed it at the same time. In that one moment, I had him back in the most familiar way possible. He was not distant. He was not transformed into someone unrecognizable. He was himself, loving me in the exact way he always had. After that, he disappeared. Just like that. The moment ended. I woke up the next morning with the memory of it still bright inside me. It was not like most dreams that fade quickly when daylight comes. It stayed sharp. Every word. Every feeling. Every question and answer. I woke with tears and peace all mixed together, and the first thing I did was tell my mom. I had to. I needed someone else to hear it because I knew in my heart that what happened was important. I told her everything right away, from the way he looked to what he said about heaven to the way he answered me when I asked if he would be there when it was my turn. And the whole time I told it, I knew. I knew it was more than a dream. I knew it in the deepest part of myself. It felt like my cousin had come to me for a reason. He had come to tell me that he was all right. He had come to answer the questions that had been tearing at my heart. He had come to say, without saying it in those exact words, that the family did not need to worry the way we had been worrying. He was okay. He was at peace. Heaven was real and amazing. His death did not hurt. And yes, when my time comes one day, he will be there. That experience changed the way I carried my grief. It did not erase the pain of losing him. I still missed him. I still wished he were alive. I still hated that a 21-year-old life had been cut short in such a sudden way. I still cried for him. I still felt the emptiness of his absence in all the places where he should have been. But after that dream, the grief softened around the edges. It no longer felt like only darkness and loss. It also held comfort. It held answers. It held a kind of peace I could not have found any other way. I still think often about the timing of it too. It came the night before my first day at a new job, when I was especially nervous, especially vulnerable, especially in need of reassurance. It felt almost as if he came when I needed him most. Not only because I was grieving him, but because I was about to step into something new and frightening in my own life. He did not come with warnings or mysteries. He came with comfort. That alone tells me something. If this had only been my mind creating what it wanted, maybe it would still have felt different. But this felt like a visit shaped exactly for what I needed. I needed to know he was okay. I needed to know death had not hurt him. I needed to know love continued. And I needed to feel that I was not alone. To this day, when I remember that dream, I do not feel the same fear that comes with ordinary ghost stories. I feel love. That is what separates this experience from something scary or dark. It was emotional, yes. It was supernatural, yes, at least in the way I understand it. But it was not frightening. It was healing. That matters because not every encounter with the dead, or with those who have passed, should automatically be placed in the category of fear. Sometimes the dead come in peace. Sometimes they come because the living need them one more time. Sometimes they come to close a wound that would otherwise stay open. I know there are people who would say grief creates dreams like that. And maybe grief does open us in certain ways. Maybe love does too. I do not reject that possibility. But I still know what I felt. I know the clarity of it. I know the way he looked. I know the answers he gave me. I know the nudge on my arm and the exact words. "Duh fool," said in the way only he would have said them. Those details are why I cannot place it in the category of ordinary dreams. It felt like him. It sounded like him. It comforted me in ways my own mind had not been able to manage on its own. There is another thing about that dream that continues to comfort me. He said he had a lot to do. That line returns to me often, especially in hard moments. It reminds me that death was not the end of him. It reminds me that he did not just vanish into emptiness. He went somewhere real, somewhere active, somewhere amazing. There was purpose waiting for him there. He was not trapped. He was not suffering. He was not stuck between places. He was doing what he needed to do in heaven. That thought gives me a kind of peace that words alone usually cannot. Sometimes I still ask why. That does not go away completely just because you have a beautiful dream. Loss still leaves the question of why. Why did he have to die so young? Why that accident? Why that day? Why that pain for the people who loved him? Those questions are still real. But after that dream, the pain was no longer empty. It had something holy in it. Something reassuring. Something bigger than the accident and bigger than my confusion. I still do not understand why he died then, but I believe more deeply now that his story did not end in the crash. That changed everything for me. When I tell people this story, I usually say the same thing in the end. I know it was more than a dream. I know my cousin came to me. I know he was telling me that he was all right. And I know that, through me, he was telling the rest of us not to worry so much, not to stay trapped only in grief, not to keep imagining him in pain or fear. He wanted us to know the truth that he could now see for himself. He was okay. Better than okay. He was in a place that was amazing, and he would be there for me one day too. That is what I hold on to now when I think of Paul. Not only the terrible phone call. Not only the tears and the questions and the screaming in the car. Not only the heartbreak of losing him at 21. I also hold on to the couch, the smile, the answer about heaven, the nope when I asked if it hurt, and the little nudge on my arm when I asked if he would be there for me. Those things are part of his memory too. And in some ways they are the part that lets me keep breathing when I miss him the most. When I was 6 years old, my family moved into a house in the East Bay of California, and we stayed there until I was about 12. It was during the 1980s, and at first the house seemed like a normal place for a family to live. It was not some ancient mansion with a terrible history or a broken-down building that looked creepy from the outside. In fact, the house was still fairly new. It had only been built a few years earlier, and had just one previous tenant before my parents decided to buy it. Because of that, nobody expected anything strange. When people imagine haunted places, they usually think of old houses with dark histories, not newer homes in ordinary neighborhoods. That is one reason the things that happened there were so hard to understand. At first, life in the house felt normal enough. My room was right across the hall from my parents' room, and that gave me comfort because I knew that if anything ever frightened me in the night, I could yell and they would hear me right away. As a child, that kind of closeness matters. Knowing that your parents are only a few steps away makes a house feel safer. I remember that in the beginning, I did not feel afraid in the home. I slept in my room, played in the house, and lived like any normal child would. There was nothing in those first months that warned me about what was coming. If anything, the house seemed ordinary, and that made everything that happened later even more disturbing. One night, about a year after we moved in, something happened that changed the feeling of the house forever. It was late, around 11 at night, and my parents and I were all in the house when we heard a loud thud at the front door. It was not a light knock or a small sound that could be ignored. It was strong enough to get everyone's attention immediately. My father went to the front door to check, probably expecting to find someone outside or maybe thinking something had hit the door by accident. But when he opened it, there was no person standing there. Then he looked down. There on the doormat was a chicken with its head chopped off. That image alone was enough to shock anyone, but for my parents it meant something even deeper. They had come from a very superstitious background, and they believed strongly in signs, rituals, and spiritual dangers. The moment they saw that dead chicken on the doormat, they felt certain it was not some random act or prank. They believed it was an attempt to invite evil into the house, some kind of dark ritual or curse. They understood it right away in a way I could not as a child. At the time, I only knew it was frightening and wrong. But to them it meant that someone had chosen our house for something evil. We had no idea who would want to do that to us or why anyone would wish us harm. But from that moment on, the house no longer felt simple or safe. For a while after that, things stayed quiet again. But once that door had been crossed, even if only in a symbolic way, it felt like something had changed. About 2 months later, the real experiences began. One night I was asleep in my bedroom when I woke up suddenly in the middle of the night. The room was dark, but not totally black, because enough light came in for me to make out the shapes of things around me. I looked toward my closet, and what I saw there has never left me. Standing by the closet was a tall woman in a white dress. She was facing toward the closet, staring into it. It was so strange and so frightening that my first thought was that I must still be dreaming. I could not make sense of it any other way. I was a child, and the idea that a woman in white could simply be standing in my room in the middle of the night was too terrifying to accept at once. So I tried to prove to myself that it was not real. I rubbed my eyes. I pinched myself. I felt the pain. I was awake. The woman was still there. That was the moment the fear truly took hold of me. I knew then that I was not dreaming, or at least I believed with all my heart that I was not. I was fully awake and looking at something impossible in my own bedroom. Even so, I did not scream. That may seem strange, but fear can freeze a child in odd ways. Sometimes terror does not come out as a yell. Sometimes it makes you silent and small. For reasons I still do not fully understand, I just lay there and eventually went back to sleep, though I cannot imagine that it was peaceful sleep after seeing something like that. The next night, I refused to sleep in my own room and stayed with my parents. I told them what I had seen. They listened, and because of what had happened with the dead chicken, they did not dismiss it as easily as some parents might have. They suggested maybe it had something to do with voodoo, or whatever dark thing had been directed at the house. But even at that young age, some part of me was still skeptical. I wanted to believe there had to be another explanation, because accepting the truth of what I had seen was too frightening. I thought maybe fear was making things seem bigger than they were. I should not have doubted my own eyes. About 3 months after that first appearance, I woke again in the middle of the night, and found something even worse beside my bed. This time it was not a woman standing at the closet. It was right next to me, close enough to make the moment far more terrifying. I saw a woman with white hair, and her body was transparent. She did not look normal at all. She looked demonic. The moonlight was shining right through her body, and that made her seem even more unnatural. She was reaching her hand out toward me. I cannot fully describe the horror of waking up and seeing that so close to where you are sleeping. It is one thing to see something across the room, but it is another thing entirely to see it at your bedside, reaching out toward you. Again I tested whether I was awake. Again I knew I was. This time I tried to wake my parents, but they would not wake up. That made everything even worse because the one safety I had always counted on was that my parents were right across the hall. I had always believed I could call out or run to them and be safe. But in that moment, even when I tried to wake them, they did not respond. I was trapped in that terror alone. After trying and failing to wake them, I became so frightened that I passed out. That was how strong the fear was. My body could not handle it. I lost consciousness. After that, I told my parents everything. They believed enough to take action, and they had the house blessed. For a little while, this seemed to help. The atmosphere felt calmer, and the activity seemed to quiet down. We all wanted to believe that whatever had been invited into the house had been driven away. But the peace did not last. The strange things started again, and this time it was not only me experiencing them. The whole family began seeing and feeling things. In some ways that was a relief, because I was no longer alone in what I knew. But in another way, it made everything far more serious. It meant the problem was not just in my room or in my imagination. It was in the whole house. My sister, who was only 16 months younger than me, had one of her own frightening experiences. One night she went into the backyard to feed the dog. It was the middle of the night, quiet and dark, and she looked up to see misty forms reaching toward her. The image of that is terrible enough even now. Misty shapes stretching toward a child in the dark is the kind of thing that stays with a person. She screamed and ran back into the house to tell my parents. That experience proved again that whatever was around us was not choosing only me. It was active around all of us. Sometimes the activity happened right in front of the whole family. There were times we would all be sitting together eating, trying to live like a normal family, and suddenly a black form would move across the room in front of us. It would step into view, and then move away. When it happened, my parents would say something like, "Hey, did you see that?" And all of us would answer yes because we had. It happened enough times that after a while, as strange as it sounds, we began to get used to it. That does not mean it stopped being frightening. It means the strange became part of our daily life. When you live in a house like that long enough, the impossible starts to become routine. The family learns to keep eating, keep talking, keep going on even after a black figure has just crossed the room. But there were other experiences that were even harder to accept. One time, my mother was saying goodbye to family friends when something brushed against her and moved into the house. She felt it clearly. There was no person there, nothing visible that could explain the sensation, and yet something had rubbed up against her and entered past her. That kind of thing is deeply unsettling because it takes the haunting out of the distance and into the body. It is not just a sound in another room or a shape down the hallway. It is contact. Another time, we were having a New Year's party. The house was full of family and relatives, and everyone was gathered together. If anything should have pushed fear away, it should have been a crowded, lively house full of people celebrating. But even then the strange things did not stop. At one point there were 3 loud knocks on the glass door leading to the backyard. Everyone was right there, close enough to hear it clearly and to see that no one was on the other side of the glass. We all looked out at the backyard, and there was nobody there. No prankster. No family member. No stranger. Just those 3 knocks against the glass and then emptiness outside. Moments like that made it impossible to pretend the activity only happened when we were alone or frightened. It happened in a crowd. It happened in full awareness. It happened no matter how many people were in the house. There were also knocks on the front door in the middle of the night. At first my parents and I would go check, thinking maybe someone needed help or maybe someone was playing a trick. But over time it became so common and so pointless that we stopped answering. We would hear the knocking and just stay where we were. That says a lot about how deeply the house had changed our lives. Most people answer their front door. But when a house teaches you over and over that something can knock without anyone being there, you stop giving in to the sound. One of the strangest and most frightening things that ever happened to me was a time when I believe I became possessed, or at least taken over by something for a short while. It is hard even now to explain that experience because it feels so disturbing and so personal. All I can say is that there was a moment when I had no control over my own body. Words were coming out of my mouth that I was not choosing to say. My body was moving and I could not stop or direct it. There is a terrible helplessness in that kind of experience because your own self seems to be pushed aside while something else takes over. It is one thing to see a spirit or hear a voice. It is another thing to feel your own body become unfamiliar to you. That memory has stayed with me not only because it was frightening, but because it crossed a line that I had hoped would never be crossed. The house was no longer only around me. It had entered me. Another terrifying night happened when my uncle was over visiting. For whatever reason, I was sleeping by my parents that night. At some point, I woke up and looked down toward the ground. Crawling toward me was something I still struggled to describe. It looked evil. That is the clearest word I have for it. It was foul-looking, wrong in every way, and crawling in a way that made my whole body go cold. Some things are hard to describe not because they are vague, but because they do not fit into normal language. This thing did not look like any person or animal I could identify. It only looked evil. That was enough. The feeling from it was enough. Its movement was enough. That memory stayed with me because it was not just another shadow or mist. It had shape, motion, and intention. Then there was the incident with the shower, which may sound less obviously ghostly at first, but for me it became one of the most shocking events in the house. I was taking a shower one day when suddenly the water became unbearably hot. Not just warm or a little too hot. It became scalding, enough to burn me. I tried turning the cold water all the way up, but no matter what I did, it remained burning hot. It was as if the entire system had been forced into that one setting. I panicked, of course, because when you are trapped under water that hot, and your own adjustments do nothing, the fear rises quickly. My babysitter was there at the time, and she tried to help figure out what was wrong. When we went to look at the water heater, we found that the heat knob had been turned all the way up. That alone was strange enough, but the detail that made it truly unnerving was that there were big empty water bottles sitting in front of the heater, and none of them had been moved. They were still exactly where they should have been. That meant no person could have reached in and turned the knob without disturbing the bottles. There was no physical way for someone to get to that control and twist it to the highest setting while leaving everything in front of it untouched. Yet the knob had been moved. Something had changed it. Something had done it without using a body the way a person would. That event scared me because it showed again that whatever was in the house could affect physical things, and not in small harmless ways. It could interfere with things that could hurt us. Over the years in that house, all of these events built on each other until the haunting no longer felt like one or two strange incidents. It felt like a whole environment of fear. The house did not simply have one ghostly moment now and then. It had an atmosphere, a pattern, a life of its own. You never knew whether the next thing would be a knock, a dark form, a mist in the backyard, a hand brushing past you, a voice, or something much worse. The uncertainty was one of the hardest parts. It made every room suspect. It made every silence feel dangerous. It made sleep feel uncertain. And yet, somehow, we still live there. That is one of the strangest truths about haunted houses and troubled homes in general. Life keeps happening inside them. People eat dinner, celebrate New Year's, argue, laugh, clean, do homework, and go to sleep even while fear lives with them. A haunting does not stop life. It poisons it slowly. It changes the way you move through your own home. It changes how you look down hallways and how you hear a knock at the door. It changes how safe you feel in your own bed. But families still go on, especially when they do not have easy ways to leave. Looking back now, I realize how much that house shaped my understanding of fear and of the unseen. At first I was skeptical, even as a child. I wanted to believe there had to be normal explanations. But over time there were too many witnesses, too many events, too many physical signs to dismiss everything. My sister saw the misty forms. My whole family saw black figures. My mother felt something touch her. The guests heard the knocks on the glass. The water heater knob moved in a way no person could have managed. Too much happened for it all to be imagination. I also think often about my parents' reaction to the dead chicken at the beginning. Because of their background, they understood the spiritual seriousness of that moment before I could. At the time, I only knew it was grotesque and frightening. But for them it was the first sign that someone had invited darkness toward the house. Whether that was exactly true or not, I cannot prove. But I do know that things changed after that. The house did not feel ordinary anymore. If there had been any chance of peace there before, it ended not long after that night. Sometimes I wonder who left that chicken and why. Was it done by someone who hated us personally? Was it meant for the previous owners? Was it someone performing a ritual without even knowing the family inside? Those questions still remain unanswered. But in some ways the why matters less than the result. The result was fear, haunting, confusion, and years of strange and sometimes violent experiences inside what should have been a family home. The most difficult part to explain to others is how a family adapts to something like that. People from the outside imagine that one terrifying event would make everyone run immediately. But in real life, fear often settles in slowly. People adjust. They bless the house. They stop answering the door. They learn to look at one another and say, "Did you see that?" They keep going because they must. In time, the haunting becomes woven into normal life, which is perhaps one of the saddest things about such experiences. A child should not have to get used to black forms moving through dinner. A mother should not have to accept being brushed by something invisible on the way into her house. A family should not have to stop answering their door because no human visitor is ever there. And yet that was our reality. Even now, many years later, these memories remain vivid. The woman in white at the closet. The transparent figure beside my bed reaching out. The misty hands toward my sister in the yard. The black forms. The 3 knocks on the glass door at the party. The crawling thing on the floor. The scalding shower. All of those moments sit together in my memory like pieces of one dark story. None of them alone would have been enough to define the house completely. But together they made it clear that something was deeply wrong there. I do not know if the blessing truly helped for a while or if the activity only paused on its own. I do not know whether the house was ever cleansed completely. I do not know whether the spirits or forces that were tied to the chicken, to the land, to the previous tenant, or to something even older. Those are questions I still cannot answer. What I do know is that the house taught me at a very young age that there are things in this world that do not obey the normal rules, and once they enter a place, they can change the lives of everyone inside. That is what my childhood in that house felt like. Not just fear of one ghost, but life inside a place where darkness had found room to stay. About 7 years ago, one of my neighbors told me something that changed the way I looked at my house forever. I still remember the day clearly because at first it did not seem like an important moment. It felt like one of those ordinary times when an older neighbor starts talking about the past and shares a story from the neighborhood. But the way she told it, and the warning she gave me, stayed inside me long after the conversation ended. My family and I were living in the same house then, and we still live there now. To most people, it probably looked like a normal home, the kind of house you pass by without thinking anything special about it. But according to my neighbor, something terrible had once happened there, either inside the house itself or very close to it. The strange part was that she would not tell me exactly what had happened. She looked very serious when she spoke, and she told me that I should never ask too many questions about the accident. She said she would never tell me the full story, and she also warned me not to tell anyone that she had even brought it up. She spoke as if the house could hear us. She said that if we talked too openly about what had happened there, the house might hear and might even come after me. At the time, I did not really believe her. It sounded too dramatic, too much like an old ghost story or a superstitious warning meant to scare a young person. But even though I did not fully believe it, I still remembered her words. Something about the way she said them made it hard to laugh them off completely. So I kept quiet. I did not ask more questions, and I did not tell anyone in my family about that conversation. I just held it in my mind like a strange little secret. For a while, nothing happened. Life went on the way it normally does. I stayed in the house, slept in my room, spent time with my family, and did not think too deeply about what my neighbor had said. At least, that is what I told myself. But deep inside, the warning stayed there, like a seed waiting for the right moment to grow. A few weeks later, I began noticing things. At first, the strange things were small enough that I could have ignored them if I had really wanted to. I did what a lot of people do when something odd happens around them. I tried to explain it away. I tried to act like it was nothing. I tried to be practical. The first thing I remember clearly seeing was the shadow of a strange woman at my brother's window. I did not see a full body standing there like a normal person. It was more like a shape, a shadow that clearly seemed to belong to a woman, and it appeared right there by the window in a way that made me stop and stare. At first I did not panic. I did not scream. I did not run to tell anyone. I just looked, and then I told myself that maybe I had seen wrong. The truth was, I did not tell anyone because I already believed no one would take me seriously. That was how it often worked in my life. If something strange happened, I kept quiet. It was easier that way. Once you tell someone about a shadow or a strange sound and they laugh or dismiss you, it becomes harder to try again. So I kept that first experience to myself. I acted normal, but inside I was thinking about it more than I wanted to admit. A few days later, something happened that made it much harder to keep pretending. My family had gone out to do laundry, and I was home alone. I remember being in my brother's room, just sitting there on his bed in a quiet house. There is something about being alone in a house that already feels a little strange that makes every sound and every little movement stand out more than it should. You become more aware of the quiet, more aware of the corners, more aware of your own breathing. That day I was sitting there, not expecting anything, just existing in that room, when suddenly I saw a shadow. It was not a full person. It was a hand. A small hand. It looked no bigger than mine, and it was reaching out toward me as if it wanted to grab me. That moment hit me hard because a hand is such a personal shape. A shadow on a wall can sometimes be explained away, but a hand reaching toward you feels intentional. It feels directed. I jumped off the bed immediately. My heart was pounding, and I started talking out loud, cussing, telling myself it was nothing, telling whatever it was that it could not scare me. I remember trying to sound brave, trying to convince myself and maybe also convince the thing itself that I was not afraid. But that was a mistake. At least, that is how it felt later. Speaking back to it, challenging it, refusing to just step away quietly, seemed to make everything worse. It was like by answering it, I had acknowledged it in a stronger way. I do not know whether that is really true or whether I only connected the events later because of fear, but from that point on, things did not calm down. They grew worse and worse. The next weekend, I went to my grandma's house. I thought being there would feel safer. A grandmother's house is supposed to feel like a place of comfort, a place where things are softer and older and protected. I was in the bathroom there, taking a bath, trying to relax and move through an ordinary moment. When I finished, I turned off the faucet and turned around in the tub. Then suddenly, the faucet turned itself back on. That sound alone made fear shoot through me. It is one thing for water to drip or a pipe to creak. It is another thing for a faucet that you just turned off with your own hand to suddenly turn itself on while you are still in the room. I froze. I looked around quickly, expecting to see my grandma or someone else playing a trick. There was no one there. I told myself it was fine. I told myself maybe I had not shut it completely. I tried to stay calm. But then, a second time, it happened again. I turned around and watched it happen. And this time, I saw something I have never forgotten. I saw a hand. Small, no bigger than mine. Transparent. I watched it turn the faucet off. Even now, writing that feels unreal, because it sounds like the kind of thing you would only hear in a story someone made up to frighten others. But I know what I saw. I know the shock that went through me. It did not feel like imagination in that moment. It felt like I was looking right at something that should not exist, and yet was moving in front of my eyes. I ran out and told my grandma. I was desperate for her to take me seriously, to tell me she believed me, to maybe say a prayer or hold me or explain what was happening. But instead, she tried to calm me down in the simplest possible way. She said, "It's nothing, it's just rats." I knew it was not rats. Rats do not turn faucets on and off with little transparent hands. But I also knew that if she was not going to believe me, then there was no point trying to explain more. So once again I kept quiet. I went back to being the only person holding these strange experiences inside me. That may have been one of the hardest parts of everything. Not just seeing things, but having to carry them alone because the adults around me did not want to accept what I was saying. Months went by. And instead of stopping, the strange things grew worse. That is the best way to say it. They did not stay at the level of one shadow or one hand. The haunting, or whatever it was, seemed to spread into every part of my life. It started feeling like there was no place I could go without noticing it. I would see things in front of me and hear things behind me. Corners became terrible places for me, because every time there was a corner, I would catch sight of a white hand sticking out and waving at me. That image repeated itself again and again in different places until it became part of the way I moved through the world. I would approach a doorway or turn my head too quickly and there it would be, just for a second, that pale hand signaling from around the edge of something as if trying to get my attention. I never got used to it. People talk about getting used to strange things, but I did not. I lived with them because I had no other choice. But each new sighting still frightened me. And at night, things were even worse. Every time I went to sleep, it felt like something slept beside me. I could hear it. I could feel it there. It would snore. That was one of the most unsettling things of all. It was not just a vague presence. It was something with sound, with breath, with a sleeping rhythm. And then every time I woke up, it seemed to wake up with me. That detail still stays with me in a way I cannot fully explain. It was like I was sharing sleep with something unseen. I tried to tell myself maybe I was hearing my own breathing, maybe the house was making noises, Maybe I was so scared by then that every little thing felt bigger than it really was. But I tested that idea. I held my breath. I listened carefully. I knew the sound was not coming from me. It was separate. It was beside me. That made nights unbearable, because sleep is supposed to be the time when a person gets to rest and leave fear behind for a few hours. But for me, sleep became the place where fear waited closest. I kept all of this to myself for as long as I could. I do not even know now how I managed it for so long. Maybe because I was ashamed. Maybe because I was afraid of being laughed at. Maybe because saying it out loud would have made it too real. But eventually it all became too much. The fear had built and built until I could not carry it alone anymore. So I finally told my mother. I did not tell her every single detail in some long dramatic confession. I only told her the simplest and most honest thing I could. I told her that I was scared. I told her I was scared to be by myself, and that something uncanny kept following me. When I finally said that, she looked shocked. Maybe she had never realized how deeply frightened I had become. Maybe she had noticed little changes in me but had not understood them. Or maybe she knew enough of the old warnings and the family beliefs to realize at once that this was not something to ignore anymore. Whatever the reason, she took me seriously. And that changed everything. After I told her, she called a shaman. That was a turning point in the whole story. Whether people understand those traditions or not, in our world that was a serious and meaningful step. It meant my mother believed something spiritual was happening, and that it needed help beyond ordinary words and comfort. The shaman came and did what he needed to do. I cannot explain every part of what he did in the way an outsider might want, but I know the result. After he helped me, I became normal again. The thing stopped. I did not keep hearing the snoring beside me. I did not keep seeing white hands at every corner. I did not feel that same awful sense of being followed all the time. For the first time in a long while, I could breathe. I could sleep. I could move around without waiting for the next sign of it to appear. That relief was enormous. It was like being given my own mind and body back after living too long under a shadow. But that was not the true end of it. Even though things became quiet again around me after the shaman helped, strange things still happened at certain times, especially before death entered the family again. That is one reason I still think there was something more to it than only a haunting attached to me. It felt at times like a warning presence, or maybe a death presence, something that became active before another accident or loss. Before my father passed away, for example, I could hear it breathing loudly on my sister's bed. That sound brought back all the old fear because it was so familiar. It was the same kind of presence I used to feel at night, the same awful sense of something unseen close by and breathing. It happened before he died, and after he passed away, I never heard it again. That pattern stayed with me because it made me wonder if the thing was somehow tied to coming death, or drawn to it, or warning of it in a twisted way. Then before my grandpa passed away, I began hearing other strange things. I could hear two people talking when no one was there. I could also hear something else, something I can only describe as the sound of ritual witchcraft, like the kind of chanting or spiritual calling that shamans use. It was as if I was hearing a ceremony taking place just beyond the normal world, or maybe hearing the spiritual side of something preparing itself. Then, only a couple of days later, my grandpa passed away. That frightened me in a different way. It made me feel that whatever had followed me or haunted me was not only random. It seemed to appear before loss. It seemed to move close when death was near. Whether it came to warn me, torment me, or simply because it was drawn to those moments, I do not know. But the pattern was too strong for me to ignore. Once I noticed it, I could not stop seeing it. Even now, it has not completely left me. Most of the time, my waking life is much quieter now than it used to be. I do not hear or see what I used to. I am grateful for that. The shaman truly helped me in a way nothing else had before. But once in a while, the thing still returns in my dreams. That is what unsettles me even now. Dreams are a place where boundaries feel thinner, where the mind and the spirit can be more open, and sometimes it seems to find me there. It does not always take the exact same shape, and the dreams are not always clear in the way ordinary memories are clear, but the feeling is the same. It is the same uncanny presence, the same sense of something not fully gone. When I think back on everything that happened, what stands out to me most is how small it began, and how terrible it became. At first it was only a shadow at a window, something easy to dismiss if you tried hard enough. Then it became a hand reaching for me. Then a transparent hand turning a faucet on and off. Then white hands in corners, snoring beside me, waking with me, following me, and filling every private moment with fear. That is how these things work sometimes. They do not always enter a life like a thunderclap. Sometimes they begin with one little crack in normal life and then widen until fear is everywhere. I also think often about how long I stayed quiet. That silence was part of what made it worse. Not because talking would have instantly solved everything, but because carrying fear alone feeds it in a different way. Every time I saw something and said nothing, it became a little more mine, a little more hidden, a little more powerful. I understand now why people speak up when strange things happen. Even if no one believes them at first, keeping it locked inside only gives it more darkness to grow in. My mother's reaction, once I finally told her, matters deeply to me now. She was shocked, yes, but she believed enough to act. That changed my life. It reminded me that even when people dismiss you at first, there may still come a moment when someone sees how serious the fear has become and chooses to help. I do not know what would have happened if I had kept quiet much longer. I do not like to imagine it. The thought of continuing to live with those sightings and sounds for months or years more is almost unbearable. Even now, I sometimes wonder what exactly it was. Was it something tied to the house? Something tied to whatever accident my neighbor warned me about but refused to describe? Was it a spirit of someone dead? Was it something darker that fed on fear and silence? Was it a death omen that moved close before people passed away? I do not know. And maybe I never will know fully. All I know is what I saw, what I heard, what I felt, and the timing of when it appeared. Those things are real to me whether anyone else can explain them or not. When people ask what the scariest part was, I do not always know how to answer. Was it the hand in the shadow reaching toward me when I was alone? Was it the transparent hand at the faucet? Was it the white hand waving from every corner until I felt there was no safe place to look? Was it the breathing and snoring at my bedside, the thing that woke when I woke and slept when I slept? Or was it the way it seemed to return before death came into the family, making me feel like something old and dark walked near us before the worst losses? Maybe the scariest part was all of it together. Because in the end, it was not one single moment that broke me. It was the long feeling of being watched, followed, and slowly cornered by something I could not explain and could not stop. That is what changed me. That is what made me afraid to be alone. That is what finally made me tell my mother that I was scared. And even though life is quieter now, even though the worst of it has passed, part of me never completely forgets. Once you have seen a hand turning a faucet by itself, once you have heard unseen breathing beside your bed, once you have watched fear spread through your life in that way, a part of you remains alert forever. Even in peaceful times, you remember. Even in quiet rooms, you listen. Even in sleep, you know it may still come looking for you in dreams. So yes, it is mostly gone now. But not completely. And maybe that is why I still tell this story. Because saying it out loud reminds me that I lived through it, that I was not crazy, that someone finally helped me, and that even though it still reaches for me once in a while through dreams, it no longer owns my life the way it once did. It all seemed to start when I was about 15 years old, though if I am being honest, sometimes I wonder if it began even earlier and I simply did not know how to notice it yet. At that age, I was just a normal teenage girl trying to get through school, family life, and all the confusing emotions that come with growing up. I was not someone who spent every day thinking about ghosts or spirits. I was not trying to invite anything strange into my life. But one night something happened that changed the way I looked at the world, and after that, more things followed over the years, each one stranger than the last. The first thing I clearly remember happened on a school night. I had gone to bed like I always did, expecting a normal night of sleep before having to wake up for school the next morning. My bedroom looked the same as always. The posters were hanging on the walls, the room was quiet, and nothing seemed unusual at first. But then I started hearing a sound that made no sense. The posters on my wall began making a fluttering noise, like there was a little bit of wind blowing behind them. It was not a strong wind, not enough to throw anything around or make a huge racket. It was subtle, but it was enough to make the sound very clear. The posters moved just enough to make that strange fluttering noise, and I remember lying there frozen, staring into the room, trying to understand how it could be happening. There was no fan blowing behind them. There was no window open creating a breeze. Nothing in the room explained it. But the sound kept happening, and the fear in me grew stronger every second. I remember feeling stiff with fear, unable to relax, unable even to think clearly. I lay there for a while, telling myself not to panic, but after some time I finally reached a point where I said to myself, "I am not staying in here." I got out of bed and went into the family room where my brothers were staying that night. That part is important, because my brothers were known to be pranksters. They loved joking around and messing with people, and if something strange happened, they were usually the first people I would suspect. But this time it could not have been them. They were already lying down to go to sleep, and the lights were out. There was no way they had been sneaking around behind my back, doing something to scare me. When I told them what happened, they stayed up with me because I was scared and could not go back to my room. They saw how upset I was, and instead of making fun of me, they actually took it seriously enough to sit with me. Later that same night, one of my brothers saw a figure in the hallway right outside my bedroom door. I thought I saw it too, though I cannot say I got the same clear look he did. Still, the feeling in that moment was enough to make me even more terrified. None of us slept that night. We just stayed awake, watching, listening, trying to get through until morning. It felt like one of the longest nights of my life, and by the time the sun came up, I was exhausted and still shaken. But I had no choice. I had to get ready for school. That morning was when something happened that I still cannot explain to this day. At the time, I had 2 hamsters. One was bigger because I had owned him longer, and the other one was smaller because I had only recently gotten him. They lived in a wire cage, the kind that had different levels, sort of like a bird cage, but made for small animals. I had them separated inside the cage. The little hamster was on the upper level, and the bigger hamster was below. Between them was a wire floor, made of the same kind of wire as the rest of the cage. The spaces between the wires were very small, probably about 1/4 of an inch, or even less. That detail always mattered to me, because without understanding the cage, you cannot understand why what I found made no sense. When I went to feed them that morning, I discovered that the little hamster's head was missing. I know how horrible that sounds, but that is exactly what I found. The rest of the hamster was there, but the head was gone. There was no blood. There was no skull. There was no sign of what should have happened if another animal had attacked him in a normal way. The bigger hamster was still alive and completely fine. I immediately tried to come up with some kind of rational explanation. I thought maybe the bigger hamster had somehow attacked the little one. But even if that were true, there was still no way for the skull to have disappeared through that wire floor. There was not enough space between the wires for something like that to pass through. And when I searched carefully through the lower part of the cage, the skull was nowhere to be found. That shook me deeply, because it felt connected to the night before. Maybe someone else would say I was imagining a connection, but the timing was too strange. The posters had moved with no wind. A figure had been seen in the hallway. Then, the next morning, one of my hamsters was dead in a way I could not explain. I tried to force myself to believe there had to be a reasonable answer, but inside I felt something dark had entered my life that night. A few years later, when I was 19, I was living in a different house. You might think that leaving one house would have meant leaving the strange experiences behind, but it did not. By that point, I had already begun to sense that whatever was happening was not tied only to a single room or building. It seemed to find me no matter where I went. In that house, I began waking up every once in a while between about 2:30 and 3 in the morning. At first, I did not know why I was waking at that same time so often. Then I noticed something strange. Every time I woke, I would feel this strong urge to look toward a particular spot in the room. And every time I looked there, a shadow person would be standing there. At first, it stood in the corner of the bedroom. It was dark, man-shaped, but not solid in the way a real person would be. It was more like a black shape that had no details and yet clearly gave the impression of a person standing there watching. Over time, it seemed to move closer. That was one of the worst parts of it. If it had always stayed in the far corner, maybe I could have told myself it was only light and shadow playing tricks on me. But it did not stay there. It gradually seemed to appear nearer and nearer, and that made it feel aware, purposeful, like it was measuring me in some way. Then I moved again when I was 21, this time into an apartment. One night there, I woke up at that same awful time, between 2:30 and 3 in the morning, and saw another shadow person. But this one was not in the corner. It was right at the foot of the bed. I remember that night clearly because my daughter had wanted to sleep with us, so I had ended up sleeping in the middle of the bed. I woke up and saw this dark figure standing there, and because I was still half asleep and only the moonlight was coming through the blinds, I first thought it was my husband. So I asked, "What are you doing?" As soon as I said that, I turned and felt my husband lying right beside me. That is the exact moment the shock hit me. If my husband was beside me, then what was standing at the foot of the bed? I turned back around, sat up, and looked directly at the figure. Strangely, in that moment I was not even as afraid as I should have been. I think I was more shocked and confused than anything else. The second I fully focused on it, it darted away toward the bedroom door. It did not move like a person walking or running. It shot across the room and then disappeared halfway to the door, as if it had dissolved right in front of me. I jumped out of bed and ran into the rest of the apartment to check if anyone had somehow been in the house, but there was nothing. No one. A couple nights after that, another strange thing happened in the same apartment. It was again around that same time in the morning. I was not asleep that time. I was sitting in my bedroom watching TV. I started feeling hot, so I got up to turn the air conditioner down. When I opened the bedroom door and turned on the hall light, I heard music playing. It's a Small World. The sound was clear enough that I knew exactly what song it was, and it was coming from somewhere inside the apartment. That alone was weird, because we did not own anything that played that song. I followed the sound, baffled, and found its source. About a year earlier, I had bought a ceramic clown decoration. It was supposed to play music and rock its head back and forth, but it had been broken when I bought it. I never even knew what song it was meant to play because it had never worked. It was battery operated, and since it was broken, I had never put batteries into it. Yet now, in the middle of the night, that clown was playing "It's a Small World." I could not get it to stop. Finally, I removed the clown's head, which was the part that was supposed to activate the mechanism, and after a few minutes the music stopped. I stood there staring at it, knowing that there was no reasonable explanation for an object with no batteries and known to be broken suddenly playing music. When I was 26, I had another experience, this time while staying over at my boyfriend's house. By then I was divorced from my husband, and I thought maybe I had seen enough strange things in life that nothing could surprise me anymore. But what happened there scared me in a completely different way, because this time something actually touched me. I had gone to sleep on my stomach, which was how I usually slept. During the night, I woke up because something had grabbed me underneath my arms and started lifting me. It actually lifted me slightly off the bed before I became fully awake. The second I came more fully into consciousness, I turned around. Hovering above the bed, more over my boyfriend's side than mine, was a huge black thing. The only way I can describe it is as looking like a giant black sheet, though it was clearly not a sheet. It had form, but it was loose and dark and unnatural. The sight of it was so horrifying that I immediately started trying to wake my boyfriend. As I did, the thing disappeared. The next day I said nothing at first, because what I had seen was so terrible that even I wanted to believe maybe I had only imagined it in that half-awake state. I told myself maybe I was confused, maybe I had only seen something from sleep, maybe I was working myself up. But later that same day, my boyfriend and I were outside having a cigarette, and he brought it up first. He described exactly what he had seen during the night. It was the same thing I saw. That was what truly upset me, because now I could no longer dismiss it as some half-awake mistake. Not only was it real enough to be seen by both of us, but it had physically touched me. It had lifted me. That changed everything for me. After that, I started falling asleep with the TV on because I could not stand sleeping in the dark. And if I was ever sharing a bed with someone, I did not want to be the last one awake. I needed noise, light, and the comfort of not being alone with the dark, because I had reached a point where the darkness itself felt like an opening for things to come through. Not long after that came another experience, and by then the occurrences had started happening more often instead of only once a year. My boyfriend had stayed over at my house and had to leave for work the next morning. He went to work, and I stayed asleep because my daughter was at her dad's house for the weekend, so I was alone. While I was sleeping, I heard something near the bedroom door. At first I thought it was my boyfriend coming back because he usually got off work at noon. Then I felt someone kneel at the opposite end of the bed. After that, it felt like someone crawled up onto the bed and lay behind me, spooning me. But it did not feel solid. That is one of the most disturbing parts of that experience. It felt like a person in shape and movement, but not in substance. It was as if something had the form of a body without the real weight and texture of one. I opened my eyes and saw that it was only around 10 in the morning. I realized it could not be my boyfriend because it was too early. The second I understood that, I rolled over right into whatever was there. That was when everything changed. I went into a strange state of partial unconsciousness, or at least that is the best way I can describe it. It felt like death. It felt like I was dying, and I knew somehow that whatever this being was, it had something to do with that feeling. Sometimes I wonder if I was feeling what it had felt, or what it was itself. I still do not know. It felt like a long struggle to break free of that horrible sensation, but eventually I did. There were other strange events too, and not all of them happened only in my own homes. One time I was staying at a friend's house. They were renting an old frame house that stood off the ground. It already had a bad vibe, the kind of place where you walk in and immediately feel uncomfortable for no reason you can explain. One early morning, around 2 or 3 o'clock, we were in the kitchen making something to drink. I started cracking ice from a tray, and right behind me I heard something say, "Shh," directly into my ear. I felt the breath on my neck at the same time. I knew no one had done that. There were other things in that house too. I would hear voices coming from the back, usually sounding like a woman talking, but when I went to check, the voices would stop. The dog in the house would bark at the walls. The whole place gave me a bad, threatened feeling, like something there was not just active but unfriendly. Even now, thinking about that house gives me goosebumps. By the time I was 28, life had changed again. I had remarried and had a baby and a toddler. For a while, things became quieter. Maybe it was because I was so busy with my children. Maybe my attention was less open to other things. Maybe the activity really had eased. I do not know. But after some time of relative peace, something strange happened again. One morning I was sitting on the couch facing the backyard while feeding my infant. I saw my older daughter's cat crossing the yard. This was unusual because that cat had been missing for about a year. I jumped up immediately and opened the sliding glass door, but by the time I did, it had vanished. I tried to rationalize it by thinking maybe it had somehow leaped over the privacy fence very quickly, but in my heart I knew it had been too far away for that to make sense. It looked exactly like the cat, but then it was just gone. Since then, the cat has only been seen once or twice more. Later that same morning, my daughter and I were watching the television show Angel before she left for school. I had to get up and change my toddler's diaper. While he was on the changing table, he stared toward the bedroom door, toward the area near my daughter's room. I turned to look but saw no one. Then, while I was still there, I heard the volume of my daughter's TV change, like someone had opened the door and moved into the room. I turned, and for a few seconds I saw what looked like the silhouette of a woman standing just inside my daughter's room, far enough inside to cast a shadow from the ceiling light. I thought maybe my daughter had gone into her room and I had missed it. But after I finished changing my son and followed him into that room, there was no one there. I went back out and found my daughter still sitting exactly where she had been the whole time. When I asked if she had gone into her room, she said no. Then she told me something that made the whole morning even stranger. She said that when she woke up earlier, around 6 in the morning to go to the bathroom, she saw someone standing by the foyer who looked just like me. When she looked back again, it was gone. Later that same morning, after my daughter left for school, I was sitting in the living room with my 2 dogs, my son, and my infant daughter. My husband was still in our bedroom asleep. Suddenly I heard a door shut. Not just some random sound, but a very specific door sound, one I recognized from living in the house. My son and my dogs both looked toward the hallway too, because we all thought my husband had gotten up. We waited for him to appear, but he never did. When I went to check, I found my husband still fast asleep and snoring loudly. That whole morning felt crazy, but I have never felt threatened in this house the way I did in some of the earlier places I lived. The activity here has been strange, yes, but not hostile. And over the years it has become much less frequent. Now I rarely see, hear, or feel much of anything at all. Maybe it really is because I am busy with my kids and my attention is pulled in so many directions that I do not sit in silence the way I used to. Maybe things have calmed down. Or maybe I am simply too tired most nights to notice small sounds. Whatever the reason, I am not complaining. Still, I think often about what all of this means. Almost everything I have ever seen took a black form. I have read and heard people say that black is bad, that dark shadow beings are evil. But I am not sure that is always true. I have definitely felt threatened at times in my life, especially in certain houses and during certain encounters. But other times, the strange things felt more mysterious than evil. That is why I have always been fascinated by my own experiences even while fearing them. I have often thought about putting them all into a book one day, because I know how unbelievable they sound, yet I know they happened. They are the strangest parts of my life, the pieces no one can easily explain away. And even now, after everything, I still do not know exactly what shadow people are. I only know that some of them stayed at a distance, some came too close, and some touched me in ways I will never forget. In the late 80s or maybe the early 90s, my brother and I had one of the strangest and most frightening experiences of our lives. Even now, after so many years, I can still remember that day and that walk home so clearly that it feels as if some part of me is still standing on that road, still hearing those footsteps, still looking up at that hillside, and still feeling that slow, sick fear spread through my chest. It was one of those moments in life that changes the way you think about the world. Before that day, I believed there were odd things people could not explain, but after that day, I knew there were things walking this earth that do not fit into any normal answer. My brother and I had been spending the day at Prudential Hollow. Back then, it was one of those places that carried an old sadness in it, even if you could not explain why. Prudential had once been company land, and people had lived there years before. It had been a working place, a lived-in place, a place where families raised children, cooked meals, worked hard, and went to bed tired every night. But by the time my brother and I used to go there, all of that life was gone. The Hollow had been shut down sometime around 1975 or 1976, and the few houses that still remained had been burned to the ground. So what was left by the late 80s and early 90s was not really a town anymore. It was more like the memory of one. We liked going there anyway. Maybe because we were young and curious, maybe because old places like that carry a strange pull, or maybe because when you grow up around country roads, hillsides, hollows, and old family stories, you get used to wandering through places other people might avoid. We had spent the biggest part of the day out there just fooling around, walking through the old home places, looking at what remained, talking, laughing, and doing what brothers do when they are outside all day with no real plan except passing the time. It was not the first time we had been there, not by a long shot. We knew those roads and paths well enough. We had walked them over and over. That was one reason what happened later felt so wrong. It happened in a place that was familiar, on a road we trusted, on a walk we had made many times before. By the time we finally decided to head back home, it was getting late. The day had worn on longer than we realized, and the sun had already started shifting toward evening. Out in those hills, once the light begins changing, you feel it differently than you do in town. The shadows stretch longer. The trees look darker. The quiet grows deeper. A place that feels open and harmless in the afternoon can start feeling lonely and strange when the day begins to close. Our walk home was not a short one either. It would take a good half hour, maybe even 45 minutes depending on how fast we moved and whether we stopped to talk or rest. Still, that did not bother us. We had done it before many times. We started out in no special hurry, just walking and talking like always. For a while, everything felt normal. We were moving along the road, talking to each other about whatever young men talk about when they have had a whole day outdoors and are making their way back home. I do not remember what we were saying at first, only that our conversation felt ordinary. We were not paying a lot of attention to what was happening around us, and there was no reason to. The road was familiar. The hills were familiar. The whole way home felt like part of our regular world. That is how most frightening things begin. Not with warning signs and dramatic music the way stories tell them, but in the middle of ordinary life, when you are relaxed enough to let your guard down. We had made it to the head of the hollow, and were walking up the straight stretch of road that led towards Silas Hollow and the turnoff to our house. That road is still easy for me to picture in my mind. It had a certain openness to it, but also a sense of being held in by the hills. To our right was the hillside where the woods and brush came down toward the road. It was quiet in the way country roads often are, quiet enough that when something disturbs that silence, you notice it at once. That was exactly what happened. All of a sudden, something snapped us out of our talking. We heard a sound coming down the hillside to our right. It was not a little rustle of leaves or some bird shifting in the brush. It was enough sound to make us both stop paying attention to our conversation and look over at the same time. Our first thought was the simplest one. We thought it must be some kind of wild animal. Out there, that would have made sense. You hear something moving in the brush and assume deer, maybe a dog, maybe something else coming down the slope. We were not scared at first. Just alert. We turned and looked toward where the sound was coming from, expecting to see an animal step out. But instead of an animal, an old man came walking off the hillside. Even now, that first sight of him sits in my memory like a painting. He did not come stumbling or sliding. He came out of that hillside as if he had walked down it many times before and knew exactly how to place his feet. He stepped into the roadway and then turned to start walking toward us. At first glance, there was nothing in that moment that screamed terror. He looked like an old man, and old men can be found on country roads from time to time. He wore what looked like a broadcloth tight coat and an old black slouch hat. The brim of the hat shaded his face so that we could not really see it clearly. He walked bent over, kind of hunched, with his hands clenched behind his back. It was the sort of posture you might expect from an older man out for a slow walk, especially one who had spent a lifetime working hard. My brother and I did not say much at first. We both saw him, both judged him quickly as just some old fellow out walking, and kept moving. He was coming toward us in the road, so as we got closer, we both eased a little to the left to give him room to pass us on the right. It all felt like a very normal exchange, the kind of quiet little meeting country people have all the time when they pass one another. We gave him a casual greeting, something like, "Hi, how's it going?" It was nothing dramatic, just ordinary politeness. He muttered something in reply and nodded his head as he passed us. That should have been the end of it. But it was not. The moment he passed us, I felt uneasy. I did not say that out loud right then, and my brother did not either, but I could feel it in myself immediately. It was the kind of unease that comes without a reason you can explain. The man had not threatened us. He had not stopped. He had not said anything clear enough to be strange. And yet something about him, something in the air around him, something in the way he moved or the way he passed us, made my skin prickle. It was as if my body noticed something wrong before my mind could name it. I kept walking and kept quiet because sometimes you do not want to sound foolish, especially when all you have to say is, "That man felt wrong." A minute passed, maybe a little more, and neither of us said anything. Then I finally asked my brother if he knew the man. My brother said no. He had never seen him before. That answer made my unease deepen a little because in places like that, you usually recognize people. Maybe not everyone, but enough that strangers stand out. The hollows and the roads around them had their own little circles of people, and though it was not impossible for an unknown person to be walking there, it was unusual enough to matter. Still, we kept going. We walked for maybe 3 or 4 more minutes. Long enough that the old man should have been well behind us by then, continuing on his way. Long enough that whatever odd feeling he gave us should have started fading. Then we heard the same sound again, coming down the hillside to our right. The exact same place. Both of us looked up at once. And there he was again. That same old man walked off the hillside, stepped into the road, and started walking toward us again. There are moments when your mind refuses to accept what your eyes are seeing. That was one of those moments. It felt impossible. It did not make sense. There had not been time for him to circle around us or get past us or somehow return to the same exact place on the hillside. We had passed him once already. He had gone by us. We had kept walking in one direction, and he should have been behind us doing the same. And yet there he was, coming down out of the hill exactly as before, as if the first time had simply repeated itself. This time we did not greet him. This time my brother whispered to me not to look him in the eye. That detail still chills me, because it shows how quickly the situation changed from odd to frightening. Something in my brother had decided right away that this was no normal man. Maybe he felt what I felt the first time, and now had his own fear taking hold. Maybe something about seeing the old man again in exactly the same way made the truth slam into him faster. Whatever it was, his voice changed. It was not joking. It was not uncertain. It was the voice of someone who knew something was deeply wrong and did not want to make it worse by looking directly at whatever was coming toward us. So we kept our eyes low and let him pass again. I cannot tell you exactly what he looked like in that second passing because I obeyed my brother and did not try to get a better look at his face. But I know the feeling that walked past us. It was cold and wrong and heavy. Even though he moved like an old man, there was something about him that no longer belonged to ordinary life. He passed us the second time, and I remember the silence after that feeling louder than any words. The second he was beyond us, my brother looked at me and said, "Frank, something ain't right about this. Let's get out of here as fast as we can." I did not argue. I did not try to be brave or make light of it. I agreed at once because I felt the exact same thing. There was no question anymore. We were not dealing with some harmless old fellow out for a walk. We were dealing with something that had done something impossible right in front of us, something that had appeared twice in the same way from the same hillside with the same walk and the same hidden face. We did not know what it was, but we knew enough to know we did not want to stay there 1 second longer than necessary. So we ran. We ran nearly all the way to the house. I do not even remember speaking while we ran. Fear took over completely, and all that mattered was putting distance between ourselves and that road. It was one of those runs where you do not think about how tired you are, how far you have gone, or whether you look foolish. You only run because every part of you is telling you that stopping is a mistake. We did not stop until we were close enough to see the house. My brother finally said he thought we were safe enough to stop and catch our breath. So we did. We stood there, breathing hard, trying to calm our bodies, trying to understand what had just happened. The fear was still in us, but there was also confusion. When something impossible happens, the mind wants to take it apart and fit it into some kind of order. We wanted answers right away. We wanted to explain it. Maybe there had been two men dressed alike. Maybe one had crossed the road in some hidden path we did not know. Maybe the fear of the place had tricked our minds. But none of those explanations felt right. We went to my brother's house and sat on the porch for a while trying to make sense of it. That porch conversation stayed with me too because it was one of the first times I remember feeling truly helpless in the face of a mystery. Usually when something strange happens, you can at least talk yourself into some kind of possible answer. But this time the answers would not come. Every idea we tried broke apart as soon as we said it out loud. There had not been enough time. We had both seen the same thing. The old man had passed us, and then appeared again from the hillside. The road had not changed. The hollow had not changed. Only the truth of what we had seen had changed. My brother's wife listened to us, and then suggested we go talk to our mother. That may sound like a simple thing, but in families where old stories and strange happenings are not entirely laughed off, going to your mother or grandmother is not just going to an adult for comfort. It is going to someone who may already know the answer is bigger and stranger than you want it to be. So we went to our mother and told her what had happened. We told her about the walk home, the old man, the broadcloth coat, the black slouch hat, the hunched walk, the way he passed us once, and then the way he came out of the hillside again and passed us a second time. When we finished telling her, she did not laugh. She did not say it was our imagination. Instead, she told us that our father and our older brother had seen the same man years before. That news hit us in a whole new way. Up until that moment, part of me was still hoping we had just had some strange shared experience that would remain ours alone, some unexplainable moment, but one without a history. But learning that our dad and older brother had seen him too changed everything. It meant the old man on the road was not just something that had crossed our path that one day. He had been there before. He belonged somehow to that place, or at least to those roads and hollows. Our mother said she did not know who he was or what he was. That, somehow, made it worse rather than better. Because if the older generation had seen him too and still had no answer, then what chance did we have of explaining him? For a long time after that, I thought about the details over and over. The broadcloth-type coat. The black slouch hat. The brim that kept his face in shadow. The hunched posture. The hands clenched behind his back. Even now, those details feel old to me, older than the time we saw him. He did not look like a man from our era out for an evening walk. He looked like he belonged to an older time, one that had somehow refused to disappear completely. That thought still troubles me. Sometimes I wonder if he was a spirit trapped in the same path, repeating the same motion again and again, coming off the hillside and into the road without ever being able to leave it. Other times I wonder if he was something darker, something aware enough to play with the living and unsettle us on purpose. What frightened me most was not just the fact that he appeared twice. It was the feeling that came with him. There are things you can explain with bad timing, poor memory, or mistaken vision. But there are some moments when every part of your body knows a thing is wrong before you even form the thought. That was how it felt with him. Even the first time he passed us, when we were still trying to treat him as just another old man on the road, something in both of us recoiled. That feeling only sharpened the second time. Whatever he was, he carried a wrongness that could be felt as much as seen. I have thought sometimes about my brother's warning not to look him in the eye. It was instinct, I think. There are moments when the body knows old rules that the mind cannot explain. Like not inviting something in, not speaking a certain name, not looking too directly at a thing that already feels wrong. My brother did not stop to reason it out. He simply knew not to do it. Maybe that instinct saved us from something worse. Maybe nothing more would have happened even if we had stared him right in the face. I do not know. But I have always been grateful that we obeyed the fear in that moment instead of challenging it. The road itself never felt quite the same after that. That is another thing old experiences do. They change a place forever. Before that day, that walk home was just a walk home. We had made it many times, thought little of it, and trusted the familiarity of the land. But after seeing that old man twice on the same stretch of road, the straightaway at the head of the hollow became something else in my mind. It became a place where the ordinary world had cracked just enough to let something impossible through. Even if the road looked the same in daylight after that, it was never really the same to me again. And what stayed with me most was knowing that the story had reached farther back than us. Our father and older brother had seen him years before. That means the old man had been walking those roads long before my brother and I stumbled across him. There is something terrible about that thought, something that makes the hills and hollows feel older and stranger than they already are. Country places carry stories. Old roads hold memory. People disappear, houses burn down, hollows shut down, and still some things remain. Sometimes it is only the memory of those who lived there. Other times, it may be something far more unsettling. Prudential Hollow was already a place of endings. The company land was gone. The people were gone. The houses had burned. The hollow had been shut down. It was a place left behind. And maybe that matters. Maybe places where life has been cut off and emptied out hold on to things in ways that thriving places do not. Maybe spirits or energies settle there because there is room for them. Maybe the old man belonged to one of the lives that used to move through that land before everything ended. Or maybe he was never any ordinary dead man at all. I still do not know. But I know what we saw. I know how the sound came off the hillside both times. I know the way he stepped into the road both times. I know the mutter and nod as he passed us the first time. I know the terrible impossibility of seeing him again minutes later. I know the run home. I know the porch conversation. I know my mother's face when she told us others had seen him before. That is enough to keep the story alive in me no matter how many years pass. Some people hear a story like this and immediately start trying to solve it like a puzzle. They want every detail lined up and every possibility considered. Could there have been two men? Could the road or hillside have hidden a path? Could fear have distorted time? Could the setting sun and tired eyes have played tricks? I understand those questions. I have asked them myself. But the truth is, when you are there in the moment and something impossible happens in front of you, the mind may later search for explanations, but the body already knows what it experienced. My body knew that day that we were not dealing with anything ordinary. So did my brother. So had my father and older brother years before. That is why the story still matters. It was not just a spooky old tale passed down after the fact. It happened to me. To us. And it joined an older chain of witness that ran through our own family. That makes it heavier somehow. More personal. Less like folklore and more like warning. If there is anything I have taken from that day, it is respect. Respect for old places. Respect for old warnings. Respect for the land and the stories it holds. Not everything that walks a road belongs to the living, and not every stranger you pass is what he seems. Some things are older than reason. Some things linger in hollows and on roads because they have not finished whatever tied them there. And some things show themselves only long enough to remind the living that the world is not as simple as we like to believe. My brother and I never got an answer for who that old man was. Maybe nobody ever will. Maybe he is still there, stepping off that hillside from time to time, walking with his hands clenched behind his back, hat brim low over his face, passing one set of frightened people after another before vanishing back into the old road's memory. Maybe he only appears when he wants to. Maybe he belongs to some old sorrow or old path that has outlived the people who once knew his name. Or maybe he is something even stranger than that. All I know for sure is this. On that evening in the late 80s or early 90s, my brother and I were walking home from Prudential Hollow, talking like always, feeling safe in a familiar place. Then the hillside made a sound, and an old man stepped into the road. We passed him once. We felt the wrongness of him. Then we heard the hillside again, looked up, and watched the very same man step into the road a second time. And from that moment on, the world never felt quite as explainable as it had before. It happened in the summer of 1993, when I was 12 years old. That summer already felt strange to me long before the night I am about to describe. My family had changed in a big way. My dad had divorced and remarried, and because of all that change, the house did not feel the same anymore. It was still our house, and the walls and doors were all in the same places, but life inside it had changed so much that even the air felt different to me. My dad and his new wife had a baby together, my little brother Greg, and because of that, I had to move out of my old bedroom and into the back bedroom. That room was not part of the original house. It was an addition built onto the back, and because of the way it sat, it felt a little separated from the rest of the house. It was close enough to still be inside our home, of course, but there was something about it that always made me feel a little more alone than I wanted to be. At 12 years old, that mattered a lot. I was already dealing with the normal confusion that comes with growing up, but now I was also trying to adjust to a new family arrangement, a new room, and a life that no longer looked the way it once had. I had lost my old place in the house, the room that had once felt like mine, and in its place I was given this back bedroom that never really felt fully settled to me. It had a back room connected to it, and that space was where our Akita, Shoujo, or Sho for short, usually slept. That room was darker, quieter, and somehow more cut off than the rest of the house. I do not know if I felt that way only because it was new to me, or because something about it really was different, but the feeling was there from the beginning. It was summer, so I did not have school. That meant late nights and slower mornings, the kind of freedom that should have made things feel fun. I should have been enjoying those nights, sleeping in, and thinking about ordinary summer things. But instead, one of those nights became something I have never forgotten. Even now, years later, I can remember the feeling of waking up, the way the dark looked in that room, and the exact moment I realized that something was very wrong. I had gone to sleep normally that night. I do not remember doing anything unusual before bed. I was just a 12-year-old kid in a strange new room, trying to sleep through a warm summer night. At some point in the night, I woke up suddenly. I did not wake slowly and gently the way a person sometimes does when turning over in bed. I woke all at once, as if something had pulled me straight out of sleep. The very first thing I noticed was Sho. She was standing on top of me. Sho was not a small dog. She was a big Akita, strong and heavy, and she was standing over me in a way that made it clear she was not there for comfort or play. The hair along her back was standing straight up, and her whole body was stiff with tension. She was looking from me to the window and then back again, growling low and deep in her throat. That sound alone was enough to make my heart start pounding. Dogs have different kinds of growls, and anyone who has been around one long enough knows the difference. This was not the growl of play, or irritation, or warning over food. This was fear and anger mixed together. It was the sound of a dog seeing something it did not trust and did not want near me. At first, I did not know what to think. My mind was still half full of sleep, and when you wake up into something like that, it takes a moment for your body and mind to catch up with each other. But once I realized what was happening, I reached out, grabbed Sho by the collar, and started trying to pull her off me and back out toward the rear room where she usually stayed. That was not easy. She fought me the whole way. She was not snapping at me or trying to hurt me, but she was resisting hard. It felt like she did not want to leave me alone in that room. Looking back, that is one of the details that disturbs me the most. It was not just that she was upset. It was that she seemed determined to stay between me and whatever had her so terrified. Still, I kept dragging her back toward the rear room. I was trying to think logically, the way people do when something frightens them but they do not yet want to admit that the fear might be justified. I told myself it was probably just an animal outside. Maybe a cat. Maybe a skunk. Maybe some other creature moving past the window that had set Sho off. That explanation made enough sense in the moment that I clung to it. It was easier than thinking something unnatural was out there, especially when I was only 12 and alone in that back part of the house at night. I tried to lie back down in bed and go to sleep, but Sho would not settle. She kept standing there, growling, her hair still up, still staring toward the window as if something outside had all of her attention. I was irritated, nervous, and tired all at once. Finally, I decided I needed to prove to myself that there was nothing there. I grabbed a flashlight and went outside. The air outside felt different from inside, cooler and wider, but that did not comfort me as much as I thought it would. I shined the flashlight around, looking near the window, around the yard, and anywhere an animal might have been. But I saw nothing at all. No cat, no skunk, no movement. Just darkness and quiet. That should have made me feel better, but instead it made me more unsettled because now Show's behavior had no simple explanation. Even so, I was still trying to force everything into normal logic. So I dragged Show outside with me, thinking maybe if she saw there was nothing there she would calm down. Instead, I ran back inside, shut the door, and locked it behind me, leaving her out there. I know that sounds harsh now, but I was a scared kid trying to control a big frightened dog and make sense of something I did not understand. I thought maybe separating her from the room would stop the whole problem. But I had barely taken 2 steps back into the house when she started howling and barking from outside. I looked out the window and saw her staring right at me. She was upset in a way that made me feel guilty immediately. It was as if she was trying to tell me I had gotten this all wrong, that leaving her outside was not the answer, and that she still wanted to be with me in that room. Feeling bad, I went back outside and brought her in again. Once she was inside, I tried to make her lie down on the floor beside my bed. I wanted her near me because I was scared, but I also wanted things to calm down enough that I could go back to sleep. She would not lie down. She would not relax. She just stood there, still fixed on the window, still growling, still with her hair standing up. That image stays in my mind because it was so clear. A dog does not keep up that level of focus and fear over nothing. Something had her locked in, something beyond my sight, and she refused to look away from it. I got back into bed and lay down, trying to force myself to act normal. I turned over so my back faced Show and pulled the pillow over my head. I think part of me was trying to hide, even if only from the feeling of the room. Sometimes when you are frightened at night, you do childish things because part of you is still a child. I told myself if I just shut it all out, I could fall back asleep and it would all be over in the morning. Then, even through my closed eyes, I saw that a light had come on in the room. That is something I remember very vividly. You know how, even with your eyes closed, you can sense when a room gets brighter? That is what happened. I opened my eyes and looked over, and I saw that my fish tank light had turned on. For a moment, I almost felt relieved, because a fish tank light coming on is at least something physical, something I can walk over and touch. So I got out of bed, walked over to the tank, and clicked the button. The light turned off. That should have been the end of it. But the room still did not feel right. I got back in bed again, turned over on my side, and pulled the pillow over my head, hoping that if I ignored everything long enough the night would pass. Then suddenly, the fire alarm went off. It went off loud and sharp, the kind of sound that rips through the house and through your nerves. That was enough to completely break whatever calm I had been pretending to have. I jumped out of bed and ran straight into my dad's room. I got my stepmother because I was too frightened to deal with it myself anymore. She came with me, took the fire alarm down, removed the battery, and laid it on top of the dryer that was in the back room where Show usually slept. She treated it like some annoying malfunction, something simple and practical, and then she went back to bed. I do not blame her for that. Adults often want to turn strange things into ordinary things because it helps them keep order. But once she left me there again, I felt more alone than ever. I sat on my bed and stared at the fire alarm. I remember doing that very clearly, almost as if I expected it to go off again by itself, even without a battery. Show was still growling, still looking at the back window, still tense and unwilling to settle down. At that point, I was more scared than I had ever been in that room. There comes a point in fear where your body cannot pretend anymore, where every small excuse you made has been stripped away one by one. The dog will not calm down. The light turned on. The fire alarm went off. The room feels wrong. You are 12 years old. You are tired, frightened, and out of explanations. That was the moment I began to pray. I was not praying in some casual or distant way. I was desperate. I remember the exact words because they came straight out of that desperation. I said, "Lord, if there is anything here that is not of you, please let it be gone. In your name, Jesus, amen." The second I said, "Amen," Sho changed. Her hair went down. She stopped growling. She turned away from the window, came over, licked my face, and then walked calmly into the back room and lay down in her usual sleeping spot. That shift was immediate. That is what has always stayed with me the strongest. There was no slow calming down. No gradual change. The transformation in her happened right after I prayed. 1 second she was in a state of full alarm, standing stiff, growling, hair up, fixed on the window. The next second, after the prayer, she was normal again. Calm. Relaxed. Loving. That was the first moment that night when I felt even the smallest amount of relief. Still, I did not sleep easily after that. I eventually made it through the rest of the night, but when morning came, I was still deeply shaken. I remember getting up and going over to my fish tank because I wanted to turn the light on and feed my fish. That is when I noticed something that sent a whole new wave of fear through me. The fish tank light bulb had burned out the week before. I had taken the bulb out and set it beside my bed. It had not even been in the lamp the night before. I stood there staring at it, trying to understand what that meant. I knew I had seen the fish tank light come on. I had gotten up. I had walked over to it. I had clicked the switch. The light had turned off. Yet the bulb itself was not even in the fixture. It had been sitting beside my bed the entire time. There was no way for that light to have come on in any normal sense. I could not explain it. I still cannot explain it. It was as if some false light had appeared exactly where that light should have been, enough for me to believe it was real and to react to it as if it were. That realization left me stunned. Even now, when I go back through the story in my mind, that detail feels almost more frightening than the fire alarm, or even the dog's behavior, because it means what I thought I saw physically was not possible. I could understand a dog barking at something unseen. I could understand a fire alarm going off for no reason. But a burnout bulb sitting beside my bed while I clearly saw light shining from the tank is something I have never been able to fit into any easy category. The older I get, the more I think about the order of everything that happened that night. Sho waking me by standing over me. Her refusing to leave me. Her focus on the window. My search outside and finding nothing. The fish tank light appearing to come on when the bulb was not even there. The fire alarm sounding. The prayer. The instant calm afterward. And then the final realization in the morning that one of the things I had trusted most as evidence of what was happening could not have happened in the normal physical way I experienced it. I do not know exactly what was in that room that night. I do not know whether it was something attached to the house, something passing by the window, or something drawn to me specifically. I do know that Sho saw it, or sensed it, in a way that I could not. Dogs know things. Anyone who has lived closely with a dog understands that. They react to energies, sounds, and movements in ways people often miss. Sho was trying to protect me. I believe that with all my heart. The fact that she fought me when I tried to move her, the fact that she did not want to leave me alone, the fact that she resumed her alarm the second I brought her back in, all of it tells me that she believed something dangerous or wrong was there. I also believe that the prayer mattered. Some people might say the timing was coincidence. Some might say Sho just happened to settle at that same moment. But I was there. I saw the change in her. I felt the whole room change. And I know that the peace came only after I called on Jesus and asked that anything not of him be removed. That does not feel like chance to me. It feels like a line being drawn, and whatever was there had to go. The room itself had always felt a little different to me because it was an addition on the back of the house. It was connected, but not fully part of the original structure. Sometimes those added spaces feel strange even in ordinary homes, almost as if they have not fully joined the rest of the house in spirit. Mine felt that way from the beginning, though I never would have said so aloud at 12. After that night, I felt it even more strongly. The back window, the back room, the dryer where the alarm was placed, the fish tank by the bed, all of those things became tied together in my memory with fear and spiritual danger. When I think back on that night now, I realize how young I really was. 12 years old is still very much a child. At that age, your world depends on routine, on adults, on simple explanations, on the belief that once the lights come on in the morning, everything strange has to make sense. But that night taught me that some things do not make sense in the way we want them to. Sometimes all you are left with is what you experienced, what your dog experienced, and the knowledge that prayer changed something real in the room. My father and stepmother did not see what I saw. They did not feel what I felt. They only came in briefly, handled the alarm, and went back to bed. That is often how these experiences are. The people at the center of them are left to carry the weight of what happened while everyone else catches only a glimpse. I do not blame them for that. But it meant I had to hold the memory mostly on my own. And because of that, it stayed especially sharp in me. Even years later, I can still picture Sho's face in that room. Her eyes locked on the window. Her body trembling with warning. Her growl low and determined. Then the complete release after the prayer. That image has become almost sacred to me in a strange way, because it reminds me that even in the middle of fear, there was protection there too. Sho was protecting me in the only way she knew how, and something greater protected both of us when I prayed. I have had many nights in my life since then. I have slept in other rooms, other houses, and other places. I have faced other fears and learned other lessons. But that one night in the summer of 1993 remains unlike any other. It was the first time I truly felt that something invisible could enter a room, disturb the physical world, terrify an animal, and then leave at the sound of prayer. That is not the kind of lesson a person forgets. And the fish tank light still troubles me the most. Because in the morning, there was no denying it. The bulb was there beside my bed, exactly where I had left it after it burned out the week before. I could not explain that away by saying I was half asleep. I had seen the light with my open eyes. I had gotten out of bed and switched it off. Yet the bulb had never been in place. Whatever lit up that corner of the room was not a fish tank light in any normal sense. It was something pretending to be one, or creating that effect just enough to fool me. That detail makes the whole night feel even darker to me now than it did then. Because if whatever was there could make me see light where there was no light, then it was not only trying to frighten me. It was trying to manipulate what I believed about the room around me. It was shaping the night in ways I did not understand. And that is the kind of thing that makes a person feel truly helpless unless they have something stronger to call on. That is why I still come back to the prayer. Not because it is the easiest answer, but because it was the truest turning point in everything that happened that night. Before the prayer, the fear grew with each new event. After the prayer, everything changed. Sho changed. The room changed. The threat ended. And if I had not woken the next morning to find that impossible truth about the fish tank light, maybe part of me would have gone on thinking it had all been a mixture of fear and imagination. But the burnout bulb sitting beside my bed made sure that could never happen. So even all these years later, when I remember that summer night as a 12-year-old in that back bedroom, I remember it as the night I learned two things at once. I learned that evil, or at least something not of God, can come close in ways you cannot always see clearly. And I learned that prayer is not just words said into the dark. Sometimes it changes the dark itself. It was late at night, or really very early in the morning, just after midnight on January 1st, 1977. It was New Year's Eve turning into New Year's Day. I was 8 years old then, and I would turn 9 near the end of that same month. At that age, I did not understand life, death, grief, or God in the way adults think they do. I only knew love, fear, family, and the pain of sudden loss. My mother, my younger brother, and I were living in the basement apartment of my grandmother's house at the time. It was not a big place, but it was home, and because we lived beneath my grandmother, it always felt like family was close, almost right on top of us. That usually made things feel safer. That night, though, it made everything worse, because when the terrible news came, it came through the house like a scream tearing through both floors at once. We had all gone to sleep. The night had been quiet before that, or at least quiet enough that I do not remember any noise. I only remember being asleep and then suddenly being ripped awake by the sound of my grandmother shrieking upstairs. It was not an ordinary cry or some startled little yell. It was a sound so sharp and broken that it made all of us wake at once. My mother woke. My brother woke. I woke. We all knew right away that something was terribly wrong, even before anyone said a word. There are some sounds in life that tell you the truth before language ever gets the chance. That was one of them. We ran upstairs as fast as we could. I can still picture that moment in pieces. Bare feet on the floor. My heart pounding even before I knew why. My mother moving quickly, already afraid. The stairs feeling too long and too narrow because every second seemed to matter. When we reached the kitchen upstairs, my grandmother was there on the floor on her knees. She was crying, shrieking, almost falling apart right in front of us. She was on the phone, and I remember that image so clearly because it looked like she could barely hold herself upright. My mother moved toward her, pale and shocked, and gently took the phone from her hand. Then my mother spoke into the phone. It was my uncle on the other end. He told my mother that my cousin Kenny had been killed in an accident. A drunk driver had hit him. He was 17 years old. That was the moment something inside my family broke. Even now, when I think back to it, I do not think of it only as hearing bad news. I think of it as the beginning of an inward collapse, a tearing open inside part of the family that never fully healed. The house was chaos after that. A loud, broken, stunned kind of chaos. My grandmother's grief filled the whole upstairs. My mother became pale in a way that frightened me more than almost anything else, because children look to their mother's face to know if the world is still standing, and in that moment her face said it was not. My brother was only 7, and I was only 8, and we stood in the middle of that kitchen while the adults tried to survive the news. When my mother told my brother and me what had happened, my brother became completely distraught. He was little, and the pain hit him hard and openly. I remember him being overwhelmed right away. As for me, I do not think I understood it all in the first second. It was too big, too terrible, too impossible. Kenny was not just some cousin I saw on holidays and barely knew. He was one of the brightest people in our family. He was joy. He was laughter. He was warmth. My brother and I loved him fiercely. He was one of those people who make family feel alive. So when it began to truly sink in that he was gone, something in me reacted with a force I could not control. I cursed God. I remember that clearly, and I have never forgotten it. Then I fell to the floor and blacked out. That was how my child body handled grief in that moment. It was too much. Too fast. Too cruel. 1 second the world still had Kenny in it, and the next it did not. I could not bear it. So I cursed God, because at 8 years old I did not know what else to do with such pain, and then I collapsed under the weight of it. The days that followed were full of funeral things. Adults making arrangements. Family coming and going. Grief in every room. Whispering voices, crying voices, and the kind of silence that only comes after crying has worn people out. There was a wake, and then there was the funeral, and then the burial. Everything that adults do when someone dies happened over those next few days. But my brother and I were not allowed to be part of it. We were told we were too young. That made the pain even harder in a way that I did not know how to express then. I wanted to say goodbye. I wanted to be there. I wanted to do whatever it was people did to show love one last time. I told my mother I wanted to be part of saying goodbye. I remember that very strongly, because it mattered to me. But she told me I was too young. So the grown-ups went and did all the things the grown-ups had to do, and my brother and I were left outside of that goodbye. That mattered more than people might think. Children understand loss differently, but they do understand it. They need rituals too. They need a way to touch the reality of death, even if it is painful. Instead, what I was left with was a terrible absence, a house full of mourning, and no real chance to stand there and say goodbye to someone I loved deeply. That unfinished feeling sat in me, and maybe that is one reason what happened next happened at all. In the basement apartment, my brother and I shared a room. His bed was near the door, and my bed was farther in, against the opposite wall. At the foot of my bed stood a tall children's wardrobe. One side had a stack of drawers, and the other side had a narrow closet with a door. Because it stood right there at the foot of my bed, I always made sure the closet door was shut tightly before I went to sleep. That was one of those little child habits that felt very important. I did not want that door left open at night. A dark, half-open closet in the middle of a child's room can feel like an opening into something unknown, and I wanted no part of that. So every night, without fail, I checked it. I closed it tight before climbing under my covers. It was part of how I made the room feel safe enough to sleep in. A few days after Kenny was laid to rest, I woke up in the middle of the night. The room was quiet. My brother was asleep. Everything had that stillness nighttime rooms have when the whole world feels far away. But immediately I noticed something was wrong. The closet door was open. Not wide open, but ajar enough that I could see into the dark space inside. That alone would have frightened me on any normal night. But what I saw next took away fear and replaced it with something else entirely. There was a figure inside the closet. It moved forward out of the darkness toward me and stopped a few feet from the bed. And it was Kenny. That is the simplest truth of it. It was my cousin Kenny, the one who had just died. And the strange thing was, I was not afraid. That is one of the biggest reasons I have always believed this was real and not just some nightmare or confused dream. If it had been some terrible dream born from grief, I think I would have felt terror first. But I did not. I felt sadness. A deep, immediate sadness, because I knew who he was, and seeing him only reminded me that he was dead and that I missed him. I started crying, not because a ghost had appeared in my room, but because someone I loved had come back only long enough to remind me how much I loved him, and how much it hurt that he was gone. He looked at me tenderly. That is the word that always comes to mind. Tenderly. There was kindness in his face, patience, and something gentle that made the whole moment feel safe even though it should have been impossible. Then he began to speak to me. He told me that I should not have cursed God. He told me that God had nothing to do with his dying. He said it was just an accident. Those words matter deeply. Even now, after all these years, I still feel the power they had for me. Because I had blamed God. In the first violent wave of grief, I had thrown my anger at heaven itself. I had cursed God with all the helpless rage of a child who had just learned that love can be snatched away in an instant. And here was Kenny, standing in my room after death, telling me not to do that. Telling me that God was not to blame. Telling me that what had happened was just an accident. There was peace in the way he said it. Not coldness, not distance, but real peace, as if he wanted to lift that burden off me before it hardened into something worse. Then he told me he loved me very much. And he said he had come to say goodbye. Those words still move me every time I remember them. Because that was exactly what I had wanted during those funeral days. I had wanted the chance to say goodbye, and the adults had taken that chance from me because they believed I was too young. But Kenny came anyway. He came in the only way he could, to the room where I slept, through the closet door I always shut tightly, and gave me the goodbye I had been denied. I am almost certain I told him I loved him too. I know I cried more. I know I said goodbye back. We talked a little longer, though the details are harder to hold on to now. Memory is strange that way. The emotional truth stays bright, while the exact words blur around the edges. I remember his presence clearly. I remember his kindness. I remember the feeling that this was not something to fear. But the smaller details of what we said after those first big things have softened over time. After a while, he was simply gone, or maybe I fell back asleep. The next thing I clearly remember is morning. Then it happened again. Not the next night, but every few nights or so. The same pattern. I would go to bed, making sure the closet door was shut tightly. Then sometime in the night I would wake. The closet door would be open. And Kenny would be there. He would come out and stand a few feet from my bed, and we would talk. It was not always the same conversation word for word, but the feeling was always the same. He had come to say goodbye. He had come because he loved me. He had come because I was hurt and angry and confused. Sometimes I think he also came because he himself had been torn so suddenly from life and from all of us that part of him needed time to separate gently. He had not died slowly or peacefully. He had been ripped out of the world by a drunk driver. Maybe love itself held him close for a little while. Maybe unfinished grief in the family held him near. Maybe my own grief called him. I cannot say for certain. I only know that he came. This happened for about a month. Every few nights, almost the same scene. The open closet door. The quiet room. Kenny a few feet from my bed. Conversation. Love. Goodbye. And then sleep. Until finally it stopped. One day it simply did not happen anymore. I would go to bed, shut the closet door, wake in the night sometimes, but the closet stayed closed, or if it did not, there was no one there. The visits were over. And somehow, I knew they were supposed to be over. He had done what he came to do. He had corrected what he needed to correct in me, and he had given me the goodbye I needed. There was no dramatic final farewell. It simply ended, as if whatever tied him there had loosened at last. I have spent many years wondering why it happened. Part of me believes it was because Kenny died so suddenly, and so violently that he needed to linger for a little while, not in torment, but in love. He had been torn from his family too quickly, and maybe he needed time to let go properly. I also believe, very strongly, that he came because I cursed God. I think he wanted to make sure that I did not carry that blame forever, that I did not build my grief around anger toward heaven. The message mattered to him enough that he came back repeatedly until it settled into me. And beyond all of that, I think we had a special bond. He was not just another relative. He was my cousin, yes, but he was also one of the deepest sources of joy in my childhood family world. I loved him fiercely, and I know he loved me. No one else in my family ever spoke openly about seeing him after his death. Maybe they did not see him. Maybe they did and never said anything. I would not be surprised either way. Kenny's death was one of the great traumas of our family. It was the kind of event that breaks something open in everyone and then leaves people trying to live around the damage. In families like that, there are many things people do not say. They stay quiet to protect themselves, or because they fear being judged, or because the pain is just too sharp to turn into words. So even if someone else had seen him or heard him, or dreamed him in a way that felt real, they might never have spoken of it. Grief makes people private. Ghost stories make them even more private. For a long time, I was reluctant to speak of it too. How do you tell people that your dead cousin came out of your closet every few nights for a month and talked to you in the middle of the night? Most people would either think you were making it up, misunderstanding dreams, or trying to turn your grief into something mystical. But I know what those nights felt like, and they did not feel like dreams. There was a consistency to them, a calmness, a specific purpose. And the emotional truth of them has never faded. If anything, as I have grown older, I trust them more, not less. What strikes me now is how gentle it all was. There are so many ghost stories full of fear, threats, shadows, cold hands, and terrible dread. This was not like that. Even though the setup would sound frightening to anyone else, a child waking in the middle of the night to find the closet door open and a dead relative stepping out of the darkness, the feeling was not evil. It was tender. Sad, yes. Deeply sad. But also full of love. That tenderness is one of the main reasons I believe it was truly Kenny. It felt like him. It felt like the kind of thing he would do if somehow love gave him a way to come back. He would want to comfort, to reassure, to make peace, and to say goodbye properly. And I needed that more than anyone knew. Because I had not gotten to go to the wake. I had not gotten to go to the funeral. I had not gotten to go to the burial. I had not stood beside the people who loved him, and heard the prayers and seen the coffin, and watched the final lowering into the ground. I had not had any ritual to help my young heart understand that he was gone, and to let me say farewell. In the eyes of the adults, I was too young. But in the reality of grief, I was not too young to love him, and I was not too young to suffer. So Kenny came and gave me what I needed. That changes how I think about death even now. Not because it made me unafraid of it exactly, but because it taught me very early that love does not always stop at the edge of the grave. I do not say that in a light or sentimental way. I say it because I lived through something that taught me the dead are not always as far away as we think, especially not in the first raw season after loss. Sometimes they come because something remains unfinished. Sometimes they come because the living need peace. Sometimes, perhaps, they come because they too need to let go in a gentle way. I still remember the room. My brother's bed near the door. My bed against the far wall. The tall wardrobe at my feet. The drawers on one side. The narrow closet on the other. The way I always checked that door. The way it stood open in the night despite my having shut it carefully before sleep. That detail matters to me because it was part of the sign. The door opening was the first signal that he had come. If it had just been a dream, perhaps the room could have looked however dreams make rooms look. But it always followed the logic of the room I really slept in. The wardrobe. The open door. The figure inside. The steps forward. It all belonged to that exact space, and yet brought into it something from beyond ordinary life. Sometimes I wonder whether children are more able to receive such visits because they have fewer walls built up in their minds. At 8 years old, I was open in ways I would not be later. I was still close enough to mystery to accept it without needing every part of it explained. I was frightened by many things, yes, but I was also capable of simply knowing who stood before me without demanding proof. When I saw Kenny, I knew him. That was enough. I did not need some long argument with myself about whether ghosts were possible. He was there, and my heart recognized him before my mind ever would have tried to reason it out. As an adult, I still hold on to that experience not only as a ghost story but as one of the most intimate expressions of love I have ever known. Because what is love, if not the thing that reaches for us even when it should not be able to? What is love, if not the force that returns to comfort a grieving child and gently corrects her anger before leaving for good? I do not need everyone else to believe exactly what I believe about those nights. I only know that they helped save me from carrying a bitterness toward God that might have grown hard inside me. They helped me release some part of my grief. And they gave me back the goodbye I was denied. Even now, when I think of Kenny, I do not only think of the shrieking in the kitchen, my grandmother on the floor, my mother's ashen face, the phone call, the blackout, or the funeral I was not allowed to attend. I also think of the quiet room in the basement apartment, the open closet door, his tender look, and his words telling me not to blame God. Those things have become part of his memory too. Maybe that is why I have been so reluctant to talk about it for so long. Because speaking of it means touching all of it again. The death. The grief. The family collapse. The love. The ghostly visitations. The goodbye. It is never just a ghost story. It is the story of one of the deepest wounds my family ever suffered and one of the strangest acts of comfort I have ever received. It is sacred to me in its own way, and sacred things are hard to hand over into ordinary conversation. But if I am honest, I am grateful. Grateful that he came. Grateful that he spoke. Grateful that he cared enough to come more than once. Grateful that the door opened and he stepped out of the darkness not to frighten me, but to love me one last time. And maybe that is the truest thing I can say about all of it. Whatever else ghosts may be, whatever theories people may have, whatever doubts others may raise, I know this much. In the weeks after my cousin was killed by a drunk driver at 17 years old, he came back to the room where I slept, opened the closet door I always shut tight, stood a few feet from my bed, and told me that he loved me, that I should not blame God, and that he had come to say goodbye. And because of that, I was finally able to say goodbye too. All my life, I had believed in the paranormal. I never thought every strange sound was just pipes, wind, or an old house settling. I always felt there were things in this world we could not fully explain. Still, Even with that belief, I had never gone through anything that felt truly dark or threatening. I had heard stories. I had felt odd things before. I had sensed energy in places that did not feel right. But I had never had an experience that left me shaking with real fear, the kind that gets into your body and stays there long after the moment is over. Then last night happened, and for the first time in my life, I felt completely helpless. It had already been a rough night before the experience even started. We had just gotten a new puppy, and because it was still so little, I had to keep getting up every couple of hours to take care of it. Anyone who has had a very young puppy knows how tiring that can be. You barely fall asleep before you have to wake up again. So all night I had been going up and down, half asleep, exhausted, and not fully settled at any point. My husband was sleeping through most of it because he is a very hard sleeper. He can sleep through things that would wake almost anyone else. So I was the one doing all the getting up, checking on the puppy, settling it, coming back to bed, and trying to get comfortable again. By the time the experience happened, I was already in that strange state that comes from broken sleep. You are not fully awake, but you are not sleeping deeply either. Your body feels heavy and your mind drifts in and out of dreams in a way that makes everything feel more blurred than usual. That is why, in the beginning, the whole thing seemed like a dream. At first, I really thought it was just some strange dream that had started because of how tired I was. In the dream, I was outside taking the dog out, but it was not my real house. The setting was completely different. The surroundings were wrong, the house was wrong, and everything looked unfamiliar. But in the dream, it felt normal enough while I was in it. That is how dreams usually work. You do not question strange details right away because while you are inside the dream, your mind accepts them. So there I was outside with the dog, just doing something simple and ordinary. Then I looked to my left, and that was when the uneasy feeling started. I saw a lit cigarette sitting at the corner of the house. What made it so strange was that it was not lying on the ground and it was not in a hand that I could see. It looked as though it was being held by something, almost like a bracket or some invisible holder, but there was no person there. My immediate feeling in the dream was that I had somehow scared someone off and that they had left the cigarette behind in a rush. It was such a small detail, but it created a huge sense of fear in me. There was something deeply wrong about that cigarette still burning there with no person attached to it. Even in the dream, I felt it. It was like the moment when you realize you are not alone, even if you cannot see who or what is nearby. I became afraid right away. Not mildly nervous, but truly scared in that instinctive way where your body reacts before your mind fully understands why. So I turned around and went back inside. After that, the dream became unclear. I know I came back into the house, but I cannot clearly remember everything that happened in that part. It is like the dream broke apart there and turned into something much worse. That is when the really frightening part began. Suddenly, I was in bed. My husband was lying beside me, fast asleep as usual. I was on my stomach, face down, and I remember being aware of the bed, the room, and him sleeping there next to me. That is why the experience became so terrifying. It no longer felt like some far-off dream in another place. It felt like I was back in my real body, in my real bed, with my real husband right there beside me. But something was terribly wrong. I could hear noises around me. They were not loud. That almost made it worse. If they had been loud crashing noises, maybe I could have understood them more easily. But these were softer sounds, like little movements, light shuffling, the kind of sounds that make you strain to listen because they seem so close. I could not see anything because I could not open my eyes, but I could hear enough to know something was near me. At first, I had the strong feeling that there was one presence. Then, very soon after that, I became convinced there were two. That was one of the worst parts. It was not just the fear of something being there. It was the realization that there were two of them. I remember feeling as if I had been drugged. That is still the best way I know how to describe it. My mind was there. I knew what was happening around me well enough to feel fear and think thoughts, but my body would not respond. I could not wake up properly. I could not move. I could not scream. I was trapped inside myself. It was an awful feeling, like being buried alive inside your own body while everything around you keeps happening. I fought so hard to wake up. I remember the effort so clearly. I was trying with everything in me to break through whatever was holding me down. I tried to make a sound. At first I thought maybe if I could just moan or whisper, maybe my husband would hear me. But nothing came out. Then I tried harder. I tried to scream with all my strength. In my mind I was screaming. I was forcing everything I had toward making a sound. But no sound came. It was like my mouth and throat no longer belonged to me. The panic that caused is hard to describe. There is something deeply horrifying about needing to scream and discovering that your own voice is no longer available to you. There were moments when I was able to rise closer to consciousness. In one of those brief moments, I managed to put my arm around my husband's waist. I was still lying on my stomach, but somehow I was able to reach him. That one little movement felt huge to me because it meant I was not entirely lost inside that frozen state. It meant I was still fighting. But those moments never lasted long. Just when I would think I was waking up enough to save myself, the heavy state would pull me back down again. After I put my arm around him, I tried so hard to move my fingers or my arm again, to shake him awake, to make him understand that something was terribly wrong. But nothing would move. My body just would not obey me. Again and again I would get close to waking, close to control. And then lose it. Each time it felt like I was falling backward into something thick and deadening. Around me, I could still hear sounds now and then, enough to remind me I was not imagining that part. As all of this was happening, I remember thinking that both my husband and I had somehow been drugged. That may sound strange, but it really did feel exactly like that. I actually thought of a scene from the movie What Lies Beneath, where the husband drugs the wife and leaves her helpless. That was the comparison that came straight into my mind. It felt that real and that physical. I truly believed at one point that someone or something had drugged both of us, but that they had given my husband more so he would stay fully asleep while I was left in this awful half-aware state. What terrified me even more was the thought that they were leaving him alone and coming for me. That feeling was so strong. I kept thinking that my husband was being kept asleep on purpose, that whatever was there wanted me helpless and aware while he stayed unconscious beside me. It felt targeted. It felt personal. That made the fear much sharper. If it had just been a strange spiritual presence in the room, maybe I could have somehow separated myself from it emotionally. But this felt aggressive. It felt like I was the one being chosen, and my husband had been pushed out of the situation on purpose. In the middle of all this fear, I had another thought that really stands out to me. I remember thinking that in the past, whenever I had sensed spirits or had experiences that felt paranormal, they had never been aggressive. They had felt strange, yes, and sometimes unsettling, but never truly dangerous. This was different. This did not feel curious, sad, or merely present. This felt hostile. It felt like two beings were trying to do something to me, and whatever that something was, it was not good. Eventually, after what felt like forever, I was able to wake my husband up enough to speak to him. I do not know how many times I had tried by then. It felt like I had been struggling for an endless amount of time. When I finally got his attention, I told him to save me. I remember saying that two ghosts were trying to get me. That was how sure I was. Even in the middle of fear and confusion, that was what I believed was happening. But my husband is not a believer. He is the kind of person who does not naturally jump to paranormal explanations. So when I told him, he did not respond in the way I wanted or needed. He told me I needed to tell them to go away. To him, maybe that sounded practical enough. But he did not seem to understand how terrified I was, how helpless I had been, and how long I had already been fighting just to move or speak. His response made me feel even more alone for a moment, because I needed someone to understand the seriousness of what I was going through, and instead I felt like he did not fully grasp it. Still, the fact that he woke up at all gave me something to hold on to. At one point he got up, went to the bathroom, came back, and then we lay facing each other with our arms around each other. That should have made me feel safe, and in one way it did, but even then, the fear was not over. I could feel the energy behind my back. That is the only way I can describe it. I could not see anything, but I could feel something there, behind me, close enough that my whole body reacted. I kept flinching. It was like every few moments I felt them trying to pull me away from him, or reach me from behind, or somehow get at me despite the fact that he was now awake and holding me. That made it feel even more real to me, because if the whole thing had only been a bad dream or sleep confusion, why would the fear still feel so directed even after my husband got up and came back? It was as if they did not want me to have that protection. I cannot explain exactly what I mean by that, but I know how it felt. It felt like two forces were there, behind me, trying to separate me from the one thing that was making me feel safe. At some point, I guess they left. Or maybe I was finally able to come fully out of that awful state. I do not remember some big final moment where everything suddenly stopped. I only remember eventually reaching a point where I could sleep again and feeling, for the first time since it had started, that it was safe enough to do so. That is how I know the energy changed. I went from total terror and helplessness to being able to rest, and that shift felt very real too. When morning came, I was left with the memory of it all in a way that did not feel like an ordinary dream. It felt too vivid, too physical, too layered with actual sensation. I could still remember the helplessness in my body, the shuffling sounds, the certainty that there were two beings, the desperate effort to scream, the drugged feeling, the moments of partial waking, and the strong sense of something behind me after my husband held me. The emotional aftershock stayed with me too. I felt deeply shaken. Even now, I cannot recall ever feeling so frightened and helpless in my life. The thing that makes it hardest for me to dismiss is how much of it felt like a crossing between dream and waking life. It did begin in a dreamlike setting, outside with the dog in a different house and strange surroundings. But then it shifted into my real bed, beside my real husband, with real physical sensations. That blending of dream and waking is what makes the memory so disturbing, because it is hard to draw a clean line and say this part was definitely dreaming and this part was definitely not. The whole thing felt like it moved through me rather than simply being imagined by me. I have thought over and over about what it could have been. Part of me still wonders whether it was some kind of terrifying sleep paralysis or sleep-related state caused by exhaustion, stress, and being up all night with the new puppy. I know broken sleep can do strange things to the mind and body. I know the line between sleep and waking can become thin when you are repeatedly pulled out of sleep all night long. But there was something about the energy of the experience that makes me hesitate to leave it at that explanation. It felt like more than just my own body misfiring. It felt like there were presences involved, and that they were acting with intention. What makes me lean that way most strongly is the sense of there being two of them. That was not a random thought that came later. It was something I felt during the experience itself. First one, then two. I became aware of them almost the way you become aware of people in a room without seeing them directly. It was a clear internal knowing, and it felt very different from ordinary fear. It was not just, something is wrong. It was, they are here. That distinction is what keeps haunting me when I think back on it. I also cannot forget the feeling that my husband had been left alone, on purpose. Again, maybe that was just part of the panic my mind created in the moment. But it felt so specific. It was not only that he was sleeping hard. It was the belief that he had been made to sleep harder so that I would be the only one awake enough to suffer through what was happening. That feeling of being isolated in the very middle of lying beside someone you love is almost unbearable. He was right there, his body beside mine, and yet I felt entirely alone. What frightened me too was how long it seemed to last. Sometimes bad dreams are intense but brief. This felt stretched out, like it went on and on with no end. Each time I partly woke and thought I had escaped, I would fall back into it again. That repeating cycle wore me down. By the time I got my husband's attention, I felt like I had already fought for ages. That long struggle is part of why the helplessness felt so complete. I was not only scared. I was exhausted by the effort of trying to break free. The memory of flinching while my husband held me also stays very strong. I can still picture us facing each other, arms around each other, and me reacting over and over to something behind my back. Even though he was there, I did not feel fully protected yet because I could still sense them behind me. I kept feeling like they were trying to get between us or get me away from him. That made me feel like the only real protection in that moment came from being physically connected to another living person. Whether that was psychologically true or spiritually true, I do not know. But in the experience itself, that was exactly what it felt like. Since then, I have had trouble deciding how to talk about it. On the one hand, I very much believe in the paranormal. I always have. But before that night, I had never had a negative experience that felt aimed at me in such a frightening way. I had never felt hunted or pressured or physically trapped by something unseen. That was new, and it changed the way I think about these things. It made the paranormal feel less abstract and much more dangerous. At the same time, I know people will hear parts of this story and immediately think of sleep paralysis, nightmares, or exhaustion. And maybe they are not entirely wrong. Maybe the experience was partly shaped by my body being overtired and my mind being pulled through broken sleep all night because of the puppy. Maybe that is why it began with a dream and then spilled into my awareness in bed. Maybe the state between sleeping and waking opened the door for the experience in some way, whether spiritually or physically. I am open to that. But even if that is true, it does not remove the fear of what it felt like from the inside. That is really what stays with me the most. The feeling. The feeling of not being able to move. The feeling of trying to scream and having no sound. The feeling that there were two of them. The feeling that I had been drugged. The feeling that they were after me and not my husband. The feeling of energy behind my back even while I held on to him. The feeling of finally being safe only after a long battle. Those are not easy feelings to dismiss or forget. I think what upsets me most is that it attacked me in the one place where I should have felt safest, in bed beside my husband. There is something so violating about that. Sleep already makes you vulnerable. You are closed off from your normal defenses. Your body is resting, your eyes are shut, and your mind is half open in ways it is not during the day. To feel invaded there, in that state, creates a special kind of fear because it touches something primal. It makes rest itself feel uncertain. I also wonder now whether my being up all night with the puppy somehow weakened me. Not spiritually in some dramatic sense maybe, but physically and mentally. Lack of sleep can strip away your normal strength. It can make you less grounded. It can make you easier to frighten, yes, but maybe also easier to sense or experience things you normally would not. I do not know. I only know that I had been up and down all night, and by the time the experience happened, I was deeply tired. Even though my husband told me to tell them to go away, I do not remember whether I actually did in a strong and direct way. I think I was too far gone in fear at first. But after he got up and came back and held me, maybe his simple refusal to believe in them in the way I did somehow took away some of their hold. Or maybe my own sense of connection and safety helped. Or maybe they had done whatever they came to do and then left. I still do not know. I only know that eventually the energy lifted enough for sleep to return, and I was left with that strange mixture of relief and terror that comes after surviving something you cannot fully explain. If this was paranormal, then it was the first time I ever felt directly threatened by it. If it was something else, then it was still one of the most horrifying things I have ever lived through. Either way, it changed me. It made me understand how terrifying helplessness can be when it enters the night and wraps itself around your body. It made me realize that there are experiences which sit in the space between dream and waking, and that those experiences can feel more real than many daytime memories. I still believe in the paranormal. But after that night, I believe with a different kind of seriousness. Before, my belief had room for mystery and curiosity. Now it also has room for fear. It was 10:40 at night on Monday, October 15th, and at first it felt like a completely normal evening in our house. My wife and I had already gone through the usual bedtime routine with our daughter, who was about to turn 3 years old in exactly 1 week. She had been put to bed around 9 o'clock, and the house had settled into that quiet nighttime feeling families know so well. The loud parts of the day were done. The toys had been picked up as much as they ever are. The little footsteps had stopped running through the rooms. The lights in most parts of the house were lower, softer, gentler. My wife and I had finally reached that small window of time parents wait for all day, when the child is asleep and the grown-ups can sit together for a while and breathe. We were in the living room watching television, not thinking much about anything serious. It was just the ordinary end of a long day. We were tired, but in a familiar way, the way parents of little children are always tired. There was nothing unusual in the air at first, nothing dramatic, nothing that warned us the night was about to shift into something unsettling. Then we heard our daughter begin to cry from her room. The moment a parent hears that sound, especially late at night, the body reacts before the mind even catches up. We both knew her cries well enough to hear when something was wrong. It was not just a sleepy little noise or the kind of soft fussing that comes before a child settles again on her own. This sounded frightened. My wife and I were both up right away, moving quickly toward her room. I reached her door first and opened it, expecting to see the room the way we had left it earlier, softly lit, familiar, safe. Instead, I opened the door and found darkness. For a second, I just stood there, surprised. That room was not supposed to be dark. Our daughter did not like sleeping in the dark. She never had. Like many little children, she felt safer with light in the room, and because of that, we always made sure she had it. She had a nightlight plugged in, and we also left her lamp on until we ourselves were ready to go to bed. It was just one of those little family habits that formed naturally because it made her feel secure. So the room being dark was wrong immediately, and not just a little wrong, but enough that I felt it the instant I opened the door. I reached inside the doorway and flicked the switch on the wall. Nothing happened. That too was strange, but not yet enough to feel truly frightening. Sometimes bulbs go out. Sometimes a switch acts up. So I stepped into the room, crossed over to where the lamp stood, and turned that switch on. Still nothing. Now the wrongness of it deepened. The room was still dark except for the little bit of light drifting in from outside the room, and my daughter was crying, upset enough that we were moving more from instinct than from thought. I bent down and found the nightlight plugged into the outlet. I switched it on, and finally a small glow lit up the room. It was not much, but it was enough to let me see what was there. That was when I noticed the lamp cord. The plug was lying on the floor. It had been pulled out of the wall. I remember staring at that for a second, because it did not make sense. The lamp had been plugged in when we left the room earlier. I knew it had. My wife knew it had. We had left it exactly as we always did, with the lamp on and the room softly lit. We did that every night. That was part of the comfort of bedtime for our daughter. So seeing the cord on the floor, unplugged, made the whole thing stop being just a question of a burnout bulb, or an ordinary problem. Someone, or something, had unplugged it. I plugged it back in. The lamp came on immediately. At once the room was filled with the same warm light we had left it in about an hour and a half earlier. That detail bothered me more than I wanted to admit right then. If the lamp had just stopped working, that would have been one thing. If the power had gone out in the room, that would have been another. But the lamp worked perfectly. The only reason the room had gone dark was because the plug had been pulled from the wall. That meant the darkness had been created on purpose. My wife and I picked up our daughter and began soothing her. She was frightened in the way little children sometimes are after waking into a room that no longer feels safe. We comforted her, calmed her down as best we could, and then got her settled back into bed. We tucked her in, spoke gently to her, and did all the little things parents do to try to put the world back in order for a child who has been scared. And then she said something that, in another house, on another night, might have sounded like nothing more than a child waking from a bad dream. She said, "I scared. There are people behind the door." Those words landed heavily in the room. Parents all over the world have probably heard something like that from their children at one time or another. Children say odd things. They have vivid dreams, vivid imaginations, and a way of talking about the dark that adults often dismiss because it is easier that way. If this had been the first strange thing that had ever happened in our house, maybe I would have smiled, told her she just had a bad dream, kissed her forehead, and moved on. But it was not the first strange thing. That was the part that changed everything. Because of other things that had already happened in the house before that night, I did not even need to turn and look at my wife to know exactly what she was thinking. I knew it because I was thinking it too. This was not an isolated moment. This was not happening in an ordinary house where nothing ever disappeared, moved, or made us question our own memory. We had already been living with small unexplained events for some time. Nothing truly violent. Nothing like what people in dramatic ghost stories always describe. But enough strange things had been going on that our daughter's words did not land on empty ground. They landed on a fear that was already there, one we had both been quietly carrying. There had been books that disappeared and then reappeared days later in places where they should not have been. There had been small household items that vanished without explanation, only to turn up after we had searched for them again and again. There had been those little harmless-seeming disturbances that families laugh off at first because they are too small to build a whole theory around. A missing object here. A moved item there. A book not where it was left. A little thing out of place. On their own, they were easy to brush aside. Together, over time, they built a feeling in the house that someone else was sharing it with us, someone playful perhaps, someone mischievous, someone willing to hide things and move things and then wait for us to notice. Up until that night, we had mostly treated those things as pranks. Annoying, yes. Strange, yes. But not frightening. A book hidden for a few days is irritating. A little object turning up in an odd place is odd. But none of that feels the same as a little girl waking up in a dark room, crying in fear, while the lamp that should have been on lies unplugged on the floor. That is different. That crosses into another kind of territory. That is no longer just teasing the grown-ups. That is involving the child. And that was where my patience ended. As I tucked my daughter back in, I spoke loudly and clearly into the room. I did not shout wildly, and I did not tremble, though I felt more unsettled than I wanted to show. I spoke the way a person speaks when they want to be understood. I said, "Leave the lights alone. You've scared the little girl. She doesn't like the dark. It's not funny, so leave the lights alone." I was not talking to my daughter. I was talking to whatever else might have been there. The room felt very still after I said it. My daughter looked up at me then, and I smiled and winked at her, trying to make her feel safe again. She smiled back, and that small smile mattered to me because it meant she believed me when I acted like things were under control. Sometimes being a parent means standing in the middle of something you do not understand and still behaving as if you do, just so your child can borrow your calm. So I gave her that calm the best I could. My wife and I kissed her goodnight. We stepped toward the door, and just before leaving, I looked back at her once more and repeated myself, speaking again to whatever might have been listening. "Leave the lights alone." Then we closed the door. What stayed with me after that was not only the event itself, but the question behind it. Were they, or whatever it was, trying to be helpful in some strange and misguided way? Had something in the house seen the lamp on, thought it was bedtime, and done what it had seen us do before, turning off the light as if helping us with the routine? That thought crossed my mind, because if something unseen had been observing our lives long enough to hide books and move objects, maybe it had also been observing our nightly habits. Maybe it had seen us come in later on other nights and turn the lamp off once we ourselves were ready for bed, and maybe it did not understand that we only did that after checking on our daughter and after she was fully settled. But even if that was true, it did not make the act harmless. Because our daughter had been left in darkness she was afraid of. And because she had then said there were people behind the door. That last part could not simply be explained away by the idea of a helpful spirit trying to turn off a lamp. That sentence made the whole thing heavier. What had she seen? Had she only imagined something in the dark after waking up scared? Had the darkness itself created those people in her mind the way shadows and fear often do for little children? Or had she really sensed presences standing where we could not see them? Those questions settled into me and stayed there. We had lived with enough little unexplained things already that I could not answer them as easily as I would have liked. If our house had been perfectly ordinary up to that point, I might have laughed nervously and told the story later as one of those weird little parenting moments children put you through. But our house was not ordinary anymore, at least not entirely. It had developed a second life under the first one, a quiet undercurrent of odd happenings that could be ignored only when they stayed small. The hidden books were the easiest things to live with. Those almost became a joke between us sometimes. A favorite book would go missing. A small item would vanish. Days would pass, and then the thing would turn up in a place we had already searched. It was the sort of annoyance that makes you feel watched, but not threatened. You can grumble about it, laugh uneasily, and move on. You can even imagine that if there are unseen co-inhabitants in a house, maybe they get bored and amuse themselves with little tricks. But a child is different. A 3-year-old is different. A little girl lying in bed in the dark is different. That was why I spoke the way I did. Not only from fear, but from a sense of protecting what was mine to protect. If there really were other beings sharing the space with us, then they needed to understand something very clearly. They could play their little games with books if they must. They could hide harmless things and move harmless objects if that was all they meant to do. But my daughter was not to be frightened. The line was there. That was the message I wanted to send. Even now, I still do not know if they understood it as a warning or only as a request. I do know that in that moment, speaking out loud felt necessary. There are times when saying nothing feels like giving permission, or at least giving space. So I chose not to say nothing. I chose to speak directly into the room, into the house, into whatever was listening, and make it plain that we were not amused by what had happened. What unsettles me still is the way the room looked when I first opened the door. Darkness has a different quality when it is expected and when it is not. If you open a child's room in the middle of the night, and know the room is supposed to be dark, then the darkness is ordinary. But if you know that room should be lit, and you open the door and meet darkness instead, the darkness itself feels like an event. That was exactly how it felt. It was not merely an absence of light. It felt like a wrongness. A condition that should not have existed. And when I found the cord on the floor, it turned that wrongness from a feeling into a fact. I have thought a lot about whether my daughter actually woke because the room went dark, or because she sensed those people first. Maybe the darkness frightened her on its own. Maybe she woke and found the room changed from the way she had last seen it, and in that frightened half-sleeping state, the shapes behind the door became people in her mind. Or maybe she really saw or sensed something. That is the part parents never fully know when little children say such things. Adults like to believe children dream, imagine, invent. And they do. Of course they do. But children also sometimes say things with a calm conviction that makes you stop and wonder. They do not always separate the seen and unseen the same way adults do. Their worlds are still more open somehow. That does not mean every strange thing they say is a message from another world. But it does mean not every strange thing they say should be dismissed without thought. Her words were simple. I scared. There are people behind the door. She did not tell some long dramatic story. She did not point and scream wildly. She only said what frightened her in the plain way little children often do. That simplicity makes it harder for me to brush aside even now. My wife and I did not talk much about it in front of our daughter after that, because there was no point in making her more frightened. But I know what passed between us in those looks that night. The shared understanding. The shared unease. The awareness that the small strange things in the house had finally crossed into a more serious kind of moment. Even if nothing happened after that, the line had been crossed simply because fear had reached our child. What makes it harder still is that the house itself never felt openly evil. That may sound strange, but it is true. If it had felt deeply dark from the beginning, maybe the whole thing would have been easier to classify in our minds. But it did not. It felt occupied, perhaps. Observed at times. Lightly disturbed. There was a sense of presence without a clear sense of hatred. That is part of why I still sometimes wonder whether the lights being turned off was, in some strange way, an attempt to imitate us rather than to terrorize her. A poor imitation, if so. A clumsy one. One that scared her badly enough to wake the whole house. But not necessarily done out of cruelty. Still, intent matters less than effect when a child is crying in fear. If some unseen thing had indeed been watching us and trying to copy our behavior, then it needed to learn that this was not acceptable. If, on the other hand, it had been a joke, then the message needed to be even clearer. Either way, I meant what I said. Leave the lights alone. She does not like the dark. It is not funny. I think about co-inhabitants sometimes because that word feels closer to what the house suggested than the word haunting. A haunting makes people think of one big dramatic presence, some old sorrow rooted in a place, something tragic and fixed. But our house did not feel like one sad spirit endlessly replaying a past event. It felt more like a shared space, like there were unseen occupants moving around the edges of our family life, occasionally touching it, occasionally rearranging it, occasionally letting us know they were there. That may sound less frightening than a haunting, but in some ways it is stranger. It suggests awareness, curiosity, a kind of daily life just beyond our own. And yet, once a child becomes afraid, whatever sense of wonder might exist around such thoughts disappears quickly. Then all that matters is protection. That night, after we left her room and went back to the living room, I do not think either of us relaxed the way we had before. The television might still have been on, but its sound no longer mattered. The house had shifted around us. Every parent knows that feeling, when the atmosphere of the entire night changes because something has happened to your child. We were no longer simply spending quiet time together after bedtime. We were now listening to the house, thinking about the room, wondering what had happened in the dark after we first laid her down, wondering whether the lamp cord had been gently pulled or sharply yanked, wondering whether she had woken first to the dark or to the sense of unseen company. And perhaps most of all, wondering if it would happen again. That is the hidden burden of these experiences. One event is frightening in itself, but what really settles into the mind is the question of repetition. Tonight it was the lamp. Tomorrow, what? If a book goes missing, that is one thing. If the lamp in a child's room is unplugged, what comes next? Those are the thoughts that make it hard to sleep after the house has quieted again. I still remember how ordinary the night had been before we heard her cry. That contrast is important. There was no dramatic storm, no power outage, no big unsettling mood in the house leading up to it. It was just a Monday night in October, a family evening, bedtime, television, a child asleep in her room, parents unwinding. Then, in one small act, the unseen crossed over into the visible enough for all of us to feel it. A lamp unplugged. A room dark. A crying child. A sentence about people behind the door. And suddenly the whole house felt inhabited in a way it had not before. When I think about it now, I come back to my daughter's age again and again. She was just turning 3. That is such a tiny age. Old enough to speak clearly, old enough to be frightened by the dark, old enough to tell us what upset her, but still too little to shape those fears into the kinds of stories older children might tell. That age lends a certain weight to what she said. She was not trying to create drama. She was only reporting the world the way she had experienced it. And so we did what parents do. We comforted her. We restored the light. We gave kisses and smiles and reassurance. And then, when she could not hear the deeper meaning of the words, I addressed whatever else might have been listening. There is something strange about speaking into a room you think may contain an unseen listener. You feel foolish and serious at the same time. Part of you is aware of how odd it would sound to anyone walking by. Another part of you knows with total certainty that saying nothing would feel worse. So you speak. Not because you are sure, but because you are sure enough. That was how it felt for me. I was sure enough. Sure enough that I did not want them touching her things. Sure enough that I wanted to mark the boundary aloud. Sure enough that if this was a shared house in some sense beyond what the eye can see, then the rules needed stating. Maybe they heard me. Maybe they did not. Maybe whatever moved the books and unplugged the lamp had no mind like ours at all, only a habit of reaching into our lives in small ways. Or maybe it understood very well and simply chose whether or not to care. I cannot say. All I know is that from our side of the bed, from our side of the door, what happened was real enough to change the night, and serious enough to make me speak to the invisible as if it were standing right there. Because perhaps it was. And in the end, that is what makes the story stay with me, not just the unplugged lamp, but the ordinary family tenderness standing right beside the possibility of something unseen. The child in bed, the father tucking her in, the mother beside him, the smile and wink, the kiss goodnight. And just beyond that, perhaps, the quiet watchers behind the door. If they were trying to help, they failed. If they were joking, we did not laugh. And if they were simply reminding us that the house was not ours alone, they certainly succeeded. When I was about 15 years old, I did something I had been warned my whole life not to do. There was a graveyard in our area that everyone knew about. It was one of those old places that seemed to carry a heavy feeling even when nobody was there. People always had stories about it. Some talked about ghosts. Some said strange things happened there at night. Others would not even say much, they would just tell us very seriously to stay away from it. My family was like that too. We had always known that place existed, but we were told again and again never to go there. Not for fun, not for a dare, not even just to look around in daylight. The message was always the same. Do not go there. Ever. Of course, when you are 15, a warning like that can feel more like an invitation than a rule. At that age, fear and curiosity live side by side, and sometimes curiosity wins. My sister and I were planning to go hang out with some friends one day, and like a lot of teenagers, we wanted to do something exciting, something that would feel bold and memorable. Our friends picked us up, and before long the subject of the graveyard came up. Someone suggested we go there, and instead of being smart enough to refuse, we all thought it sounded like a thrilling idea. We acted like it was just another adventure. We laughed, joked, and tried to act tough, but deep inside I think all of us felt at least a little uneasy. Still, none of us wanted to be the one who said no. So we went. From the moment we got there, the place felt wrong. I do not mean it was simply quiet like most cemeteries are. It was something more than that. There was a heavy feeling there, like the air itself carried old sadness and old anger. The whole place seemed to be watching us. Even before anything happened, I could feel that sense of foreboding pressing on me. The graveyard was old, and you could tell by the way the stones leaned, the way the names were fading, the way the trees seemed to have grown up around the graves as if they had been there forever. It felt like a place where time had slowed down but never really healed anything. At first, though, we tried to ignore that feeling. We were young, with friends around us, and we wanted to make it into fun. So we walked around, laughed too loudly, shined flashlights in different directions, and acted like it was all one big joke. We stayed there for a while, longer than we probably should have. As the evening went on, it started getting dark. The light changed slowly at first, then faster. The shadows stretched, the trees looked bigger, and the little path we had taken in did not seem as harmless anymore. Everything in that place felt heavier once the sun started going down. We kept walking around anyway. At some point, strange things began to happen. It started with rocks. Small rocks began flying at us. Not falling, not rolling, not dropping from somewhere above. Flying. At first we all thought one of our friends was doing it to scare the rest of us. That seemed like the easiest answer. We turned around and called out, telling them to stop because it was not funny. We accused each other right away, because that is what people do when they do not want to admit something stranger might be happening. But our friends insisted they were not throwing anything. The way they said it made me feel uneasy, because it sounded honest. They were not laughing when they denied it. They looked nervous too. Still, instead of leaving right then, we kept going. That is one of the things I regret most when I look back on that night. We had already seen enough to know the place did not want us there. But as teenagers, we did not know when to stop. We kept on with our little tour like fools, pushing deeper into a place we had been warned against all our lives. There was a kind of excitement mixed with fear that kept us moving. It was as though the more uneasy we got, the more determined we became to act brave in front of each other. As we wandered farther through the graveyard, I came across a grave that really caught my attention. It was so old that when I looked at the date, I realized it was from the 1700s. I had never seen a grave that old in person before, and for a moment, all my fear turned into fascination. I stood there studying it, shining my flashlight over the weathered stone, trying to read the faded writing and imagining the kind of life someone from that long ago might have lived. That part truly amazed me. In that moment, I forgot a little about the rocks and the bad feeling and just stared at the grave in wonder. It felt like touching a tiny piece of history. Then I heard my sister and my friend Chris scream. It was not a startled little yell. It was a full, terrified scream, the kind that comes from a person who has just seen something truly horrible. The sound of it tore through the graveyard and through me at the same time. I spun around immediately, flashlight in hand, and started running toward them as fast as I could. In those first seconds, my mind raced through every possible thing that could have happened. Maybe one of them got hurt. Maybe someone fell. Maybe an animal jumped out at them. I was scared, but I was still thinking in ordinary ways. That ended the moment I saw what they were looking at. I stopped dead in my tracks. There, hanging in a big oak tree, was a person. To this day, that sight has never fully left me. It was not something vague or shadowy. It was clear. Horribly clear. You could see every detail of him. You could see the noose. You could see the way his body hung. You could see his face, and his face had the most terrible expression on it, a look that was so full of pain and horror that it turned my blood cold. You could even see his clothes and his shoes, and the shoes looked very old, like they belonged to another time. It was as if someone had been hanged there and left for all of us to see, frozen in that awful final moment. What made it even worse was how real it looked. It did not feel like some half-seen shadow or a trick of the light. It was there, hanging in front of us, with every detail sharp enough to make me wish I had never looked. The oak tree itself looked huge and ancient, and the figure hanging from it seemed to belong there in the worst way, as if the tree had been holding that memory all those years and had chosen that night to show it to us. For a second, none of us moved. We were all too shocked. It was like fear had rooted us to the ground. I remember hearing my own breathing, hearing my sister crying, hearing Chris trying to say something but not getting the words out properly. The whole graveyard suddenly felt alive in the worst possible way. The bad feeling we had laughed at earlier now seemed completely justified. It was no longer just a creepy old place. It was a place full of something that did not want to be forgotten, and maybe did not want us there either. After that, we had enough. Whatever thrill had brought us there was gone. Whatever silly courage we had been showing each other had vanished. We all knew at once that it was time to leave. Not later. Not after one more look around. Right then. We turned and began making our way back to the car as quickly as we could. I do not think any of us even spoke much. We were too scared and too focused on getting out of there. Every tree looked threatening now. Every shadow seemed like it could hide something. Every second felt stretched thin with fear. As we were heading back to the car, one more thing happened. A huge fog passed the car. That may not sound terrifying to someone reading it now, but standing there in that graveyard after what we had just seen, it was horrifying. This was not the kind of little patch of mist that drifts naturally on a cool evening. This was thick and sudden and seemed to move with purpose. It rolled past the car in a way that made it feel like something was crossing between us and our way out. It was like the graveyard itself was breathing around us. By then, none of us were trying to explain anything away anymore. We were simply afraid. That was one of the most terrifying nights of my life. Even now, after all these years, I still feel the fear of it when I tell the story. There are some experiences that time softens, and then there are some that stay sharp inside you. That night stayed sharp. The old grave. The screams. the hanging figure in the oak tree, the fog by the car. It all became burned into me in a way I cannot really describe. It was not just a scary memory. It felt like stepping for a moment into a place where the dead and the living were too close together. You would think that after a night like that, I would have learned my lesson and stayed far away forever. But when I was a teenager, I did not learn very well when it came to staying away from dangerous places. Fear did not always make me wise back then. Sometimes it only made me more curious, or more stubborn. So even though I never forgot that graveyard, I did go near it again later in life, though not the way I had that first time. By then I was older and married, and my husband had heard all the stories. He knew how much that place frightened me. Like many people who have never felt that kind of terror in a place, he thought maybe I was exaggerating a little, or that the fear had grown bigger in my mind over the years. At one point, he decided he wanted to be playful and prove something to me. He wanted to show me that the graveyard really did run from the road just like I had always said it did. That part one already knew, of course. I knew exactly where the graveyard started, exactly how the road skirted it, and exactly how bad it felt even before you fully entered it. But he wanted to test it for himself. So one day, he drove me through there. The whole time, I was panicking. I did not want to be there. I kept feeling like something bad was going to happen, and I told him that over and over. I was not trying to be dramatic. The fear was rising in me the deeper we went, and every instinct in my body was telling me we needed to leave. But he kept saying we were fine. He acted like my fear was just nerves and old stories. He was calm, confident, even teasing a little, the way some people are when they think they are proving a point. Then we got stuck. The truck sank into deep mud, and suddenly his confidence meant nothing. We were stuck right there, too close to that place, unable to simply drive away. The second I realized we were not moving, panic washed over me so strongly that I thought I might fall apart. I started praying with everything I had. I prayed and said psalms and cried the whole time. I was not trying to look strong or sensible anymore. I was terrified and begging God for help with all my heart. While I was doing that, he was outside the truck trying to get us out. Then karma came for him. I noticed little clouds forming around us, and before I could even fully understand what I was seeing, he suddenly jumped back into the truck in a state I had never seen him in before. He was truly freaked out. I asked him what was wrong, and he looked at me and said, "Something grabbed me." That was the moment he finally understood. He had gone there thinking he could prove to me that I was just scared, that maybe I had built the whole place into something bigger in my memory than it really was. But when he felt something put hands on him out there in that mud, all of that changed. He learned that night that there really was something wrong with that place. And after that, we did not talk about it much. That was how deeply it shook him. He had been the one acting fearless, the one saying we were fine, the one teasing me a little about my fear. But after he said something grabbed him, the whole mood changed. He did not try to dismiss it. He did not laugh it off. He did not tell me I was imagining things anymore. We got out of there, and from then on, that graveyard became one of those subjects we mostly left alone. Some experiences do not need to be argued over after they happen. They simply settle into the truth of a person's life. Even now, I stay far away from that place. I do not have any desire to prove anything there anymore. I do not care if someone else believes me or not. I know what I saw there as a teenager, and I know what happened later with my husband. That is enough. There are some places in this world that carry too much pain, too much anger, too much unfinished suffering, and I believe that graveyard is one of them. Over the years, I have thought a lot about why that place feels the way it does. My feeling has always been that the people buried there, or at least some of them, were treated very badly when they were alive. I do not know every detail of the history, and maybe I never will, but that place does not feel like peaceful rest. It feels like hurt left behind. It feels like people who never got peace in life and have not found it in death either. That is the best way I can explain it. Some graveyards feel quiet and sad, but not hostile. This one feels wounded and angry. It feels like sorrow that has gone hard with time. When I think back to that figure hanging in the oak tree, I sometimes wonder if what we saw was a memory trapped in the place, replaying itself for anyone unlucky enough to witness it. Or maybe it was not just a memory. Maybe it was an actual spirit showing us the worst moment of his life. I do not know. I only know that it was too real and too detailed to dismiss. And the old shoes are one of the details that always come back to me, because they made it feel even more tied to another time. Whoever or whatever that was, it did not belong to our time. It belonged to the history of that place. The fog by the car also stays in my mind, because it felt almost like a warning or a barrier, as though the graveyard did not want to simply let us leave untouched after what we had seen. And later, when the truck got stuck in the mud and my husband felt something grab him, it felt like the graveyard was making its point in a different way. Not by showing itself, but by putting hands on the living. I have often thought about how young and foolish we were that first night. We thought we were just visiting a creepy place for fun. We thought we could laugh our way through fear. We thought warnings were just stories adults told to scare teenagers into behaving. But some warnings are true. Some places are dangerous in ways that cannot be explained by common sense alone. We learned that too late, and I was lucky that all I took away was terror, and not something worse. There is another thing I have noticed when telling this story over the years. People often enjoy the first part, the thrill of teenagers sneaking into a graveyard, the creepy setting, the sudden screams, the hanging figure in the tree. It sounds like a perfect ghost story. But to me, it has never been entertainment. It is fear. Real fear. The kind that leaves a mark on your body and memory. The kind that changes how you feel in old places and on dark roads and near silent trees. The kind that makes you pray without caring who hears you. I know some people think all graveyards are haunted in one way or another. Maybe they are. Maybe every place where the dead are gathered carries some kind of spiritual energy, some sadness, some memory, some connection to what once was. I cannot say for sure. But I do believe some places are far worse than others. Some places hold something heavier, something darker, something not at rest. That graveyard was one of those places. If there is one thing I have learned from all of it, it is that fear should sometimes be listened to. That heavy feeling in your stomach, that sense of foreboding, that instant knowing that a place is wrong, those things are not always silly. Sometimes they are the soul's way of recognizing what the eyes have not seen yet. I ignored that feeling as a teenager because I wanted excitement more than safety. I do not make that mistake anymore. So no, I do not go near that place now. I will never again walk through it for fun, never again try to test it, and never again let someone drag me there to prove a point. It can keep its dead, its fog, its oak tree, and its shadows. I have no desire to know more. Some doors, once opened, do not need to be opened again. Some places do not want visitors, and wise people learn to respect that. That graveyard taught me that lesson in the hardest way possible. This is one of those old family stories that stays alive because it gets told again and again until it feels almost like a memory of your own, even though you were not there to see it. I did not hear it from some stranger or from a book or from a friend of a friend. I heard it many times from my father. He told it like it truly mattered to him, not like a joke and not like some silly tale meant only to frighten children on a dark night. My father has passed away now, so I cannot ask him to go over every detail one more time, and I cannot sit down with him and say, "Tell me again exactly how it happened." That makes this story feel even more important to me, because all I have left of it now is the version he carried and passed down to us. I will tell it the best way I can remember, holding close to the way he always told it. According to my father, this happened to my great-grandparents, back when our family lived in Arkansas a couple of generations earlier. They were poor, truly poor, the kind of poor people today sometimes talk about without really understanding what it means. They did not have extra things. They did not have comfort the way many people understand comfort now. They lived out in the country and survived mostly by depending on themselves, their own hands, their own work, and what little they could make from the land around them. My father would sometimes laugh and say they were real hillbillies, not in a cruel way, but in the plain old country sense. They were simple people, country people, and they lived close to the land, close to hardship, and close to the old beliefs that grew naturally in places like that. This would have happened sometime around the 1890s, or at least that is how I remember my father placing it in time. That matters, because when you imagine this story, you have to push all the modern things out of your mind. There were no porch lights, no telephones, no police just a few minutes away, no car parked outside ready to take you somewhere safer, no neighbors close enough to run to in a hurry. Life was different then, and nights were darker than many people today can even imagine. When the sun went down, the world truly changed. People went to bed early because they rose early, and because there was no reason to stay up half the night in lamplight unless something important needed doing. If someone came to your door after dark in a place like that, it almost always meant something had gone wrong. My great-grandparents lived in a small little house surrounded by fields. The house was out in the country, away from town, away from other homes, away from easy help. I imagine the place now as I have always pictured it in my mind when my father told the story. A plain little house, maybe not more than what they truly needed, built for shelter and work more than for beauty. Around it were open fields, maybe rough grass and hard dirt, maybe some crops, maybe a few trees here and there, but not much else. It was the kind of place where at night you could probably hear the wind moving through the fields, the creak of the boards in the house, the cry of some distant animal, and not much more. In the daytime, that kind of life can feel peaceful and honest. But at night, when darkness settles over all that empty land, even a strong person can feel just how alone they really are. At that time, my father's own mother, my grandmother, was not even born yet. My great-grandparents were only just starting out in life together. They were newly building their life, living by hard work and trying to make enough to get by. I always imagine them tired at the end of each day, the way people are when every single day demands real labor. They were not rich enough to waste energy. They were not protected by convenience. If something went wrong, they had to face it themselves. That is why what happened one night must have frightened them so deeply. As my father told it, my great-grandparents had just climbed into bed when they heard a pounding at the front door. Not a light knock. Not some uncertain little tap that could be ignored. A pounding. The kind of sound that cuts through the quiet of a house at night and makes your whole body go still. I have always thought about that moment, and what it must have felt like. They were already in bed, already settled for the night, in a place where no one should have been coming by after dark unless there was a real reason. So the instant they heard that pounding, they knew something was wrong, even if they did not yet know what kind of wrong it was. Naturally, they worried. In those days, someone knocking at your door at that hour could only mean trouble. Maybe somebody was sick. Maybe there had been an accident. Maybe a neighbor needed urgent help. But there was also the darker possibility that whoever was outside meant harm. Out in the country, isolated and without easy help, people had to think about such things. You could not just throw open the door because someone knocked. A stranger might be desperate, drunk, dangerous, or hiding worse intentions. My father always made a point of that. My great-grandparents were not foolish people. They were cautious because they had to be. So they got up and went to the door, but they did not open it right away. Great-grandpa called out and asked who it was. That was the sensible thing to do. A person in genuine need would answer. A neighbor would answer. Anyone decent with a reason to be there would answer. But there was no reply. He asked again, maybe once, maybe twice, maybe more than that. Still nothing. No voice. No explanation. No plea for help. Only silence on the other side of the door. That silence must have been deeply unsettling. The person or thing outside had knocked hard enough to wake them from bed, hard enough to demand attention, but then refused to speak when spoken to. My great-grandparents stayed there for a little while, waiting to see if anything else happened. Maybe they hoped the person outside had moved away. Maybe they listened for footsteps, for breathing, for any sign at all of who stood there. But when some time passed and they heard nothing more, they did not open the door. They went back to bed. I think that decision says a lot about them. Some people might say that if someone was really in trouble, they should have opened the door. But it was a different time, a different world, and they were alone out there. Great-grandpa and great-grandma had to think about their own safety too. They were irritated by the disturbance, yes, but also cautious. And in a place that isolated, caution was often the only protection people had. But that was not the end of it. According to my father, the same thing happened again. And again. The pounding came on other nights after dark, when they were already in bed. I cannot remember if my father said it happened on several nights in a row or whether the nights were more spread apart. But I do know it was not only a one-time event. It happened enough times to become a real source of fear and frustration. Each time, the same pattern repeated. They would hear the pounding on the door. Great-grandpa would call out and ask who was there. No one would answer. There would be only silence. You can imagine how upsetting that must have become. The first time, maybe you can still hope it was some passing stranger or some mistake. The second time, you start to worry more seriously. By the third or fourth time, the whole thing begins to feel unnatural. My father always described great-grandpa as getting more than a little irritated, and that makes perfect sense to me. Any man trying to protect his home and wife in a lonely little house would feel anger mixed in with fear after being disturbed again and again in the dead of night by something that would not even speak. So great-grandpa did what many men of that time would have done. He placed his hunting gun near the door. My father always said that was the home's security system back then, and that is true enough. If you lived far from neighbors and farther still from lawmen or help, then your gun was not only for hunting. It was for protection too. Still, as my father told it, great-grandpa did not want to hurt anyone. He was not the sort to go looking for violence. He only wanted to be prepared in case the knocking turned into something worse. That gun by the door was his way of making sure he could defend the house if he had to. As the nights of knocking continued, their minds started turning in another direction too. They began to worry not only about things that could be seen, but about things that could not. This part of the story always interested me because it says so much about the people and the time they lived in. They were country folk, and country folk often carry old beliefs quietly with them. They may not call themselves superstitious in the way modern people mean it, but they know stories, signs, warnings, and old ways of testing things. My father used to say there were plenty of hillbilly superstitions around people like his family, and I believe it. People who live close to the land and close to hardship tend to develop ways of dealing with the unknown, especially when ordinary explanations stop working. So my great-grandparents came up with a plan. They decided to sprinkle flour on the front steps. The idea was simple, and I always thought it was a clever one. If someone was really coming up to the house and knocking at the door, then the flour would show tracks. If it was a man, there would be footprints. If it was an animal, there would be prints of another kind. If nothing at all was there, then maybe the steps would stay untouched, and they would have some new mystery to think about. Either way, the flour would tell them something. So they spread it on the front steps and waited. I do not remember exactly how long they had to wait after that. Maybe it was only a day or two. Maybe more time passed. But eventually, the knocking started again in the evening after they had gone to bed. Once more, the pounding came from the front door. Great-grandpa grabbed his gun, because by now he was taking no chances. He called out, asking who was there. Maybe he asked more than once, just as he had before. Again, there was no answer. This time they were ready. When no reply came, Great-grandpa brought the gun to the ready, prepared in case he needed to fire it, and he had Great-grandma fling the door wide open. No one was there. That is the part of the story that has always settled in me like cold water. They opened the door all at once, expecting to catch whoever had been pounding there, expecting at least to see somebody retreating into the dark, or standing there silent and guilty. But there was no one. No figure in the yard. No footsteps running away. No hobo. No drunk. No desperate neighbor. Only the night and the empty country darkness beyond the doorway. Great-grandpa called out, but there was no answer and no one in sight. Then they looked down. In the flour on the steps, there were footprints leading up to the front door. And then they stopped. That was the end of them. The prince came to the door and went no farther. They did not turn around and lead back down the steps. They did not continue off into the yard. They did not show somebody running away. They simply led to the door and ended there, as if whatever had come to the house had reached the threshold and then ceased to exist. That image has always stayed in my mind so vividly, even though I never saw it myself. Flowers spread across wooden steps, pale in the night. Footprints impressed clearly into it, walking up from the darkness toward the door. And then nothing beyond that point. Just an ending. Just a stopping. That is what makes the story so chilling. If the prince had turned and left again, you would still have a mystery, but at least it would belong to the world of men and bodies. But to come to the door and end there, with no visible person outside when the door opened, that moves the story into some other territory entirely. My father said great-grandma said a little prayer right then and there. I do not blame her. I think by that point both of them must have been scared out of their wits, as my father liked to say. Whatever it was no longer something they could fold neatly into ordinary explanations. It was not some trespasser hiding in the dark. It was not a neighbor playing a stupid game. It was something that could knock, something that could leave prints, and something that could vanish at the very door. As far as my father ever told it, that was the end of the knocking. After that night, nothing came pounding on their door anymore. No more late-night disturbances. No more silent visitor. No more waiting in bed wondering if they would hear that sound again. Whether the prayer stopped it, or whether whatever it was simply chose not to return, I could never say. My father never gave the story any grand ending beyond that. He told it simply. The knocking stopped. The footprints remained one final sign of what had happened. And life in that little house continued. One thing I always appreciated about my father was that he was a great storyteller, but he was not the kind of storyteller who changed details each time just to make a story more exciting. I heard him tell this story many times over the years, and the way he told it never really changed. The same little house. The same pounding at the door. The same silence when great-grandpa called out. The same gun by the door. The same flower on the steps. The same footprints that led to the door and stopped. If he had been making it up or stretching it, I think the story would have shifted more each time, the way made-up stories often do. But it never did. He always claimed it was true. And I believe him. Of course I do. He was my dad. That alone means something. But beyond that, I knew his voice when he was telling family history, and this was never told to me like a fairy tale or a piece of entertainment. It was always told as something that really happened to our people long before I was born. He told it with the kind of plain certainty that says, "This happened. You can believe it or not, but this is what happened." My aunt, my father's sister, also said it was true. So the story does not rest only on one memory. It lived in the family, carried by more than one person. I have thought about that story a great deal over the years. Part of what makes it stay with me is the setting. I can picture it so easily. The little isolated house. The fields. The darkness. The uncertainty of life in a place where if someone came to your door after dark, you truly had to think hard before opening it. But part of what makes it powerful too is how simple it is. There is no long explanation, no complicated haunting, no dramatic ghost face in a window, no storm, no thunder, no blood. Only a knock. Silence. More knocks. More silence. Flower. Footprints. Then the stopping. That simplicity makes it feel even more real to me, because it has the shape of something actually lived, not something decorated afterward to make it prettier as a story. Sometimes I wonder what my great-grandparents thought afterward. Did they ever speak openly about what they believed it was? Did great-grandpa think it was some spirit, some warning, some restless thing passing through? Did great-grandma keep praying over the doorway after that? Did they tell neighbors? Or did they simply decide it was better to let it be over and not invite more trouble by speaking too much about it? I do not know, and now I never will. That is part of the sadness of old family stories. They come down to us in a few strong pieces, but all the little side thoughts, all the extra details, all the quiet after effects, those are often lost. Still, I think there is something beautiful in the way stories like this survive. They connect us to people we never met in a way that ordinary facts do not. I know little enough about my great-grandparents compared to what I wish I knew, but because of this story, I can imagine them clearly for a few minutes. I can see them in that little house. I can hear great-grandpa calling through the door. I can picture great-grandma standing there nervous and praying under her breath. I can see the flower laid carefully on the steps. I can see the gun waiting nearby. In that way, the story gives me more than just a chill. It gives me a small living link to them. I also think this story says something about old beliefs and old ways of facing fear. Today, many people would call the police, turn on lights, check cameras, or tell themselves it was some prank. Back then, there was no such luxury. My great-grandparents had to use what they had. Their ears. Their caution. A hunting gun. A little flower. A prayer. That was enough to meet the mystery, even if it was not enough to explain it. I admire that in a way. They did not panic wildly. They did not throw the door open foolishly the first time. They did not do nothing either. They watched. They prepared. They tested. And when the answer they got was more frightening than anything they expected, great-grandma prayed. There is something very honest in that. Over time I have heard many ghost stories, some dramatic and some ridiculous, some that feel too polished, and some that feel rougher and more true. This one has always felt true to me, maybe because it came from my own people, or maybe because it is not trying too hard. It simply tells what happened and then stops. A strange thing came to the door. It would not answer. It left impossible footprints. Then it was gone. There is no sermon at the end, no moral forced onto it, no demand that everyone listening believe one exact explanation. It is only a memory passed down. If I am being honest, that image of the footprints troubles me more than many far louder ghost stories ever could. A knock is frightening, yes, but it can still belong to the human world. Footprints in flour also belong to the human world. But footprints that lead to the very threshold and stop there, with no one outside and no trail away, they belong to something else. They suggest a thing that can touch our world just enough to be heard, just enough to leave a mark, but not enough to remain where we can catch it. And that, to me, is what gives the story its real power. My father told stories beautifully, and I miss hearing him tell them. There was a way he would settle into a story that made you feel time itself had slowed down. He could make an old field, an old house, an old face, or an old fear come alive with just a few words. But this story did not need much polishing from him. It was already strong on its own. Even now, long after his passing, I can hear the shape of it in his voice. So yes, I believe him. I believe my aunt too. And I believe that somewhere in Arkansas, around the 1890s, in a lonely little house standing among fields, my great-grandparents were woken more than once by a thing that came and knocked at the door, said nothing when challenged, and one night left only footprints in the flour to prove it had ever been there at all. I have had many strange and supernatural experiences over the years, but this one has always stayed with me more than most of the others. It is one of those memories that never really fades, no matter how much time passes. Some experiences lose their edge after a while and start to feel dreamlike, as if maybe they were never fully real. But this one has remained sharp in my mind. I can still remember the road, the darkness, the feeling in the air, the jokes we made before everything changed, and most of all, the thing we saw standing in the road ahead of us. Even now, when I think about it, I feel the same chill move through me. It happened in early 1993 in a little town called Transylvania, Louisiana, and that alone already sounds like the beginning of some old ghost tale. But this really happened, and if anything, the truth of it feels even stranger than fiction. At the time, my boyfriend and I were on our way to our new home in southeastern Louisiana. We were in that in-between stage of life where everything feels uncertain, exciting, and a little worn out all at once. We were moving forward, changing places, trying to build something, and carrying with us all the usual pieces of life that fit into a loaded car. The vehicle was packed down with our things, the way cars get when people are moving their lives from one place to another and trying to make everything fit. Bags, boxes, odds and ends, pieces of home and memory all piled into a small space. In the back seat, our dog Barky was stretched out asleep. He was just a mutt, but he was ours, and he had become part of our little life together. My baby sister had named him, which made him feel even more tied to family in some sweet way. He slept through most of the ride, curled up and peaceful, with no idea that the night would soon turn into something none of us would ever forget. It was very early in the morning, maybe around 2 or 3 o'clock. That kind of hour has a strange feeling to it no matter where you are, but it feels even stranger when you are on a long road in the middle of nowhere. The world is mostly asleep then. The highways grow emptier, the air feels colder even when it is not, and your thoughts start moving in unusual ways because you are tired and half removed from the normal pace of life. I had been drifting in and out of sleep, not fully awake and not fully gone either, just hovering in that foggy place where your body wants to rest but the movement of the car and the strange hour keep pulling you back up. I was leaning into that sleepy state when I noticed signs along the road warning motorists about hitchhikers. That alone would have been enough to catch my attention, because seeing signs about hitchhikers in the middle of the night is strange enough. But these signs went further. They warned that the hitchhikers could actually be escaped inmates from nearby prison farms. That phrase woke me up more than anything else. Prison farms? I had never heard of a prison farm before. The words sounded old-fashioned and disturbing at the same time, like something from another century. My curiosity woke up fast, and once that happened, I was not sleepy anymore. So I started asking my boyfriend about it. That was the beginning of the conversation that carried us into Transylvania. We started talking about what a prison farm even was. The idea itself was unsettling. It sounded like one of those systems where people in prison were forced into hard labor out in the open, working in fields or doing heavy manual jobs under strict control. Later, I learned that prison farms were basically large correctional places where labor was put to use in practical ways, often out in agriculture, logging, quarrying, or other rough outdoor work. But at that moment, I did not know all of that. I only knew that the signs made the road feel darker somehow. Suddenly the empty highway did not feel empty in a simple way anymore. It felt watched. It felt possible that someone might step out of the darkness at any moment. By then I was fully awake and paying attention. Sometimes all it takes is one strange detail to pull you completely out of sleep, and those warning signs did exactly that. My boyfriend and I started talking more, trying to imagine what the prison farms nearby were like, what kind of people might be held there, and how serious the warnings were meant to be. Was it just an old local fear? Was it something that had actually happened more than once? The conversation made the road feel more alive, but not in a comforting way. It was like the darkness outside the windows suddenly held stories we had not known before. As we drove farther, we eventually rolled into the little town of Transylvania. Now, just hearing that name is enough to make most people smile or raise an eyebrow. Transylvania sounds like the kind of place that should only exist in Gothic stories, with castles, bats, fog, and old legends hanging in the air. But this was Louisiana, flat and open in many ways, with cotton fields stretching around the region. The land there had its own character, its own haunting emptiness, very different from the old European feeling the name suggests. Still, the name alone made the place feel strange before we even truly entered it. Then we saw the water tower. It was huge, standing up over the little town, and painted on it was a black bat along with the word Transylvania. Seeing that in the dark felt both ridiculous and eerie. We started laughing and making jokes about it right away, because that is what people do when something feels a little too strange. Humor is often the first defense against unease. We joked about vampires and monsters and the spooky little town with the spooky name and the giant bat overhead. At that point, it still felt like fun, like a strange roadside detail we would laugh about later. Other than the unusual name and the black bat on the tower, the town did not seem especially eerie at first. It looked like any other small southern town that had gone quiet for the night, sleepy, still, and ordinary on the surface. but that changed very quickly. As we drove into the town, we saw what looked at first like a man walking in the road ahead of us. It was a little foggy out, not enough to hide the whole road, but enough to blur distance and make shapes uncertain at first glance. In that kind of weather and at that hour, the eyes can play tricks, so my first thought was that maybe I was seeing wrong. Maybe it was just a man crossing the road or walking along it, someone out too late, someone who needed to get out of the way before we reached him. But the closer we got, the less it looked like a man. There was something wrong with its shape. At first, the body seemed too large, too tall, too uneven. Then the details started coming into view, and what I saw made no sense in any normal way. It looked like some kind of creature I had never seen before, something part human and part buffalo, almost like one of those old mythical beings from stories people pass around but do not really believe in. Its form was tall and heavy, but not solid the way a living animal or person should be. Its coloring was brown and patchy, as if pieces of it were there and pieces were not. What made it most disturbing was that I could see through it. Not completely, not like clear glass, but enough to know that it was not made of flesh and bone in any ordinary sense. It was there, and yet not fully there. The closer we came, the worse the feeling got. There is a kind of fear that comes before the mind even fully knows what it is seeing. The body understands first. I felt that kind of fear. My stomach tightened, my chest went cold, and every instinct in me knew something was wrong before I could even put it into words. My boyfriend saw it too. There was no question about that. This was not a private vision or something only one of us imagined. We were both looking at it, both watching this impossible thing take shape in the foggy road ahead. Then, just as we got within about 10 feet of it, the creature stepped directly into the path of our moving car. That moment still feels frozen in my mind. We were going maybe 55 miles per hour, not crawling along, not moving slowly enough to stop with ease. It stepped in front of us on purpose. I am certain of that. It did not wander into the road confused. It did not stumble. It did not react like a startled animal. It deliberately walked into our path. The intention in that movement was what frightened me most. It wanted to be there. It wanted us to face it. My boyfriend slammed on the brakes. The force of it threw everything forward. Barky went flying into the back of the seat and yelped in confusion and pain. The whole car lurched, and for one terrible second I thought we were going to hit the thing or go straight through it or lose control of the vehicle entirely. My heart felt like it stopped, and then slammed back into motion all at once. The road, the fog, the town, the headlights, all of it narrowed down to that one shape standing directly in front of us. And then the creature turned its head. Slowly. Calmly. Almost lazily. It looked at us. Its eyes were what stayed with me most after everything else had faded. Not because they were glowing or dramatic in a movie kind of way, but because of the expression in them. They were hollow and deeply sad, and yet there was also something like scolding in the way it looked at us. Despondent is the best word I know for that expression. It felt old, heavy, and angry in a tired sort of way. Like it had known too much pain, too much bitterness, too much emptiness, and now it was looking straight into us with that burden. The look lasted only a moment, but it felt long enough to reach all the way into me. Then it vanished. Not ran away. Not drifted off. Not disappeared into the fog in a natural way. It was simply there 1 second and gone the next. That was enough to terrify me completely. Even as I sat there stunned, my mind was already trying to catch up to what had happened. But one thought came through stronger than anything else. I knew, without being able to prove it in any ordinary way, that this thing had stepped in front of our car intending to make us wreck. That was the feeling it left behind. It wanted us to crash. It wanted harm. Its movement had purpose, and that purpose felt evil to me. We sat there shaken, trying to make sense of what we had just seen. It is strange how quickly the mind tries to rescue itself after something impossible happens. You start reaching for explanations not because they fit, but because you need something to hold on to. Was it fog? Was it some kind of odd animal? Was it exhaustion? Was the town name already in our heads, making us imagine things? But none of those explanations worked. We had both seen it. We had both reacted. The dog had been thrown by the breaking. The whole moment was too physical, too clear, too real to dismiss. About a month later, the story became even stranger. My boyfriend was traveling that same highway again at night, this time with a friend. What matters here is that he had not told that friend anything about what we had seen in Transylvania. He had kept the story to himself, at least from that person, so there was no chance that the friend's mind had been influenced by ours. They were simply driving along, crossing through that same little town, probably thinking of it as nothing more than a place on the way to somewhere else. And there it was again. The same thing. The same haint, as people sometimes call those kinds of spirits in southern stories. The same supernatural beast that had tried to make us crash the month before. Hearing that later confirmed everything for me. Not only had my boyfriend seen it with me, but he saw it again later with someone else. That pushed the experience far past the point of being explainable as one late-night shared mistake. It meant that whatever this thing was, it was tied to that place. It belonged to that stretch of road, that town, that dark little corner of Louisiana called Transylvania. For years after that, I had no real explanation for what I had seen. I carried the memory with me, told it sometimes, thought about it often, but I could not connect it to anything bigger. I did not know if there were other stories from that place, or if we had simply crossed paths with something that no one else had words for. Then, much later, I came across information suggesting that the town was considered haunted by many people. That discovery made the whole thing even more fascinating. Apparently, according to another ghost story source, Transylvania had other strange stories attached to it. One in particular stood out. There had reportedly been sightings at the Transylvania post office of the body of a woman with a goat's head. Just reading that made me stop, because while what we saw did not match that figure exactly, it did fit into the same world of impossible, animal-human forms tied to that place. It made me wonder if there was something in the land itself, something old and twisted and rooted there, something that showed itself in unnatural bodies and ghostly shapes. The more I thought about it, the more the setting of the encounter seemed important. Transylvania was not just a random name on a map. It was a little town surrounded by cotton fields, open land, and old southern history. Places like that often carry hidden stories under the surface, old violence, old suffering, old beliefs, things never written down properly and therefore never fully laid to rest. A place can look small and ordinary, and still have something deeply wrong under it. In daylight you can miss that. At night, especially at 2 or 3 in the morning, on a lonely road with fog creeping across the fields, you feel it more. I have often gone back in my mind to the first moment when I saw the signs warning about escaped inmates from prison farms. At the time, those signs only made the road feel a little more dangerous in an ordinary human way. But now, remembering the whole night, I cannot help feeling that those warnings set the tone. They made me wake up. They shifted my mind into alertness. They put the idea of danger into the air before we ever reached Transylvania. Maybe that mattered. Maybe that road was already preparing us for the strange thing ahead, first through human fear and then through something beyond human. The contrast between our joking and what came after also stays with me. We laughed at the water tower, at the black bat painted on it, at the spooky town name, because that is what people do when something feels just a little eerie. We were trying to make it normal through humor. But the thing in the road took all that lightness away in an instant. One minute we were smiling at the silliness of Transylvania, and the next we were sitting in a car facing something impossible with hollow eyes. That quick change is part of what has kept the memory so strong. It was not a slow build of fear. It was a hard turn from amusement into shock. The creature itself still troubles me when I think about it. Its body did not feel random to me. It was not simply some blur my mind later shaped into a monster. It truly looked like a being made of more than one form, something part human and part buffalo, as strange as that sounds. The buffalo part especially stands out because it gave the thing a heavy, wild, ancient feeling. Buffalo are not delicate animals. They carry weight, force, and a kind of old power in the imagination. But mixed with the human shape, the result was deeply unnatural. Not an animal. Not a ghost in human form. Something else. And it was see-through. That matters too. It was not fully flesh. It did not occupy the road the way a living creature would. That transparency is one of the reasons I describe it as a spook, a haint, a supernatural thing rather than just some unknown animal. We saw the road and the fog through parts of it. And still it had enough shape and enough presence to stop us cold. Its behavior still feels intentional as well. It did not only happen to be there. It stepped in front of us. It looked at us. It vanished after forcing that moment of fear. That behavior suggests a purpose. I have always believed it meant to make us crash. I cannot prove that in a scientific way, of course, but the feeling was undeniable. There was malice in the timing of its movement. Or maybe not exactly malice in the simple sense, but a dark will. Something in it wanted disruption, harm, or terror. When it looked at us, the look was not kind, curious, or confused. It was heavy and almost reproachful, as if we were intruding or as if it was warning us off that road in the cruelest possible way. The fact that it reappeared a month later confirms, at least in my mind, that it was bound to that place and not to us personally. That is one small comfort, if comfort is even the right word. It means we were unlucky enough to cross its path, but we did not take it home with us. It belonged there. It was part of the haunted landscape of that road and that town. Whatever it was, Transylvania seemed to be its territory. Since then, I have thought about whether the thing we saw might be connected to the story of the goat-headed woman at the post office. Not because they looked exactly alike, but because both suggest something more than ordinary haunting. They suggest a place where the dead or the dark do not appear in normal human form. They appear twisted, hybrid, unnatural, as if whatever forces linger there were bodies shaped by fear and folklore. That fascinates me and frightens me at the same time. A normal ghost story feels easier to place. A dead man in old clothes. A woman in white. A child in a hallway. Those are frightening enough, but they still fit the human shape. The thing we saw did not fit. That is what made it so much more disturbing. Over the years, I have had other strange encounters, but this one remains the most interesting because it holds so many layers. It was not just a sighting. It was a direct interruption of our path. It physically altered what we were doing. It made my boyfriend slam on the brakes. It sent Barky flying and yelping. It imprinted itself on more than one witness more than once. It connected later to local stories of haunting. It happened in a place with a deeply strange name, on a road already marked by warnings and fear. It feels like one of those events where every detail matters. Even now, when I think of Transylvania, Louisiana, I do not first think of the town itself. I think of the road at 2 or 3 in the morning. I think of fog lying low over the highway. I think of signs about escaped inmates and prison farms. I think of a black bat painted on a water tower. I think of a loaded car, a sleepy mutt in the back seat, and my own half-awake mind shifting into full alertness just before the impossible stepped into our headlights. Then I think of that face. Those hollow, despondent eyes. That sideways turn of the head. That strange, almost scolding look. It is hard to explain why that expression disturbed me so much, but I think it is because it felt intelligent and old. It did not feel like a mindless apparition. It felt like something aware, something carrying sorrow and cruelty at once. That look has stayed with me longer than the shape of the body itself. If it had only been a strange beast, maybe the memory would have faded more. But the eyes and the expression gave it personality, and that made it much harder to forget. I am glad, at least, that I am not the only one who saw it. That matters. Shared experiences always matter in strange stories. My boyfriend saw it with me. Then later, he saw it again with another witness who had not even been told the story. That gives the experience weight beyond private belief. It becomes not only a fear I carry, but a witnessed event with its own stubborn reality. Some people may still doubt it, of course. That is their right. But I know what we saw, and I know how it felt. I have not gone looking for that thing again. I have no desire to. Curiosity may have kept me thinking about it, researching the town, reading other haunting stories connected to Transylvania. But curiosity is not the same as wanting another encounter. Some mysteries are enough at one meeting. Some roads are best left to the dark things that claim them. And yet a part of me still wonders. What was it really? Was it some local spirit twisted by old violence or old folklore? Was it something connected to the prison farms, the fields, the suffering of the region, the weight of all the lives that passed through there? Was it one of many things tied to that place? One face among several in a town haunted in ways people only half understand? Or was it something older, something that took whatever shape would create the greatest terror in those who saw it? I cannot answer that. All I can say is that in early 1993, on a dark Louisiana road in the little town of Transylvania, we saw something no living person should have seen, and it stepped directly in front of us as if it wanted to end our journey right there. That memory has stayed with me ever since, not because it was only frightening, but because it felt like touching the edge of a world most people never admit is there. There was never a time in my life when I did not feel that there were other beings around me. As far back as I can remember, I was always aware of something beyond what other people called normal. To me, the world never felt empty. It never felt like people were alone in a house, in a room, or even in a place outside. I always felt that every place carried some kind of energy, some kind of spirit, or some unseen presence. It was so normal to me while growing up that I did not always understand why other people seemed surprised by it. I truly believe that every place was haunted in one way or another, not always by something evil, but by some kind of being or emotional force that had stayed behind. Still, even with that belief, there were some places that felt far worse than others. Some houses seemed ordinary enough, while others felt spiritually crowded, as if even a person with no sensitivity at all would have noticed something was deeply wrong. The house of my childhood was one of those places. That house was at 1727 Verbena Way in Reno, Nevada, and even now, when I think of it, I can feel the same heaviness that used to sit in my body whenever I was there. It was the house of my youth, the place where so many of my early experiences with spirits and strange energy were shaped into something more certain. If I had grown up in an easier house, maybe I would have doubted my sensitivity more. Maybe I would have thought I was imagining things. But that house was so active, so thick with unseen presence, that even someone less open than I was would have noticed. It was one of those places that seemed to almost force awareness onto the people living there. The air in it never felt still. The rooms did not feel empty even when no one was around. There was always something watching, something listening, something waiting. One of the strongest presences in that house felt male. My brother felt him. My sister felt him. I felt him. So this was not just one child with an overactive imagination or one nervous person making up stories. The feeling was shared. There was a male presence in that house, and he seemed especially tied to the kitchen. I cannot say exactly why the kitchen felt like his place, only that it did. The energy there was heavier, darker, and more direct than in some of the other rooms. We all sensed him in slightly different ways, but the feeling was the same. He made the house feel unsafe. More than that, there was a specific sense of doom whenever we had to go upstairs to the second story. That feeling became so strong over time that going up those stairs never felt casual. It felt like walking towards something that already knew you were coming. There are some houses where the stairs feel like just part of the home, ordinary steps leading to bedrooms and closets, and whatever else is upstairs. But in that house, climbing the stairs was its own kind of emotional experience. Even before you put a foot on the first step, something in your body would start to tighten. You felt watched. You felt warned. It was as if the air changed the higher you went. I remember that feeling clearly, that strange sense that something bad was waiting above or was at least paying close attention to every movement. The doom was not dramatic in the way horror movies make doom dramatic. It was quieter and deeper than that. It was the kind of feeling that settles into your stomach and makes your shoulders tighten without you wanting them to. It made every trip upstairs feel like something to get through rather than just something to do. One night in that house stands out in a special way because it was one of the first times my sister and I were directly confronted by something in a way we could not dismiss. We were still very young then, too young to fully understand what was happening but old enough to know fear. My sister and I had been left home alone one evening. That alone would have made us a little nervous, because children are always more aware of strange noises and strange feelings when adults are not around. We were sitting at the table eating TV dinners, trying to act normal and pass the time until the grown-ups came back. It should have been an ordinary little scene. 2 young girls, a kitchen table, simple food, quiet time. But the house never allowed too many ordinary moments before reminding us that it had something else inside it. While we sat there eating, a bowl and a spatula were picked up from the counter. Not knocked over. Not slipping. Picked up. That is the only honest way to say it. We watched those objects move across the room. They did not jerk wildly or fly around in a dramatic, violent way. They glided. That is what made the moment so unreal. The bowl and spatula moved with deliberate control, crossing the room until they reached the table where we sat. My sister and I were frozen. We did not scream right away. We did not jump up and run in the first second. We were too shocked. Fear and awe both hit us at once. When something impossible happens right in front of you, the mind does not always react in the neat order people expect. Sometimes it freezes because it does not yet know how to place what the eyes are seeing. That was how we were in that moment, 2 little girls sitting at the table, unable to do much more than stare as kitchen objects were moved by unseen hands. Living in that house wore on me over time. It made me feel watched, pressured, and spiritually tired in ways I could not fully explain as a child. So when my family eventually moved because of work, I was happy. I do not mean just mildly pleased. I mean deeply relieved in a way that only makes sense if you have spent your childhood in a place that never really lets you feel safe. We were moving to Sacramento, and in my mind that meant everything was going to get better. I imagined a new house, a fresh feeling, some kind of freedom from all that heaviness. It felt like a chance to leave behind the doom of the stairs, the male presence in the kitchen, the moving objects, and the constant awareness that we were sharing space with something invisible and unfriendly. When we first walked into the new house in Sacramento, on Kokanee Way, I was overwhelmed. The difference between the 2 houses struck me right away, at least on the surface. The new house was beautiful. It felt clean and modern compared to the place we had left. My parents were proud of it too. They felt they had done well in buying it, especially because they had gotten it as a foreclosure and had paid less than they would have for other houses of that kind. I remember that sense of excitement that comes with seeing something bigger and better and new. We were walking into a place that seemed full of possibility. It looked like a fresh start. My parents felt successful in getting it. The house itself seemed to promise comfort and improvement. But there was something my parents had not told us kids. At the time they first bought that house, they had gone in and seen what looked like a normal foreclosure, maybe a house that needed cleaning and settling but nothing more. It was only when they entered the master bedroom and then the bathroom that they discovered something deeply disturbing. Years later, when I was older, I learned what they had found there. The bathroom walls had been soaked with blood. Not just spotted or smeared in one place. The blood was saturating the walls, and even the ceiling was streaked with red. And in the shower there had been the carcass of a chicken. The whole scene looked ritualistic. That was how it came to be understood in the family later, that some kind of ritual killing had taken place there, most likely to seal a curse on the house or on whoever came after. When I first heard this story years later, it did not shock me as much as you might think. In a strange way, it echoed what I had already felt from the house. It did not create the feeling. It explained it. When I was told about the blood and the chicken later, I checked with my mother, and she confirmed it. That mattered to me because it meant this was not some family rumor that had grown more dramatic with time. She had seen it. It had been real. And once I knew that, a lot of the strange energy I had felt in the Sacramento house made more sense. If something violent or ritualistic had happened there before we moved in, then the strange spiritual atmosphere of the place did not come from nowhere. It was already carrying something when we arrived. That house was active too. Not always in loud or obvious ways, but active enough that it kept reminding me it was not at peace. One of the clearest examples happened in my room and involved a single wall that seemed to reject everything I tried to place on it. That may sound small compared to blood-soaked walls and ritual killings, but in some ways those smaller repeated events are what make a haunting feel most personal. A violent scene in a bathroom belongs to the house's past. A wall in your room refusing to let you hang anything belongs to your daily life. I kept trying to decorate that wall. Like many teenagers, I wanted my room to feel like mine. I wanted pictures up, little pieces of my personality, things to make the room more personal and less empty. On every other wall in my room, I could use tape, tacks, sticky things, or whatever I had on hand, and it worked well enough. But on that one wall, nothing stayed. I would put something up, turn around, and by the time I looked back it would be on the floor. It did not matter whether I used tacky adhesive, tape, or tacks. It was as if the wall itself refused to hold anything. Over time, that stopped feeling like bad luck or poor materials and started feeling personal. It was like the house was saying no. Eventually, I got angry enough to challenge it. I decided I was going to use a nail. That was the end of the debate in my mind. A nail is not so easy to dismiss. If tape fails, maybe the surface is wrong. If tacky stuff falls off, maybe the wall paint is strange. But a nail should hold. So I found the stud by tapping the wall and feeling for the right place, then I hammered the nail in. Once it was in, I hung the picture on it. That should have been the end of it. Problem solved. But of course, in that house, nothing was that simple. I walked away from the wall feeling satisfied, then turned my head back toward it just in time to see something impossible. The picture did not fall in any natural way. It pulled laterally away from the wall. It moved out and sideways with force, as if something had grabbed it and yanked it deliberately. For one wild second, I was actually afraid it might fly all the way across the room and hit me. It did not do that. Instead, it seemed almost to lower itself or descend in a controlled way to the floor. That was what struck me most. It did not crash down like an object losing support. It behaved almost as if it were being handled. My heart was pounding. But after the first wave of fear, curiosity made me step closer to look at the wall. The nail was still there. That detail stunned me. The picture had come off, but the nail remained firmly in place. It made no physical sense. The thing that had moved was the picture itself, not the support. I stood there staring at the nail, half shocked and half almost amused in that strange way people sometimes react to the supernatural when it is being too obvious. I laughed, not because it was funny, but because the situation had become so absurd that laughter was the only way my body knew how to release the tension for a second. Then the light went out. It did not slowly dim or flicker. It went out with a snap, and the room fell into total darkness. That was the exact moment when terror finally took complete hold of me. The moving picture was one thing. Sudden, absolute darkness right after it was another. I did not stand there laughing anymore. I threw open the bedroom door and ran out screaming for my sister. That was the kind of fear the house could create, fast, physical, and total. For a long time, I thought living with things like that was simply my lot in life. I truly believed that ghosts and strange energies would always be around me, always bothering me, always making themselves known. I did not imagine a future where my sensitivity could ever quiet down or where I could live in peace without constant spiritual interference. It felt like part of who I was and what my life would always be. There was almost a sadness in that belief, because when something follows you from childhood into adolescence, you begin to accept it as your permanent reality whether you want to or not. Then my life changed in a way I never expected. When I was about 17, everything became better than it had ever been. Despite all the horror stories people tell about foster care, I ended up in a foster home that made me feel safe and happy and hopeful. That still matters deeply to me because it showed me that life can change in good ways just as powerfully as it can in bad ones. Instead of more chaos and more fear, I found a place where I felt protected. Instead of another heavy house, I found emotional safety. That kind of change affects a person far beyond the obvious daily comfort. It changes the nervous system. It changes the way the spirit sits inside the body. It changes what a person is open to and what they are no longer unconsciously reaching for. This is the part of the story that I know will bother some sensitive people, but I have always tried to be honest about my experiences, so I tell it the way it happened. My psychic abilities shifted. That is the simplest way to say it. For most of my life before then, my sensitivity had worked like a huge macroscope. I picked up on everything. Beings, energies, emotional leftovers in places, spirits attached to rooms, all of it came in strongly. It was like having no filter at all, like being psychically wide open. But after I began living in safety, after I became happier and calmer and more hopeful, that changed. It did not vanish. It changed shape. Instead of being a wide-open macroscope pulling in all ambient energy around me, it became more like a shield membrane. It still functioned. I could still sense things. But it no longer took in everything indiscriminately. It began filtering out what did not matter and focusing more on what would actually enhance me or directly concern my life. The shift happened in tandem with my emotional healing. The safer and happier I became, the less wide open and overwhelmed I was psychically. And the more my psychic ability turned toward just me and my own interests, the less I felt bombarded by every spirit or old energy in every place. At first, that change was a relief. It was almost like stepping out of noise I had lived in so long that I had forgotten what quiet was supposed to feel like. For the first time, the world did not feel crowded all the time. I did not constantly sense beings hanging around or trying to get my attention. It was not that the world had suddenly become empty. It was that I finally had a filter. I spent quite a few months enjoying that change. There was peace in it. Real peace. For someone who had expected to be haunted and bothered forever, it felt almost unbelievable to move through life without the same psychic crowd pressing on me all the time. I could focus on my own life, my own growth, my own happiness. I did not realize how exhausted I had been from the constant openness until that openness softened and became something more balanced. It was not a loss. It was a reshaping. A different kind of sensitivity, one that protected me more. Then, after living with that change for a while, I did something very strange. I asked myself to shift back into macroscope sensitivity. And I did. That is the part that may be hardest for some people to believe, but it is true. After many months of enjoying the quieter, more filtered way of experiencing the world, I became curious. I wanted to know if the shift was permanent, or if I could choose. So I turned inward and intentionally asked to return to the larger, more open state, the one that sensed the bigger field of energies and beings around me. And it happened. I shifted back. That taught me something profound about my own sensitivity. It was not only something that happened to me against my will. It was, at least to some degree, something I could shape. Strange as that sounds, it was true. Safety and happiness had changed me, and then intention changed me again. That realization mattered because it meant I was not only a passive victim of whatever was in the world around me. I had some influence over the way I related to it. When I look back on all of these houses now, especially the one on Verbena Way and the one on Kokani Way, I see how much they shaped me. The Reno house taught me what a spiritually oppressive environment feels like when it wraps itself around a family's daily life. The Sacramento house taught me that beautiful surfaces can hide violent histories and active curses. Both houses showed me that spirits can inhabit the ordinary spaces of a life, kitchens, hallways, bedrooms, basements, walls, mirrors, and make them feel entirely different from the way they look. But then later the foster home taught me something just as important. It taught me that safety changes psychic life. Peace changes psychic life. Love changes psychic life. That is perhaps the biggest truth of my story. Not only that houses can be haunted, but that the state of the person living inside them matters too. I used to think ghosts and energies were simply everywhere, and that was that. And maybe they are everywhere. But I learned that how exposed I am to them, how deeply I absorb them, how much space they occupy in my awareness, all of that can shift. I am not doomed to remain endlessly open to every dark thing around me. I can be safe. I can be filtered. I can be protected. And I can also choose, at times, to widen again. Even now, after all these years, I do not dismiss what I sensed in those houses. I do not tell myself it was all imagination. Too many details, too many confirmations, too many parallel experiences with my siblings make that impossible. My sister felt the man in the basement. I felt him. The dogs cried out wordlessly in my awareness from that low-ceilinged end of the room. The little girl sneezed in the den. My sister's room stayed safe because of her candle, her sage, her will, and maybe our mother's love watching over her. Those things are part of my reality whether others understand them or not. But neither do I stay trapped in fear of them anymore. I know now that even though there was never a time I did not sense beings, there was also no rule saying I had to be endlessly overwhelmed by them. I can live with my gifts. I can shape them. I can choose how much I open. And maybe that is the real turning point in my life, not only that I saw haunted houses and troubling spirits, but that I learned my own spirit could change too. When my mom and her boyfriend broke up, everything in our lives changed very quickly. It was not one of those calm separations where people sit down, talk things through, and move on gently. It was messy, painful, and sudden enough that I did not have much time to process it. One moment we were living one kind of life, and the next we had to pack up, leave, and figure out where we were going to stay. In the middle of all that, my mom decided we would move in with my grandparents in Redlands, California. That house was not new to me. I had lived there for a few years before, so it was familiar in a lot of ways. I knew the rooms, the stairs, the kitchen, the office, the balcony, and the way the house sounded at night. But I also knew something else about it, something I had never really been able to forget. That house had always felt strange to me. Even the first time I lived there, I had noticed weird things going on. At first, because I was younger, I did what a lot of kids do. I told the adults what I heard or saw, hoping they would explain it or at least take me seriously. But nobody really believed me. Or if they did not show it. Most of the time they would tell me it was my imagination, or that old houses make noises, or that I was just being dramatic. After hearing that enough times, I stopped bringing things up. There is only so many times a person, especially a kid, can say, "Something strange happened," before they get tired of being dismissed. So I learned to keep it to myself. That did not make the strange things stop. It only meant I had to deal with them alone. Sometimes I think that was the hardest part. Not just hearing footsteps or seeing things that should not be there, but feeling like I had no one to share it with because no one would listen anyway. When you are young and something weird happens around you, you want an adult to tell you what it means. You want someone to say you are safe. You want someone to explain it in a way that makes sense. But when that does not happen, you start building your own quiet relationship with fear. You start pretending you are okay when you are not. You start talking yourself through things because nobody else will. One of the most common things in that house was the sound of footsteps. That happened more times than I can count. There would be nights when I was alone downstairs watching TV, trying to relax, and I would hear someone upstairs in my grandparents' room. Not just one sound or one little creak that could be ignored. I mean footsteps. Clear footsteps, moving back and forth across the room as if somebody was walking around up there. The sound was steady enough that I could not just tell myself it was the house settling. It sounded like a person pacing. If you have ever lived in a house long enough, you learn the difference between the sounds a house makes and the sounds a person makes. I knew that difference, and what I heard sounded like someone walking. At first, I would try to ignore it. I would sit there and keep watching TV, hoping the footsteps would stop on their own. But they would keep going. Back and forth. Back and forth. It was not only creepy, it was annoying too. That almost made it worse, because the whole thing felt so deliberate. It was like whoever or whatever was upstairs wanted to be noticed. After a while, I got so irritated one day that I finally called out, "Who's there?" The second I said something, the footsteps stopped. Just like that. Silence. That happened often enough that it stopped feeling like coincidence. It was as if the footsteps knew when they were being acknowledged. As long as I stayed quiet, they kept going. The moment I said something out loud, they stopped. That kind of thing gets under your skin after a while. It is one thing to hear an unexplained sound. It is another thing for that sound to react to you. Even then, I tried to brush it off. That was part of how I survived living in that house. I would hear something impossible, feel frightened, and then force myself to act like it was not a big deal. I told myself I was tired. I told myself maybe I heard wrong. I told myself old houses are weird. But deep down, I knew the truth. The house was not normal, and whatever was in it had been there long before we moved back in. Another thing that happened there was seeing movement out of the corner of my eye. That happened enough times that it became almost part of the house's personality. You could be doing something ordinary, like making food or walking to the bathroom, and suddenly you would catch the shape of someone moving where no one should be. One time I was in the kitchen making something to eat. It was a completely normal moment. I was focused on food, not on ghosts or creepy thoughts or anything like that. Then from the corner of my eye, I saw someone run into the office. It happened fast, the way a person moves when they are hurrying from one room to another. Because it looked so natural at first, I assumed it was my grandma. That is what makes these experiences so unsettling. They often begin in a way that feels almost ordinary. My first thought was not, "A ghost just ran into the office." My first thought was, "Oh, Grandma must have gone in there." So I called out for her. When I got no answer, I figured maybe she had not heard me, so I walked over to check. Nobody was there. Not hiding behind the door. Not bent down picking something up. Not standing in a dark corner. The office was empty. I remember standing there staring into the room and feeling that same mix of confusion and dread that became so familiar to me in that house. You see someone, you react naturally, and then you find emptiness where a person should be. It makes you question yourself, but only for a second, because you know what you saw. Nights were worse than days in that house. That is not surprising, I guess. Most haunted places, or at least places that feel haunted, seem to come more alive at night. During the day, sunlight softens things. The rooms feel more normal. Everyday life makes the house feel less threatening. But at night, when everything gets quiet and people settle down, strange things begin to stand out more. In my grandparents' house, one of the things I heard most often at night was someone walking up and down the stairs. Those steps had a very particular sound. You could tell when someone was really using them because the wood reacted in a certain way. There was a rhythm to it. That is why I knew the difference between the stairs making ordinary house noises and the stairs being used by actual footsteps. Many nights I would lie there and hear someone going up and down, slowly enough to be clear, not rushed, not random. If I stayed quiet, it would keep happening. The weirdest part was that, just like with the footsteps upstairs, the sounds usually would not stop unless you spoke out loud. That house taught me very quickly that silence gave the strange things more room. It was as if whatever was there enjoyed moving around until it got caught. Sometimes I would lay in bed listening to those stair sounds and finally get enough nerve to say, "Stop it!" or, "Who's there?" And then, just like before, the sounds would quit. That pattern repeated so many times that I stopped seeing it as accidental. I felt like the house was listening. One of the first really visual things I ever saw there happened when I was younger and playing Nintendo in one of the rooms. That memory has stayed vivid in my mind because it was one of the first times I saw something shaped clearly enough that I could not just pretend it was a shadow or a trick of the light. I was sitting there playing my game like any normal kid, focused on the screen and not thinking about anything strange. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw a lady standing on the balcony. She was wearing a white dress. That detail is what made her look so different from the rest of the room and the outside darkness. She was not moving around or doing anything loud or dramatic. She was just standing there, staring at me. Sometimes the stillness of a thing is what makes it the scariest. If she had rushed toward me or done something wild, maybe my mind could have made sense of it differently. But she only stood there and looked at me, which somehow made it much worse. The second I realized what I was seeing, I ran. And when I say I ran, I mean I ran hard. Fast. The way somebody runs when their body reacts before their brain even finishes forming the thought. I always joke that I ran like a fat kid to a buffet line, but the truth is I was terrified. I went straight to my mom and told her what I saw. I wanted her to say, "Okay, let's go look," or, "I believe you," or even just, "You're safe." Instead, she ignored it and told me it was my imagination. That response hurt in a way I did not always admit. Because even when you are young and used to being brushed off, part of you still hopes that maybe this time someone will listen. But she did not. She said I imagined it, and because I had heard that kind of thing before, I just shrugged my shoulders and went back to playing. What else was I supposed to do? I was still a kid, still living in that house, still without any real power to change my situation. Then a few minutes later, I saw her again. That was the moment that truly changed how I felt about that room. Seeing her once was terrifying enough. Seeing her a second time, after being told it was only my imagination, made it impossible for me to push away. I knew what I had seen. And after that, I never slept in that room again. I did not care if people thought I was being dramatic. I did not care if it seemed silly. I was not going to stay in a room where I had seen a woman in white staring at me from the balcony. Still, for all the strange things that happened there, one experience stands above the others as one of the scariest. It happened about 3 years before I told this story. I had gone out with some friends and came home late, around 2 in the morning. That alone gives the whole memory a certain feeling, because coming into a quiet house at 2 in the morning always feels a little strange even in a normal home. Everything is dark. Everyone should be asleep. The sounds you make feel louder than they should. I remember walking up the stairs and going into my room. My dog Madison was there waiting for me. He was always a comfort in that house, because animals sense things, and having him around made me feel less alone. I played with him for a few minutes after I got in. It was one of those small normal moments that make what happened next even more disturbing, because nothing felt wrong yet. I had just gotten home, my dog was happy to see me, and I was starting to unwind from the night. Then all of a sudden, I heard the sliding door in the room next to mine open. That sound froze me immediately. A sliding door has a very specific sound. It is not something you mistake for a little creak or a random house noise. I heard it open, and then I heard footsteps. Almost immediately, Madison reacted too. He started barking at the wall that separated my room from the next one. That made my fear sharper, because if only I had heard it, I could still try to tell myself it was some ordinary mistake. But when a dog hears it too and starts barking at the exact wall the sound came from, it becomes much harder to dismiss. For a second, I tried to explain it in the simplest way possible. I thought maybe it was my grandma closing the balcony door in the next room. That seemed reasonable enough, even though it was late. So I decided to go say hi to her. I opened my bedroom door and walked into the next room, expecting maybe to find her there or at least hear her moving around. The room was pitch black. The sliding door was shut. And locked. That moment sent real panic through me. Not because the room was dark, but because the sound had been so clear only seconds earlier. I knew I had heard that door. Madison had heard it too. I knew I heard footsteps. Yet there was nobody in the room, and the door was not only closed but locked. That meant no one had just stepped out onto the balcony and back in. It meant I was standing in a room where I had heard movement but found only emptiness. I ran back to my room. I turned on the radio, the TV, and every light I could. There was no chance I was sleeping in darkness after that. Sometimes people act like sleeping with lights on is childish, but when you have been frightened badly enough, You do whatever makes it possible to get through the night. That is what I did. I left everything on and stayed in that little wall of noise and light until morning. The next morning, I asked my grandma if she had been in that room the night before. She told me she had not gone into that room at all that day. That answer made the whole thing settle deeper into me. Again, it was confirmation that I had experienced something real and strange. Not only did I hear the sliding door and footsteps, not only did my dog react to it, but the one person I thought might explain it had not even been in the room. That experience rattled me for a long time. Eventually, life moved on, and I no longer lived in Redlands full time. I moved to another city. But I still worked in Redlands, and because of that, there were times when I got too tired to drive all the way home. On those nights, I would just go sleep at my grandparents' house. You would think maybe enough time and distance would soften how I felt about that place. But it never really did. The house was still the same house. A few weeks ago, I stayed there again and slept on the couch. I was alone in the house that time, which already made me uneasy. There is something about being alone in a house with a history of strange activity that keeps your nerves on edge even if you try not to think about it. I fell asleep eventually, but I kept waking up. Not once. Not twice. About 4 times. And every time I woke, it was because I heard footsteps. There was nobody else in the house. That detail is what made it so chilling. I was alone. No family members moving around. No grandparents walking to the bathroom. No one coming up or down the stairs. And yet the footsteps were there, enough to wake me repeatedly. It was like the house had not changed at all. Time had passed. I had grown up. I had moved away. But the sounds remained, still moving through the rooms as if they belonged there more than the living did. That is one of the strangest things about haunted places, if that is what this was. They do not care how much time passes. They do not care that children become adults, that people move away, that the family structure changes, that life goes on. The house remains what it is. The sounds continue. The feelings remain. The woman in white, the footsteps upstairs, the movement in the office, the sliding door, the pacing on the stairs, all of it becomes part of the place, as if the house itself holds onto it and repeats it whenever it wants. Looking back now, I realize how much that house shaped the way I think about the paranormal. When I was younger, I wanted someone to explain it for me. I wanted an adult to tell me what it meant, or at least to believe me. But because that never really happened, I had to build my own understanding over time. I learned that some places feel wrong for a reason. I learned that repeated experiences matter more than people want to admit. I learned that animals often notice what humans do. And I learned that silence can be its own kind of witness. A house does not need to throw furniture across a room every day to be haunted. Sometimes all it needs to do is keep walking when no one is there. I also learned that not being believed can be almost as disturbing as the experience itself. That may be the saddest part of the whole story for me. The fear of the house was real, yes, but there was also the loneliness of holding all of that inside. When you tell your mom you saw a lady in white and she says it is your imagination, you start carrying fear in a quieter way. When you hear footsteps and nobody else takes it seriously, you stop looking for help and start learning how to survive it on your own. That was my relationship with that house for a long time. Not just haunted, but isolating. Even now, if I hear footsteps in a quiet place at night, part of me goes back there. I think that is what these experiences do. They stay in the body as much as they stay in the mind. A creak on stairs, a sliding door opening, a shape in the corner of your eye, a dog barking at an empty wall, these things all become bigger once they have happened in one house enough times. They teach your body to stay alert. They teach you to listen. And sometimes they teach you that what frightens you most is not always the dramatic apparition, but the simple sound of someone moving through the house when you know nobody should be there. That house in Redlands was never just a house to me. It was a place where things moved when they should not have moved, where sounds happened without people, where a woman in white stared at me from a balcony, where a room opened and shut itself in the middle of the night, where footsteps responded to being spoken to, and where even years later, when I tried to rest on a couch in an otherwise empty home, the same old unseen walker still had not left. I do not know exactly what was there. Maybe it was one spirit. Maybe it was more than one. Maybe the house itself carried some kind of leftover energy that replayed sounds and moments over and over. Maybe certain places in it, like the upstairs room or the balcony room or the hall by the stairs, held stronger impressions than others. I cannot say for sure. What I can say is that the feeling of that house never fully changed. It never softened into normalcy. It remained strange, even when I was older and less likely to panic over every little thing. And maybe that is why I still think about it. Because some places do not let you leave them completely behind. Even after you move away, even after you grow up, even after you try to live your life elsewhere, they stay with you. Not just as stories, but as sensations. As sounds you still remember. As rooms you still see in your mind. As footsteps you still hear when the world gets quiet enough. It was one of those normal afternoons that did not seem important at first. Nothing about that day felt unusual when it started, and maybe that is one reason it stayed with me so much later. Strange things always seem to hit hardest when they break into an ordinary moment. If the sky had been dark, if there had been a storm, if the house had already felt creepy from the start, maybe I would have expected something weird to happen. But it was not like that at all. It was just me and my friend Adam hanging out at his parents' house in a city called Hickory. I had been there before. His family had lived there for a while, and from the outside, and even from the inside most days, it seemed like a nice little house. Nothing about it screamed haunted. Nothing about it looked dangerous. It was the kind of place where a person would expect to eat lunch, play video games, and waste a lazy afternoon doing nothing important. And that was exactly what we had planned to do. When I got there, it was around lunchtime. The house was quiet and calm in the way many family homes are during the middle of the day. Adam and I were just sitting around talking. It was not deep conversation or anything serious. We were just chatting the way teenage boys or young guys do, jumping from one random subject to another, probably talking about games, girls, music, and whatever else came to mind. Time passed in that relaxed way it often does when you are hanging out with a friend and not paying close attention to the clock. It was one of those easy days where nothing is really happening, but that is what makes it feel comfortable. After a while, we heard a knock on the door. That felt normal too. Adam got up to answer it while I stayed where I was. When he opened the door, it turned out to be his girlfriend. By the time she got there, it was around 4 in the afternoon. The day was moving along, and the three of us just settled into the house together. It still felt like a completely normal hangout. There were 3 of us now, and the plan became even simpler. We would go to his room, play some PlayStation 2, and just spend the rest of the afternoon there. So that is what we did. We all went into Adam's bedroom. It was not a big room, just a small bedroom like a lot of boys have, filled with the usual mix of games, random objects, and the kind of clutter that makes a room feel lived in. Because there was not much space, we all found places however we could. I sat on the bed. Adam sat on the floor near the television and the console. His girlfriend sat in one of those fold-down chairs. The setup felt casual and cramped, but in a good way. It was the kind of small room where you could all laugh together easily, where nobody had personal space but nobody cared. Now, to make the story clear, there were only 3 people in the house at that time. Me, Adam, and his girlfriend. There was also 1 cat and 1 dog. That is important, because later every possible explanation seemed to depend on who or what could have made the sounds we heard. Adam also had a brother with cerebral palsy, and his brother's bedroom was right next door down the hall. I knew that, but I also knew his brother was not home then. That mattered a lot once things started to get strange. At first, though, nothing was strange. We started playing this air combat game on the PlayStation 2. It was one of those fighting or flying games where you take turns and watch each other play. We all got into it, taking turns with the controller, making comments, talking trash, laughing at mistakes, and reacting to whatever happened on the screen. It was loud enough in the room that the television sound filled most of the space. The game noise, our voices, and the normal sounds of moving around in a small room made everything feel active and harmless. At some point while we were playing, Adam's bedroom door opened. It was only his cat, Lily. She came into the room, calm as could be, and jumped up on the bed beside me. I petted her for a few seconds while still half paying attention to the game, because that is what you do when a friendly cat jumps up next to you. She seemed perfectly normal. Nothing about her behavior at that moment made me feel like anything was wrong. After a few seconds, she hopped back down and left the room. That was it. Another completely ordinary detail in what still felt like a completely ordinary afternoon. We kept playing. Then, all of a sudden, we heard something. At first it was not even clear what it was. It was a faint sound, but somehow it stood out enough to get through the noise of the game. It was louder than it should have been if it were just some random house creak or little background noise. I remember turning to Adam right away and asking if he heard it. He looked a little uncertain and said he thought he had heard something too. His girlfriend, who had been sitting there quietly for a moment, said she heard it as well. That was the first moment the atmosphere in the room changed. Before that, we had just been sitting around playing video games like normal. Now all three of us had heard something odd. When more than one person hears the same strange sound, it immediately becomes harder to ignore. If I had been the only one, I might have shrugged it off. If Adam had been the only one, maybe he would have done the same. But all three of us noticed it. That changed the mood right away. We were no longer fully focused on the game. Part of our attention had shifted out into the house. So I reached over and turned the game off. The second the sound from the television stopped, the room fell into that special kind of silence that only comes after noise has been filling it. It was quiet enough that we could all listen properly. None of us said much for a few moments. We just sat there, listening, waiting, trying to figure out if the strange sound would happen again. The whole house seemed still. That made the room feel smaller somehow, and all of our attention felt fixed on the hallway outside. Then it came again. Only this time it was not just a vague sound. This time, it was music. Beautiful piano music. That is the detail that made the whole thing so unsettling. If we had heard banging, crashing, or some ugly scrape, maybe we would have thought somebody moved furniture or dropped something, or maybe even that the dog got into something. But this was piano music, soft and clear and strangely beautiful, coming from somewhere in the house. It sounded real, not like a little toy making random notes, and not like television noise from another room. It was music, the kind that felt almost elegant, and hearing it in that moment made us all just stare at each other. We looked at each other in complete confusion. My first thought was about Adam's brother. His room was nearby, and there was a keyboard in there. So I asked Adam if his brother might somehow be home. Adam answered right away that his brother would not be home until after 6. It was nowhere near that time yet. That answer made the situation much worse, because it removed the most obvious explanation. If his brother was not home, then why was piano music coming from that direction? The room suddenly felt smaller, tighter, more tense. I looked down and noticed that beside Adam's bedroom door there was a bat. I do not even remember now why he had a bat there, but in that moment it felt like exactly the thing I needed. I picked it up and held onto it tightly. Adam, for his part, grabbed a sword off his wall. That detail might sound dramatic, but it was just one of those things some people keep in their room, decorative or half-serious, until suddenly it becomes the thing you grab when you are frightened and trying to act brave. His girlfriend stayed behind us as the two of us moved toward the door. The music kept coming. We stepped out of the bedroom and into the hallway. The sound was clearly coming from his brother's room. That made everything feel even stranger because the hallway itself seemed too quiet for something so real to be happening just a few feet away. We stood there for a second, looking down the hall toward the cracked door. The piano music was still going, soft and beautiful and deeply wrong in that setting. The room where it came from was dark except for whatever little light reached it from the hallway. The door was only slightly open, and from where we stood, we could not see much inside. I remember that moment very clearly because there was this pause where none of us wanted to move first. It is one thing to hear strange music in a house. It is another thing to know exactly which room it is coming from and have to walk toward it yourself. Every step toward that room felt heavy. My grip tightened on the bat. Adam held the sword in a way that probably looked tougher than he felt. His girlfriend stayed close behind, and all three of us were trying to act less afraid than we really were. We got to the door. The music stopped. That was maybe the creepiest part. It was as if whatever had been playing knew exactly when we reached the room. 1 second it was there, clear and real, and the next there was silence. Not fading music. Not one last note hanging in the air. Just silence. Complete silence. That kind of stop makes a strange event feel aware. It makes it feel less like some random mechanical thing and more like something that has noticed you noticing it. Adam called into the room. He asked if Nathan, his brother, was in there. No one answered. The room was pitch black. Adam got this look on his face then, a concerned look that showed he was frightened even if he was trying not to show it too much. We both knew no one should have been in there. We both knew the music had been real. And now we were standing at the door with the room dark and silent as if it had swallowed its own secret the second we got close. Then Adam kicked the door open. He did it fast, not slowly, maybe because it was easier to be bold for 1 second than to drag out the fear any longer. At the same time, he reached in and flipped on the light. The room lit up. There was no one there. That alone was shocking enough, but what we saw next was even stranger. His cat Lily was sitting on the little stool at the keyboard. She looked up at us and meowed. The sight of her there was so strange that for a second it almost felt like an answer, like maybe the cat had somehow made the sounds. But that explanation fell apart immediately. We had not been hearing random clumsy banging on keys. We had been hearing music. Not 1 or 2 notes, not an accidental little stepping pattern. We had heard something that sounded like Mozart, or some other real piano piece, played clearly and beautifully enough that all three of us recognized it as music. A cat could not do that. So I looked more closely. The keyboard was turned off. And it was unplugged. That was the moment the whole thing crossed from strange into impossible. If it had been plugged in, maybe we still would have stood there arguing with ourselves, trying to say maybe the cat somehow stepped on the right buttons at the right time. Maybe the instrument had some strange demo mode. Maybe something mechanical had gone wrong. But it was not only off. It was unplugged. There was no power to it at all. And yet we had just heard music. Real music. Coming from that room. Coming from that direction. Coming from that keyboard area strongly enough that all three of us followed it down the hall. We all just stood there staring. Lily looked up at us again and meowed as if nothing in the world was unusual. The room felt wrong now in that deeply quiet way haunted places sometimes feel, where the silence after an event seems thicker than normal silence. None of us knew what to say. We had all heard it. We had all followed it. And now the only living thing in the room was the cat sitting on the stool beside an unplugged keyboard. That image has stayed with me all these years. Not because it was dramatic in the usual horror story way, but because it was so plain and undeniable. No screaming apparition. No slamming doors. No shadow figure crossing the room. Just beautiful piano music, a dark room, 3 witnesses, and an unplugged instrument. Sometimes the simple things are the ones that disturb you most because they leave so little room for argument. You know what you heard, and you know what should have been impossible. To this day, none of us really know what was going on in that house at that moment. I have thought about it many times. Maybe it was some kind of spirit. Maybe something in the house wanted our attention. Maybe the house had a history none of us knew about. Maybe the room carried some kind of energy tied to music or memory. I do not know. All I know is that we were there, that the three of us all heard it, and that the keyboard itself could not have been the source in any normal way. What makes the whole memory even stranger is how normal the day had been before that. We were not sitting around doing seances. We were not telling ghost stories or daring each other to go into dark rooms. We were just playing video games on an ordinary afternoon. Sometimes that makes an experience feel more believable to me. When people are already thinking about spooky things, it is easier for the mind to get carried away. But we were not in that kind of mood. We were laughing, taking turns on the game, and just hanging out. Then the sound came and changed everything. I also remember how quickly fear made us arm ourselves. A bat. A sword. It sounds almost ridiculous now, and in a way it was. But fear does that. It makes people grab at whatever feels like protection, even if deep down they know it might be useless against something truly supernatural. We were not thinking clearly in those moments. We were reacting. The music sounded real enough that we expected a real person in that room. Maybe a break-in. Maybe some stranger. Maybe a prank. That is why we went down the hall at all. We were still trying to keep the situation inside the world of things that make sense. But once we saw the unplugged keyboard, that ordinary world slipped away. I have often wondered why the music stopped the moment we reached the door. That detail bothers me because it feels intentional. If it had kept playing while we opened the door and turned on the light, maybe the whole thing would have felt more mechanical somehow, more like a mystery with a hidden explanation. But it stopped right when we got there, as if whatever had been making it knew we were standing outside listening. That kind of timing gives the whole event a personality it should not have had. And then there is the cat. I cannot tell this story without coming back to Lily sitting there on the stool. If someone had wanted to make up a creepy scene, they might have invented a cat at the piano because it sounds strange and memorable. But in real life, that image felt more unsettling than funny. She was just there, calm, looking up at us as if we had interrupted her normal business. And since she had been in Adam's bedroom with us earlier and had left before the music started, her being there in that room made the whole thing feel even more connected, like she somehow belonged to the event in a way we did not understand. Maybe animals sense these things more easily than people do. I have always believed that. Maybe she had gone into that room because something was already there. Maybe she had been drawn to it. Or maybe she was completely innocent, and just happened to be in the wrong place at the strangest possible time. I cannot say. But I do know that her presence made the scene unforgettable. For a while after that, the three of us talked about it over and over. That is what people do after something strange enough happens. You repeat the details. You check each other's memory. You ask, "You heard it too, right?" Even though you already know the answer. You search for small differences in how each person experienced it, hoping that maybe one of those details will suddenly unlock a normal explanation. But there never was one. Every version of the story led back to the same impossible point. The keyboard was unplugged. I also remember the quality of the music itself, and that matters. We were not hearing random notes that we later dressed up in memory as something prettier. It really sounded like a piece of music. Something classical, maybe Mozart or something like that. That is why it got our attention so strongly. If it had only been noise, maybe we would have ignored it longer. But the beauty of the music is what made us stop the game, turn off the TV, and listen. There was something too clear and too deliberate about it. Years later, when I think back on that day, I realize it was one of the moments that taught me how thin the line can be between normal life and something far stranger. One minute you are sitting in a small bedroom with friends taking turns on a PlayStation 2. The next minute you are standing in a dark hallway gripping a bat while following phantom piano music to an unplugged instrument. Life does not always announce when it is about to become weird. Sometimes it slips into the room quietly, waits for you to notice it, and then vanishes before you can understand it. That is why the story has stayed with me. Not because it was huge or violent or full of obvious supernatural drama, but because it was so precise. Because there were three of us. Because the music was beautiful. Because the room was empty. Because Lily sat on the stool. Because the keyboard was unplugged. Because even now, after all this time, there is no explanation that truly fits what happened. If I had been alone, maybe I would have doubted myself. If only Adam had heard it, maybe I would have thought I was remembering wrong. If only his girlfriend had mentioned it later, maybe we all could have dismissed it somehow. But all three of us heard it in the same afternoon, in the same house, in the same silence after the game shut off. That is what gives the story its weight for me. We shared it. And to this day, whenever I hear piano music from another room unexpectedly, some part of me goes right back to that house in Hickory, to that hallway, to that cracked door, and to the strange little sight of a cat meowing on a stool beside an unplugged keyboard that had no right to make any sound at all. When people in my family talk about ghosts, strange spirits, or things that cannot be explained, nobody laughs it off too quickly. Too much has happened to too many people over the years for us to just roll our eyes and act like it is all made up. My family has a long history with strange events, and because of that, I grew up hearing stories that would make most people sleep with the light on. Some of those stories were passed down from older relatives. Some happened to people I actually knew. Some were so strange that even years later they were told the exact same way, because no one wanted to change even one detail and risk making it sound less real. My mother and my aunt once used that old game, light as a feather, stiff as a board, with a friend, and they swore they actually lifted her off the ground. My great-aunt once wore a nightgown that had belonged to a dead family member, and after that she was haunted by things that made her sorry she ever touched it. Those stories alone would have been enough to fill my childhood with fear and curiosity. But there is one story in particular that stands above all the others in my family. It is the kind of story that gets repeated again and again because every person who hears it feels the same chill. It is the one that people treat like the ultimate scare, the famous one, the one that is not just creepy but deeply wrong from the very beginning. This is the story my grandmother told, and it happened when she was young. Back then, my grandmother lived with her family, which was her mother, her father, and her sister. At some point, they moved into a house that already had a reputation. People said it was haunted. That kind of thing matters more in small towns and old places, because once a house gets a name like that, the story clings to it for years. Some people avoid it completely. Others get curious. Some laugh and say nonsense, but they still would not sleep there if you paid them. This house was one of those places. It already had a dark story tied to it before my grandmother's family ever stepped through the door. Still, my great-grandfather did not believe in ghosts. That was part of the problem right from the start. He was the kind of man who probably believed more in what he could see and hold in his hands than in stories whispered around town. So when people said the house was haunted, he ignored it. Maybe the house was cheap. Maybe it was in the right place. Maybe he thought people were only trying to scare him or keep him from getting a good deal. Whatever the reason, he bought the house anyway and moved his family into it. That decision changed everything. At first, nothing seemed wrong. That is often how these things begin, and maybe that is what makes them worse. If the first night had been full of screaming voices or slamming doors, maybe they would have left sooner. But according to my grandmother, the first few nights in the house were completely normal. The family settled in. They put their things where they belong. They probably started to think that all the stories about the house had just been old gossip. Sometimes a calm beginning can trick people into feeling safe enough to stay too long. That seems to be exactly what happened. It was about a week later when the house began to show itself. One evening, my grandmother and her sister were playing in the living room while they waited for dinner. It was a normal family moment, the kind of thing children remember because it starts in such an ordinary way. They were not doing anything strange. They were not trying to summon anything. They were not thinking about ghosts at all. They were just children in the living room, waiting for food, passing the time, probably half listening to the sounds of the house and the kitchen the way children often do. Then something changed. They heard the front door open. That alone was not enough to make them panic. A front door opening usually means someone has come home, and in a family house that is not unusual. But what came next was what made the whole moment turn bad. After the sound of the door, they heard heavy footsteps. Not light walking. Not the kind of sound a child or woman might make. These were loud, heavy steps, the kind that make floorboards and walls seem to notice. The footsteps moved through the living room, then into the kitchen, then back out the way they came. And nobody was there. That was the horrifying part. The sound was clear. The movement was real enough to hear from room to room. But there was no person attached to it. No one standing in the doorway. No one crossing the room. No one entering the kitchen. Just the sound of a heavy body moving through the house and out again. My grandmother and her sister heard it, and I cannot imagine what that must have felt like as children. When you are little, the house around you is supposed to explain sounds. You learn that footsteps mean your mother, your father, a relative, or a visitor. But when the footsteps are there and the person is not, something in your whole understanding of safety breaks. Of course, everyone freaked out. How could they not? But families have a strange way of moving on after terrifying things, especially if they do not know what else to do. After the first shock, people probably tried to talk themselves down. Maybe they said it was the wind, though heavy footsteps cannot be explained by wind. Maybe they told each other they heard something else. Maybe they simply stopped talking for a while and tried to pretend it had not happened. Fear does not always send people running on the first day. Sometimes it only settles deeper into the house and waits. The next event came on another night. This time the family heard heavy footsteps coming up from the cellar stairs. Just imagining that is enough to make me uncomfortable. Basements and cellars are already frightening in many old houses, even before you add anything supernatural to them. They are dark, closed-off spaces where the air feels heavier, where the house seems to hide things. So hearing heavy footsteps climbing up from that kind of place would have been disturbing enough if they belonged to a real person. At first, the family thought it was my great-grandfather. That made sense in the first few seconds. If someone was in the cellar and coming back up, naturally they would assume it was him. They heard the steps. They heard the movement getting closer. Then the door opened. And no one was there. That was the second major moment that proved the house was not normal. It was one thing to hear footsteps walk through the living room and kitchen. It was another thing entirely to hear them rise from below the house, climb the cellar stairs, reach the door, and open it without a single visible person. By then, worry had started turning into something stronger. It was no longer just one frightening evening. It was a pattern. The house was making itself known in ways that no one could explain away without lying to themselves. At that point, my grandmother's family really began to worry. And yet the only person who was not skeptical, according to the story, was my great-grandpa. That part of the story has always struck me because it means the one who did not believe in ghosts before was the one who had the hardest time denying what was happening now. Maybe he saw things more clearly than the others because he was forced into it by his own pride. Maybe because he had dismissed all the warnings, he was now the one who had to face the truth directly. Or maybe he was the only one willing to say out loud that the house was haunted. Whatever the reason, the skepticism was starting to break down in that family. Then came the nights that truly made them leave. One night, the family began hearing a man walking the halls. Not just walking, but moaning. That sound must have been unbearable. A man's heavy steps in the hallway are already bad enough. Add moaning to that, and suddenly the whole house becomes a place of suffering rather than just fear. A moan is a human sound. It carries pain, longing, and misery. It is much worse than a bang or a creak because it feels alive. It feels personal. To hear a man moving through the halls of your house at night, groaning or moaning, and know that no living man is there, would be enough to drive almost anyone away. And this was not just for one night. It happened for 2 nights. That detail matters because it means this was not a passing event, not a one-time haunting that came and went. The thing in the house was becoming more active, more obvious, and more direct. It was not content only to make sounds at doors or on cellar stairs anymore. It was now moving through the halls, making its presence known as a suffering man. That kind of haunting changes a house completely. Once a person hears that at night, the walls never feel safe again. The bedrooms never feel private again. Every dark hour becomes something to fear. Then, after those 2 nights, my great-grandpa finally said the words that became part of the family's story forever. He shouted, "If you're coming with me, you better get your clothes on." That line has lived in my family for years because it captures the fear, the urgency, and the country plainness of that moment better than anything else could. He was not speaking to the ghost. He was speaking to his family. In other words, he had had enough. Whatever was in that house, whatever was walking the halls and moaning in the night, had finally crossed the line beyond what he was willing to face. He was ready to leave, and he wanted everyone else ready too. So they left. And as the story goes, no one ever stayed in that house again. That says a lot, because families do not usually walk away from houses so easily, especially poor families who do not have endless choices. If they left and never came back, then the fear in that place must have been strong enough to outweigh money, practicality, pride, and all the effort it takes to move. That tells me the haunting was not just a spooky little side story. It was serious enough to drive a whole family out for good. But the house itself was only part of the story. There was also a history behind it, one that explained why the place felt so evil. According to the family story, before my grandmother's family ever lived there, a man, his wife, and their daughter had lived in that house. The man was a drunk. He would go out, get drunk, and come home to abuse his wife. That kind of violence poisons a home even before blood is spilled. A house where fear lives every day becomes something different from a normal house. The walls soak up anger, terror, helplessness, and pain. And if children grow up there, they absorb it too. That was the situation in that family. The daughter grew tired of it. I think that phrase says a lot, but it still hardly covers the pain behind it. A girl does not just get tired of her father's violence in a simple way. It means she had watched too much, lived through too much, and reached some final breaking point. According to the story, one morning the father was eating breakfast when the daughter came up behind him with an axe. She hit him in the back of the head. That part of the story is brutal and ugly in a way that makes the haunting make more sense. He fell out of the chair but was not dead right away. He was still alive, still trying to reach for her, maybe in shock, maybe in rage, maybe simply in the blind terror of a dying man. But she did not stop there. She hacked him until he was dead. Then, according to the story, she hid the body. First she put him in the closet. Then later she moved him to the basement. That detail matters because of the haunting. The footsteps in the house. The cellar stairs. The moaning man in the halls. The basement where he had been hidden. Everything lines up too well. It feels as if the house was replaying the man's presence, maybe because he had died violently and been hidden there, maybe because that kind of death leaves something unresolved behind. Years later, the daughter confessed to what she had done, but as the story goes, she was never jailed. Whether every legal detail of that part is exact or not, I cannot say with total certainty. This is family history, told through memory, and my father is no longer here for me to ask more questions. But the core of it was always told the same way. A violent, abusive man was killed in the house by his daughter and hidden there. That history stayed attached to the house, and everyone in the family believed it explained the haunting. And honestly, how could it not? A place where a man is murdered with an axe, hidden in a closet, then hidden again in a basement, is not going to feel normal. Even if someone does not believe in ghosts at all, they can understand that a place like that would carry something terrible in it. Fear, rage, guilt, pain, death, and secrecy all sunk into the same walls. If a haunting ever had a reason, that house had one. Years later, my grandmother took me to see the place. That part of the story matters too, because it means the house was not only some old tale told in the past. It was a real place, still standing, still carrying its reputation, still existing in the world enough for us to go there. I remember going with her because even though I was scared by the story, I was also deeply curious. That is how these family stories work on you. They scare you and pull you in at the same time. Part of you wants to stay away. Another part wants to stand there and feel what the place feels like. So we went. As the story had always said, you could still see the basement where the man had been buried. That alone gave me chills. It made the story feel more physical and more real. It was not just words anymore. The place existed. The basement existed. The ground where all of that old violence and fear had happened was still there. While we were there, something small but frightening happened. Near where the man's workbench had once been, a little padlock moved. It was not some huge dramatic thing like a full apparition or a voice in the air. But in some ways, those smaller movements can be just as terrifying because they happen right in front of your eyes and remove any final hope that the place is just an empty old shell. I saw that padlock move, and that was enough for me. I did not stand there trying to figure it out. I did not act brave. I ran. I ran up that hill and jumped into the car as fast as I could, and we got out of there. I did not care how silly I looked. I did not care if my grandmother laughed, or if someone later told me to calm down. In that moment, all I knew was that the house was still wrong, the story was still alive in it, and I wanted to be as far away from that place as possible. For a long time after that, the story stayed with me the same way it stayed with everyone else in the family. It was one of those stories people tell because it is terrifying, yes, but also because it carries something bigger than fear. It carries history. It carries warning. It reminds us that certain places are changed forever by what happens inside them. It also reminds us that not every ghost story begins with a ghost. Sometimes it begins with violence, with cruelty, with someone deciding they have had enough and doing something terrible in return. The house, to me, feels less like a place where one ghost lingers and more like a place where human suffering became so thick it refused to leave. The drunken abuse, the fear of the wife, the daughter reaching her breaking point, the axe, the hidden body, the silence afterward, the confession years later, all of that piled onto one location until the house itself became a container for horror. It makes sense to me that footsteps would still walk there, that a moaning man would still move through the halls, that the cellar would remain wrong. What frightens me most about that story is not only the ghostly part. It is the fact that the haunting was so human in its beginning. A lot of people like ghost stories because they seem separate from ordinary life. Ghosts belong to another world, another category, something strange and unknown. But this one begins with things that happen in the real world all the time: drinking, abuse, fear, family violence, and a child pushed past endurance. That makes the supernatural part feel even darker because it grows out of something painfully human. The ghost is not just a ghost. It is the echo of real cruelty. And that is probably why this story stayed famous in my family. Not just because it was scary, but because it felt true on every level. The haunting matched the history. The sounds matched the murder. The cellar matched the hiding place. The moaning man matched the idea of a violent death and a body hidden away. Everything about it fit together in the most disturbing way. Even now, when I think about that story, I can hear my father's voice telling it. I can hear the way he would build it slowly, letting the knocking, the footsteps, the cellar door, and the moaning come one after another until you were already pulled in before he got to the part about the axe. He knew how to tell a story, but what made this one so powerful was not his style. It was the bones of the story itself. It did not need much help. Would I go back there again now? Honestly, I do not know. When I was younger, I used to say things like I would go back on Halloween, that I would see it again, that I wanted to test myself and feel that place one more time. That is the kind of bold thing people say when fear and fascination are still fighting in them. But as I have gotten older, I have learned to respect places like that. Not every haunted place is meant to be visited for thrills. Some places feel wounded. Some feel angry. Some feel like they should be left alone. That house feels like one of those places. Still, I understand why the story keeps getting told. It is not only because it scares people. It is because it reminds us that some things do not stay buried. Not bodies. Not violence. Not grief. Not terror. Sometimes a house keeps them all, and then the living walk into it years later and discover that the past is not finished speaking.